Chapter 1, Rebirth. Link the world. The night fell on the modern city, and the street lights and billboards along the street opened one after another. The colorful lights and the brilliance of the electronic screen interlaced on the circular square, and the lights irradiated the road into a brownish-yellow color, like a metallic luster with a little mist. Suyu stood on the street where people came and went, and it took a while before he accepted his current situation. The place where he is now is called Tongxi. On the earth where he was originally located, he was supposed to be located in a fictitious island city, from the classic old anime Yu-Gi-Oh! What's interesting is that he has just built a trumpet in the IP adaptation game Yu-Gi-Oh! Link World Online that has been hit by a consortium in recent years. He has just pinched his characters to log into the game and is ready to start a happy duel journey. Then there is no more. So instead of traveling through anime, it's more likely, traveling through a game that links the world? Link World Online was the hottest online card game in the world before Suyu crossed. It seems a little bit inaccurate, because this is not just a card game. This is a fully submerged online game based on the most cutting-edge technology. Although it is a card game, the mode is a bit like Merpage. The area where players log in the game is the famous Tono City in Yu-Gi-Oh! Animation, the hometown of the original Duel King Muto game. This game has a high degree of freedom. Players can explore freely on the map, fight with NPC duelists, gain rewards by completing various tasks, and collect cards to strengthen their decks, thereby gaining stronger strength in this world. As we all know, the strength of the deck and playing skills in the Yu-Gi-Oh! World can basically be directly linked to strength. This is a bit like the basic law of this world. This is a world where playing cards is respected. Even those super bosses who are powerful enough to destroy the world, they still have to obey the rules and play cards obediently with the protagonist. In fact, Suyu was basically soaked in this game every day before crossing, running around the map every day to do tasks, draw card packs for Krypton Gold, or go to the player arena to play with other players or something. Linking the world is not only a game, but also work for him. In the beginning, I saw a game video made by a well-known up-master in the game zone, which gave him the idea of recording the wonderful game in the arena to make a video. Relying on the enthusiasm of the game that connects the world, he made some entertainment-oriented card games, and the results have always been decent. Although it can't be compared with the real bigwigs, at least it's okay to live by linking the world with food and clothing. Then, he just crossed. At this time, Suyu's heart is unlovable. He is not a big man who plays cards or anything. Although he has a long time in the pit, he is more entertaining than competitive. Just relying on his three-handed axe to confuse in this world where cards are respected, he still feels a little bit ignorant in his heart. But if you come, you will be at ease. Now that people are here, you have to find a way to adapt quickly. What surprised Suyu was that when he tried to call out the menu like in the game, the familiar game panel from the previous life actually jumped out in front of him again. Name, Yu. Category, NPC. Level, Level 1. Charm, 95. Lucky, 20. Endurance, 35. Physical strength, 3/3. Remarks, mediocre, working hard with the goal of becoming a professional duelist. Yu is the ID he picked up when he created the number. After all, you are playing the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! It is common sense, miss, to start playing cards with the word Yu when naming it, mistake. As for the word Yu is the homophone of his real name Yu, it has no other meaning. But it seems that the ID he picked up will become his name from now on. It's a bit lucky to think about Suyu, now Yu. Fortunately, when he named his name, he didn't have his head twitched and called something like Crazy Drag Long Xiao Diao Bing Tian or something like that, otherwise he would simply reincarnate in place now. It's just this panel, it's a bit hard to explain in a word. The good news is that at least the panel data does not seem to be much different from the player panel he is familiar with, and he can understand most of the attribute data. The bad news is that his panel seems to be a bit more powerful. It is obvious that all his initial attribute points seem to be crooked to the charm value. In layman's terms, that is the appearance. 100 points of charm is a perfect score. After 80 points, even if it is a high-profile area, 90 points is a level where the rate of returning to the street is full. Like his initial score of 95 points, it may already be close to a unique level. At this time, you may ask, it's just a card game. Is there a hammer to use with high looks? Can you get the card you want if you are handsome? You may not understand this. All NPCs in this game have their own favorability system. The higher the favorability of a key NPC towards you, the more chance you will have to trigger a plot on him/her, and may even get rare card rewards. So some players can rely on their high charisma value and try every means to lick their favorite NPC lady, brother. As long as they wait patiently until the favorability is full, then the player will be able to get what they want. I played cards with Miss NPC, little brother. Hat, what are you thinking about? Link World is a serious card online game, but after review, there is absolutely no unhealthy game content. 95 points of charm is pretty good. After all, being handsome is not a bad thing. Besides, the appearance of the book lovers who watched and chased dramas these years is generally rising, and the market generally reflects that the protagonist is not handsome and has no sense of substitution, so this year's appearance is not above the average level and I am embarrassed to come out. Be the protagonist. However, Lucky 20 is a bit painful. It's not that the lucky value is low and you won't be able to draw the card you want during the duel according to this worldview. Whether or not you can draw depends on the bond between the duelist and the card, and has little to do with the attribute of luck. The luck attribute here affects the probability of hitting when you activate those effects, like flipping a coin to guess the positive and negative. Lucky 20 basically means that you basically lose every bet in your life, that is, when you throw a coin, guess the right one and guess the wrong one. In this regard, Yu estimated that the lucky value of the predecessor Katsuya Jounaoki in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Animation should be more than 90. Most of this boss's decks are gambling effects. This person's luck is almost superpowered. In the original animation, a mortal stupefied by relying on powerful luck to win the Duel Kingdom game runner-up and Duel. The results of the top 4 in the city competition. We generally use 2 words to describe this kind of people gamblers. Next is the endurance and stamina values. These 2 data are directly related. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. At this time, you may ask again, what else does playing a card have to do with endurance? However, according to Yu-Gi-Oh's worldview, the card game is indeed related to endurance. Although the monsters summoned by both sides of the duel and the activated cards are all 3-dimensional images, they still have a physical impact on the duel according to the settings. Endurance value directly corresponds to the player's upper limit of physical strength. The stamina 3/3 in Yu's panel means that he can fight a total of 3 times when his stamina is intact, and if he exceeds the upper limit of stamina for more than 3 times, he can no longer fight. If the endurance value is between 40 and 50, you can fight for 4 games in a row. If you are between 50 and 60, you can fight for 5 games. If it is more than 60, you can fight for 6 games, and so on. So playing cards is actually an individual effort, and there are certain requirements for the endurance of the duelist. Stamina 35 is obviously below the passing line, which also makes Yu feel a little painful. After all, a man, if the endurance is not enough, no matter how good the technique is, it is no use. Referring to card skills. The physical strength that is not good directly affects the upgrade speed, but this attribute may increase as the level increases. If you want to level up in the linked world, you must gain experience points by dueling others or completing tasks, and the leveling will be accompanied by some rewards such as coupons and spars. Card coupons can be exchanged for a limited number of cards at the system, and spar can be used to draw card packs at the system. Is also because of the systematic channels, so players even have a chance to get cards that shouldn't be available in the age of Yu-Gi-Oh! But that's all afterwards. Now, you must think carefully about how he is going to go as an unknown NPC passerby in Yu-Gi-Oh's world. Chapter 2, Pure Hero Deck. All players log in with an account, and after the game character is generated, they will automatically wear the Duel plate provided by the system, which is equivalent to a novice gift pack. The timeline for the opening of the Link World game is set in the Duel City chapter of the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Hime animation. This point in time, Hime Company has just developed the Duel plate, a card game artifact that can project three-dimensional images of monsters anytime and anywhere. The wealthy Hime Company has given all recognized duels a free gift of this new generation of Duel plates. Yu confirmed that it seemed that he was reborn and came in earlier than the opening of the server. The billboard on the side of the street in the commercial district says that it is more than a month before the Duel City meeting hosted by Hime Company. This also means that it should also be a month before the game is launched and a large number of real card players have poured in. 1 month is too much? Is it a bit shorter? According to this kind of rebirth routine, shouldn't it be given 3 years to develop and wait for the players to come and cut the leaks? For a month, in the liver injury and bald game of linking the world, God knows if I can save a set of decent decks. It is worth mentioning that many cards that can be easily obtained by real cards may be highly rare on the Link world. Even if you are full of strength, Krypton, and liver, you may not be able to get them. For example, the blue-eyed white dragon. This kind of card can never be opened in the card pool of the system, and I haven't heard of any player getting it through missions until Yu crossed through. Although there is no conclusive evidence, some people even suspect that there are only 3 blue-eyed white dragons in this broken game in the world, and all of them are in the hands of the NPC Seahorse. There are other rare cards, for example, the Black Magician. Although it is not rare to the level of only a few cards in the world, it is also extremely difficult to obtain, and it is impossible to open it in the system card pool. To put it bluntly, some rare cards and decks in the Link world are a bit like peerless cheats in martial arts games. Whether you can start it depends not only on the player's level of the game but also on chance. It is well known that the deck is the most powerful weapon in Yu-Gi-Oh's world, so it was not long after Yu was reborn in this world that he naturally checked his initial deck immediately. Then, unsurprisingly, it is a set of elemental heroes. Wow! Start a set of elemental heroes. The protagonist deck must be very awesome, right? AP. Whatever heroes arrive, and there are no mask changes, don't you give it to Zhang Tian. Who would have the desire to be a hero without Sky Brother? Note, Elemental Hero Skyman, 4 stars, Attack Power 1800, Defense Power 300. Effect: when this card is successfully summoned or special summoned, you can select one of the following effects to activate. 1. Select the magic or trap card on the field that has the most hero monsters on the field other than this card and destroy it. 2. Add 1 hero monster from the deck to your hand. But let alone this kind of powerful card, the of the initial deck given by the system does not even have a special fusion. Let's not talk about the powerful monsters that the elemental heroes later released. There seems to be no effect monster in the entire deck. In other words, it seems that he has to start from scratch, relying on the famous 4 souls, waste, heroes of the elemental heroes to conquer the world. The 4 great souls, waste, refers to the elemental heroes used in the first 10 generations of Yuchen 10, the protagonist of the game King GX, the Winged Man, the Hot Girl, the Nendoroid, and the Dancing Man. Because they are all normal monsters with no effect and low attack power, they were dubbed this glorious title by card friends. Of course, there is actually nothing to complain about, because this initial deck was also chosen by Yu when he built the trumpet. When the player creates a character, the system will give you many sets of initial decks with different themes to choose from, but after studying the players, they found that it doesn't matter what you choose. Anyway, the initial decks will only give you a bunch of factions. What's the usual monster? This kind of monster is respected by the majority of card friends as mortal bones. So why does this trumpet choose elemental heroes to start? That's because Yu made an appointment with the audience at the end of the last video he posted. The next video will play a pure hero deck. In the end, who knew that the hero was not regarded as a hero, and somehow went through with the account? Warning: Giant God Soldier.jpg. But Yu has another advantage. That is, as a rebirth, he clearly knows various anecdotes since the game was launched, including some player-triggered branches and some hidden plots. He remembers that in a previous life, a player seemed to have triggered a hidden plot that was only once, and received a very generous reward. Since then, he has been the top in the arena since it has become a great player among players and has been in multiple versions. Yu carefully recalled and sorted out the various hidden plots and missions that he remembered with rich rewards, but most of them either triggered extremely harsh conditions, or required 1 in a million luck, or had very complicated processes and had them hard power requirements. You often need to have a powerful enough deck to meet the conditions for completing the mission. There are also some missions and plots that may be very dangerous, or even life-threatening. What? You said that playing cards can kill people? That's right. Under the Yu-Gi-Oh! Worldview, there are extraordinary powers, which run through the history of Yu-Gi-Oh!, and the most widely known is the Dark Game. The Dark Game is said to be a ritual handed down from ancient Egypt. It is an ancient magical ritual that people with supernatural powers can initiate. This kind of power can be applied to any game that has rules and constraints, and can be used in any type of game, such as playing cards, mahjong, chess, or even tossing a coin to guess the pros and cons. However, among all kinds of rituals, the game of dueling monsters is the game with the strongest magical effect. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Dark games based on the rules of duel monsters often involve the souls of contestants, sometimes even beyond life and death, and are called taboo games. There are actually not a few people who master the power of darkness under the Yu-Gi-Oh! Worldview. There are definitely more than a few original animations that are as simple as those shown in the original anime. Each generation of Yu-Gi-Oh! Animation is developed with the protagonist as the center, so the audience can only see what they have seen from the perspective of the protagonist of the past dynasties. But in fact, this is just the tip of the iceberg in this worldview. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Story involves gods and demons, the world and the underworld, time travel, dimensional barriers, and so on. In fact, people with different levels of dark ability have been scattered all over the world, and the inheritance of this ancient magic ritual has never been interrupted for thousands of years. Is also very rich in the gameplay of linking the world. Players do not necessarily have to surround the protagonist team to participate in the main storyline. Other regions may also trigger other plot tasks that are not in the anime. It's just that these abilities are strong and weak. The strong ones can even get through the underworld through time and space just like the 1000-year artifact holders, while the weak ones. Maybe it is the level that can force the person who loses the game to learn how to bark. For the player, it doesn't really matter. Although the player's character will die in the dark game, they can still be resurrected. The big loss for the player is the failure of the corresponding mission. But it's different for Yu now. Although he still carries the game panel, the template has become an NPC. God knows if he hangs up in the dark game, he can still be resurrected. So he planned for the worst, he didn't plan to touch this dangerous task for the time being. Chapter 3, How to Play This Card. When Yu passed through the same dark and empty alley for the third time, the street outside was already empty. It was past midnight, and the serious people had already counted the sheep at this point and fell asleep. There are only a few people who are still wandering the streets now: drunks, gangsters, and some unpredictable guys. As for Yu, looking at his face value, I also know that he does not belong to any of the above. After all, how could there be such a handsome drunk and gangster? A cold and strange wind blew from the other end of the alley, bringing a bit of chill. What followed was a pang of hunger on an empty stomach, reminding him of the fact that he hadn't eaten for half a day since he traveled. This also reminds Yu that even with the game panel, he is no longer a player after all, but a person living in this world. It seems that when tomorrow morning, I have to find a way to find some work, at least eat a meal first to ensure that I will not starve to death. By this time, Yu had already started to turn the fourth circle along the repeated route, and the whole town was almost turned around for him all night, but there was still no sign of triggering any plot. He sorted through his memory again, and was sure that he had remembered correctly. The hidden plot that the big guy in the previous life disclosed in the forum was indeed triggered in this area. Maybe it's too early? After all, the game is still a month away, and the player triggers the plot 1 month later. It is also predictable that it cannot be triggered now. Yu had always had the mentality of giving it a try. But just as he had just such an idea, footsteps began to echo in the alley behind him. Sounds like the sound of leather shoes stepping on the sidewalk, which is very clear in the background of the surrounding empty environment. Yu's eyes lit up. Is it finally here? Sure enough, when he turned his head to the side, he found that there was an extra black figure behind him. The man wore a wide black robe, looking like a sack being dyed by throwing it into a dye vat of black ink. The white hood covers most of his face, but the white mask under the hood can be vaguely seen. In addition, he is wearing a dual plate on his left hand, which proves that he is also a card player. The duelist over there. The man chuckled softly, dare you come to a duel? The kind of rare card. After a pause, his voice was lowered, and icy eyes shot out from under his hood. It's just that you have no position to refuse. Yu was not surprised or panicked, his heart was calm and he even wanted to cheer. NND, I've run into it all night. Rare card hunter, right? He asked back. Hey? Do you know me? The man smiled. Recently, there have been rumors about you. Because of the upcoming competition of Haima Company, duelers from all over the world have gathered in Tono City, so recently your rare card hunters are also very active. That's it. The man smiled. According to the regulations set by Haima Company, only recognized duels with rare cards can obtain their newly developed dual plates and qualify for the competition. After a pause, he cast his eyes on the dual plate that Yu was wearing on his left hand. Since you are also wearing that, it looks like you have a rare card too. He said slowly, raising his arm, and the dual plate on his wrist had been automatically unfolded. Come on, the rules are based on the gambling card rules of Duel City. The loser must surrender his rare card. At the same time, a system prompt popped up in front of Yu. The hidden mission is triggered, the challenge from Gurus. Description: a member of the mighty rare card hunter Gurus the magician Pandora challenged you. Winning reward: get the UR rare card Black Magician. Punishment of defeat: randomly take any card by the opponent. As always, the vague explanation is that the reward is clear, but the punishment is not clear at all. But after playing for so long, Link World Yu has become accustomed to it. Randomness is also a feature of this game. Sometimes different players do the same task, and the final result may not be the same. But Yu was lucky this time, and got his wish and ran into Pandora, a rare card hunter. This character is the only character in the Yu-Gi-Oh! DM series with the Black Magician as the trump card except for the protagonist Muto. The big boss in the previous life mentioned by Yu seems to have encountered and defeated Pandora during the Duel City chapter mission, and thus started the Black Magician with the top rarity. It is worth mentioning that although players generally cannot open Black Magician and Black Magician related series cards in the system card pool, if you manage to obtain a Black Magician card through special mission channels, then the system will make tailor-made adjustments to your card pool, and you will also have the opportunity to open those series of cards related to the Black Magician in the future. The player in the previous life obtained a Black Magician through this task, and then successively issued a series of powerful auxiliary cards from the system card pool, and since then became a famous Black Magician player in the linked world. But of course, the game hasn't been launched yet, so the hidden mission of Pandora, the rare card hunter, has naturally not been triggered yet. So although I am sorry to the player who robbed him of the opportunity, Yu does not intend to let this opportunity be cut. There is another reason why Yu chose this mission, because it is relatively safe. Although Pandora is a subordinate of the famous Yan Yi Gemalik in the Game King, and a member of the Dark Organization Guru's group, he does not possess extraordinary powers. In other words, this is just an ordinary duel. The loser at most only needs to withstand the impact of the three-dimensional image, set by Yu-Gi-Oh!, consume a certain amount of physical energy, and will not endanger life. Then the rare card will be snatched by the opponent. But this point, for Yu, he can basically ignore it. Because he now only has 4 bad guys in his deck and most of the trap cards that are not useful, and there is nothing that can be regarded as a rare card. His dual plate was not given by Haima Company at all, but was given by the system when the number was created. Therefore, his current state is a bit like a family disciple, and he is not afraid of thieves at all. The whole family of labor and capital in the daytime rummaged through it, but they couldn't find a single one. Can you find it if you are blind? Duel. Yu, LP4000. Pandora, LP4000. Then I will be the first to strike, draw the card. Pandora drew a card, glanced at it, revealed a slight chuckle, and added the card to 5 cards in his hand. Yu watched his movements, and couldn't help feeling. NND, I still miss the days when I was able to draw cards first. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Yes, the game linking the world was updated to the moment before he crossed, and the rules of playing cards have long been changed to first attack and not draw cards. The old players who were accustomed to the traditional rules at that time were more or less uncomfortable. But after getting used to the following rules, Yu now feels that Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing with the rules of the DM era is a bit awkward. What I want to summon here is it. Killer Tomato. Attack expression. Pandora slapped a monster card on the dual plate. The three-dimensional imaging technology was activated, and the card data was transmitted to the headquarters of Haima Company via the dual disc, and a red tomato with a weird grin immediately jumped out of the field. Killer Tomato, attack power 1400. My round is over. Pandora said. It was enough to attack and summon a 4-star monster, and even the backcourt was clean. That's not Yu playing indiscriminately. If a starter like opposite is still driving the large size before crossing, the opposite will definitely not survive the second round. That's all, the hero doesn't mention the bravery back then. Now let's concentrate on my round. Yu drew a card, glanced at his hand, thought for a long time, and finally drew out a card, with a pretty little wit, it's you posture, cruelly slapped the card on the dual plate. I summon the Elemental Hero Wingman. Elemental Hero Wingman, defense power 1000. Round, the round is over. Then what can he do if he's a cat? You? Instead, you told me to start with 2 winged men and 2 hot girls, but they didn't merge. How to play this card? Chapter 4, The Strongest Monster. Depressed, but there is nothing to complain about, after all, it was expected. Who told him to play a pure hero deck? Is there nothing I can do if I can only play a trash monster? Pandora even added such a mockery. Then he grinned and drew the next card. My turn. He glanced at the card he drew, and took it out without thinking about it, summon the Killer Doll of Resentment. A monster card appeared on the field under the special projection effects, and the intertwined light and shadow outlined the image of a gloomy doll. Its jaw was dislocated as if it was dislocated, and with a small axe in his hand, it made a weird laughter when he was called out. Killer of Resentment Doll, attack power 1600. First kill the trash monster you are acting as defense. Pandora waved his arm under the black robe, revealing the magician's red dress, Killer Tomato. Smash the weak trash monster. The big red tomato yelled, jumped up high, and pounced at the wingman. A tomato that can jump and scream, the picture looks a little bit happy. Pity our wingman is also a hero anyway, but his 1000-point defensive power makes him helpless even in the face of this tomato. The elemental hero gritted his teeth and seemed to tighten his muscles to increase his strength, but he was still knocked off the ground by Little Tomato. Little Tomato opened his mouth and took a vicious bite on the hero's arm, who then disappeared from the field like broken glass. In this way, there will be no monster that can protect you. Pandora smiled and waved again, Killer Doll, direct attack. The little puppet was as excited as being beaten with chicken blood when he got the command, and rushed up with his axe. Don't tell me, this realistic three-dimensional image in the linked world still looks quite visually impactful. At this moment, the doll rushed forward like a toy possessed by a resentful spirit in a horror movie, and the picture was still quite heart-palpitating. Yu subconsciously raised his arm to block him in front of him. The little axe passed everything from his arm. Although the image penetrated the past, it also brought a shock-like pain to his body. According to the explanation in the DM animation, it seems to say that this is the damage simulated by the dual disc. However, how the dual disc worn on the hand simulates the impact damage is a mystery. Maybe it can only be said to be Hime Company. The black technology is too awesome. UU, LP4000 LP2400. Fortunately, this is a duel in the DM period. The duel in this period is closer to the mode of you shoot one and I shoot one than later, and there are not so many bells and whistles. If it's in the late game, you will definitely be cool enough to play against any mainstream deck UU this round. Hey, is it just a third-rate duelist? Pandora snorted disdainfully, and with another wave of his arm, the cloak flew. The round is over. To me. Yu drew another card, his face slightly changed. Hey? Did you get a rare card? Pandora snorted, as if he noticed the change in his expression. Then let me take a good look, your rare card. Yu gave him a white look. Okay, let you see, the strongest monster in my deck. He drew a card from his hand. Come on. Elemental Hero, Dancing Man. Countless electric currents burst out, strong light appeared from the ground, the slender hero wearing a dark blue mask jumped out, the countless blue electric currents entwined all over his body beating like an elf. Elemental Hero Electric Man, Attack Power 1600. Pandora was stunned. He straightened the mask under his hood and blinked as if to make sure he was right. This monster, is your trump card? Yes, yet. Yu nodded seriously. Yu said that he was honest and trustworthy, but he didn't lie at all. The Elemental Hero Dancing Man is the one with the highest attack power among the 4 dead men. The RBI has a terrifying 1,600 points. It is not wrong to say that it is the strongest monster in this deck. The Diang Guangman on the field seemed to understand that the master called himself an ace, and his entire popularity suddenly changed. He straightened his chest and the whole body was pulsating, and there was an aura of invincibility. Go on, Diang Guangman. Yu pointed to Killer Tomato, attack Killer Tomato. The little tomato's face suddenly changed, and the green leaves on his forehead were about to fall off. I saw Diang Guangman jumping high, and as soon as his right palm came out, a blue lightning flashed through Little Tomato's body like a javelin, and the latter was wiped out on the spot. Pandora, LP4000 LP3800. Pandora's face was expressionless, and he pulled out the deck from the duel with one hand, expanded the deck and began to look for cards, while sullenly explained, the monster effect of the Killer Tomato. When this monster is destroyed by battle, it can be removed from the deck. Specially summon a dark monster with an attack power of 1,500 or less. I want to summon another Killer Tomato. He found the second Killer Tomato from the deck, replaced it on the duel board, shuffled the cards, and inserted the deck back into the duel board. Killer Tomato attack power 1400. My round is over. Yu announced the end of the round, but Pandora did not rush to draw a card, but stared at him ghastly. You kid, don't you have a rare card? Yu spread his hands together, I never said there was either. Ming Ming means that when you see the dual plate in my hand, you will assume that I have a rare card, but I'm a poor ghost with mortal bones, can't you? Pandora's face became even more gloomy, her eyes seemed to pierce Yu Yu. His mood, Yu Yu, can actually be guessed. His psychology is roughly similar to that of a snitch climbing a wall and knocking on a window to go to someone else's house. After tumbling over the cabinet for a long time, even P did not find one, so he left angrily. Made poor ghost mentality. However, what should you do if you said that I am poor? Can't use the rare card to blame me? In that case, don't blame me. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Pandora put his finger on the next card in the deck, and said gloomily, "New rules, if you lose, I will take your entire deck of cards. Team, and your dual plate. My round, draw cards." He added a new card to his hand and raised his eyes to stare at Yu. "Just let you get to know, the highest level magician in the world of dueling monsters, a top level monster like you, a third-rate duelist that may not be able to see in a lifetime." As he said, he exaggeratedly raised a card in his hand. "Come out. My most powerful servant, the Black Magician." Killer Tomato and the Resentment Doll disappeared from the field as a beam of light, and a blood-red mist rolled up out of thin air like a whirlwind. The red high hat, the armor-like robe, the dark green magic wand, the top magician appeared out of thin air with the swirling blood mist, hovering in front of Pandora, holding his arm and holding the wand in his arms. He looked at the enemy in front of him with a smile that was as cold and confident as the owner. "Black Magician, attack power 2500. This is the ace monster that Pandora holds, and the legendary Black Magician in the world of dueling monsters. Is just different from the Black Magician owned by Muto Game. His Black Magician is dressed in dark red and his skin is dark." Yu even thought boringly that the Black Magician in Wang Yang's hand is the reincarnation of an Egyptian priest. Then the Black Magician in Pandora's hand may be the chief of which tribe in Africa? "Black Magician!" Pandora yelled, "Smash me that kind of trash monster!" Chapter 5, There are strategies. Black Magician attack. Pandora waved his hand, dark magic. The red-black magician flew up in the air, and the green wand waved in the air. Waves of magical power poured out from the end of the staff, like black mist condensed into a sharp bayonet, flying towards the opposite field with a tangled electric current. The Dian Guang man with an attack power of only 1600 is obviously unable to withstand the blow of the black magician. The dark magic pierced his body easily, and the warrior of light snorted under the mask. The electricity from his body overflowed like a flood, and his body was instantly shattered under the impact of magic. Yu raised his hand to protect him, but he still couldn't stop the impact of the drop in health. The pain made him kneel on the ground involuntarily, sweating profusely, and it felt like he had just finished a marathon. Yu, LP2400 LP1500. "Sure enough, I am just a weak and incompetent." Pandora hummed disdainfully and shook his head. "I don't know how a weak duelist like you got the dual plate, but meeting me is the most unfortunate in your life. Thing. It looks like your duelist career is about to end here." He took out another card from his hand and inserted it into the slot in the demon trap area of the duel board. "I put a card on the field, and the round is over." Yu knelt on the ground, hearing a hot and muddy gasp in his nose. There is a black magician with an attack power of up to 2500 on the opposite field. It doesn't sound very high, but for Yu, the electric man who is the initial deck with the upper limit, it is already an insurmountable peak. In addition, his venue is now empty, his health is still 1500, but Pandora's side is almost unscathed. Although according to Yu-Gi-Oh's standard practice, it is still not enough to meet the lock-up conditions, but this is already disadvantageous enough. However, in this seemingly mortal situation, Yu couldn't help but smile. At this point, his tactics have been half successful. Of course he knew that it was almost impossible to win Pandora with the initial deck of this set of white boards. Although he was prepared with the mental preparation of even if the mission failed, he could accept it, but he couldn't come over to deliver food without any preparation. To put it simply, the task of confronting Pandora actually has a strategy analysis in the forum. All players need to prepare in advance is one card, a crucial card that can directly turn the situation around in this duel. Of course, Yuyu had prepared that card in advance, but it's a pity that he has not been able to get his hands so far. It's no surprise that there are 40 cards in a deck. If you want to draw a certain card, the probability is not that high. Not everyone can have anything they want to smoke like a king, it's just a fake African. But it doesn't matter, because although the player can't draw, they have their own skills given by the system. Fate Draw Card. Destiny Draw Card is commonly referred to as D-Draw by players in Linked World. You can only use it once in a duel, and it can only be triggered when your health is extremely low or when you are very different from the opponent, and the situation on the field is extremely unfavorable. After meeting the trigger conditions, the next time the player draws the card, the player can usually choose to activate the skill Destiny Draw when drawing the card, and can lock and draw the Destiny card set in advance when building the deck. It is worth emphasizing that this skill can only be drawn out of the cards set by the player in advance. Therefore, when setting the Fate card, players tend to choose more general-purpose powerful cards, which can be turned over by one card in most bad situations. For example, Hanno's Sublime Power. Trap card, Sacred Shield Mirror Power, destroy all face-up attack monsters on the opponent's field when the opponent declares an attack. However, cards like that are definitely top-level rarity, and there must be none on Yuyu's initial trumpet. What he set is another card, a strategy card specially prepared for this task. Draw a card. Yuyu only glanced briefly after drawing the card and added it to his hand. I summon elemental heroes, hot girls. A ball of flame was released in the venue, and the tall and hot long-haired heroine jumped out. Elemental hero hot girl, attack power 1200. Hey! Don't choose to strengthen the defense, but take the initiative to attack. Pandora began to tactically chant. If you don't attack it, you can't smash your owing face. Why does this conversation seem familiar? Note, Pandora's voice actor in Yu-Gi-Oh's DM animation is Zion Warren, and Eeyore Brando in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is the same person. Pandora hooked his mouth, smiled contemptuously, and then pressed a button on the duel board. Although I don't know what you want to do, but at this moment I activated my magic card Wave to the darkness. I saw the concealed card on Pandora's field stand up, and it was a green magic card. There was no quick attack sign beside the words of the magic card. Nanny? Activate a magic card on the opponent's turn? According to the orthodox rules of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the magic card can be activated in the main phase of your turn, and only the quick attack magic card can be activated in the opponent's turn. Oh, this is the era of Yu-Gi-Oh! DM excuse me. In the DM animation, Wang Yang can also initiate brainwashing, heart change, and the deceased Suisheng in the battle phase of the opponent's round. A thick black cloud began to appear over the field, accompanied by scarlet lightning. The devil's giant claws came out from the depths of the clouds, and could not help but grabbed the hot Yuyu's field and dragged her into the darkness. Ha 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 ha! A Beckon to the Darkness is a magic card that can drag a monster on the field into the dark abyss, so that your field will be empty again. Pandora smiled triumphantly, no matter what you are. It's no use calculating anything. Yuyu thoughtfully. He thought for a while, and also inserted a card into the slot of the dual plate magic trap area. Then I put up a card, and the round is over. Sure enough, I'm just an infamous duelist. Is there nothing I can do? Well, it is natural to face my black magician. It is impossible for ordinary duelists to win me. Pandora became more arrogant and proud, seeing his nostrils almost up to the sky. My round. This is your final round too. After he drew the card, the whole person became more and more floating. Ha ha ha, let you see what is the ultimate wizard controller. He held up the card that he had just drawn out. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Let you see at this moment. Call out the powerful card of the most advanced magician. What I want to activate is the magic card, the Curtain of Black Magic. Senran White Bones appeared on the field, with a six-pointed star on his chest, and the dark curtain under his body was silent. This card is to pay half of its health, and you can special summon a Black Magician from our deck. Come out, Black Magician. Pandora, LP3800 LP1900. Bones stretched out his scrawny arm to open the curtain under him, and the red figure flew out from it, flipped dexterously in mid-air, and landed on the field in half squatting. Black Magician, attack power 2500. Yuya was shocked. Black Magician, there are two. Ha ha ha, yes, there are 3 top rare cards like the Black Magician in my deck. Pandora continued to swell. Cards are the source of power for the dueler, this is how I and you are. The biggest difference between non-influenced duelists. Come on, Black Magician. Dark Magic. The total attack power of the 2 Black Magicians is 5000, but there is no monster on the UU field that can only act as a wall. But instead of panicking, he showed a successful smile at this time, and even wanted to say that's not true to brush up the sense of fashion. But let's forget that he is not the protagonist. Don't worry, UU raised his head and smiled strangely at Pandora. Before your Black Magician can attack, I will activate this card. Open the cover card, Magic Card Witch Hunting. Chapter 6, Are you okay? Launch the Magic Card Witch Hunt. Yuyu pressed the button on the dual plate, and the cards covering the field turned over. That is also a normal magic card. Kathu is a wooden cross, a weeping woman kneeling down with a rope, and an executioner wearing a golden helmet and holding a long knife. Witch hunting is not a rare card. According to the Link world, cards are divided into N card, NR card, R card, SR card, UR card, and the most rare USR card according to their rarity. The rarity of the magic card of witch hunting is only N. It belongs to the most common and lowest level of all cards. It is extremely easy to start. This thing is played for a little longer. The Link World player Kakuri has a 780 sheets. Although Yuya did not have the initial card set, he exchanged it in advance with the coupons provided by the system when he created the number, in order to specifically deal with this hidden mission. Anyway, the novice card coupons given by the system don't seem to be redeemable for other useful things. However, this is an ordinary N card that will be disliked if given to the player for nothing. It is indeed a deadly killer for Pandora's deck. Witch hunting is a card that can instantly destroy all the monsters of the magician type on both sides of the field. Yu chuckled, even the most advanced black magician you call is no exception. WH. What? Pandora's face suddenly changed, and the white mask on his face almost fell off. Is there such a card? You told me that this thing was not printed by you on the spot. I don't even believe it. People don't dare to blatantly print against the card like this, okay? However, it is useless for Pandora to refuse to accept it. He can only watch his 2 ace monsters, the Black Magician, entangled by powerful magic power, and turned into ashes under the suppression of the absolute power of the magic card. Impossible, how could there be such a card? Pandora's face was distorted, and he began to doubt life. No, before that, why did you have? I knew I would meet me a long time ago, and I knew I would use a black magician. Facing Pandora's shocked questioning, Yu just shrugged indifferently. He was really right about this. Yu had been waiting for him most of the night, and he had indeed known that he would use a black magician. And Pandora didn't seem to feel anything wrong with Yu's activating the usual magic card on the opponent's turn. He only seemed to think that the effect of this witch hunt was almost like a fake card. That being said, as a member of Gurus, the largest fake card group in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, he seems to have no position to accuse others of using fake cards. Not to mention no one else. Then it's my turn. The duel is still going on. Pandora's bowels are all regretful at this time. Although the magic card Curtain of Black Magic has the powerful effect of flying a black magician directly from the deck, it is not without side effects. Using this magic card not only needs to pay half of the life value, but also the player cannot perform any form of monster summoning in the turn when the card is activated. In fact, in this round, he directly allowed the black magician on the field to attack, which was enough to establish victory, but he had to pretend to be 13. The sky is empty, and 1900 points of life have been paid for nothing. If he didn't burst out the black magic curtain this round, even if the black magician on the field was destroyed by the witch hunting, he would still be able to use the black magic curtain to summon another one, not as it is now. This awkwardly empty field. But it doesn't matter, he has 1900 HP left. The kid opposite had already said that the mortal bone, referring to Dian Guang Man, with an attack power of 1600 was already his trump card. Now his field is empty, and the next round may not be able to summon a monster to destroy his last 1900 points of health. Pandora began to comfort himself. As long as he can go to his next round, he will still have a chance. Draw a card. Yu Yu glanced at the card he drew, Summon Elemental Hero, Dancing Man. The blue electric current jumped around, and the slender blue warrior flew out with the help of the stereo projection. Elemental Hero Dian Guang Man No. 2 Unit. Elemental Hero Electric Man, Attack Power 1600. Pandora breathed a sigh of relief. So far so good. It seems that the monster really has the highest attack power in the opponent's deck. Even after this round of attack, he still has the last 300 health points. Pandora feels that he can continue. However, immediately after that, Yu Yu took out another card from his hand and inserted it into the slot of the duel board. Activate the equipment magic card, Legendary Sword. Give the legendary sword to the elemental hero, Dancing Man. The blade of the golden hilt appeared out of nowhere in front of Dian Guang Man, who grasped one of them, and the blue electric snake instantly wrapped around the sword body exuding cold light. Legendary Sword, only warrior monsters can be equipped, and the attack power and defense power of equipped monsters increase by 300. Elemental Hero Electric Man, Attack Power 1600 Attack Power 1900. Pandora, LP 1900. Pandora. The smile gradually freezes. JPG. It's definitely a card printing, right? Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Dian Guang Man. Yu Yu pointed forward, attack directly. Dian Guangxia rushed forward with his sword flying, and the electric current was suddenly entangled, and the afterimage was so fast that it was like a flash of lightning. The sword blade entwined with electric light instantly occupied all his vision. Pandora screamed in horror and hurriedly covered his head with his arms. The sword of thunder and lightning slashed down, and the real impact brought by it. Pandora let out a scream, rolled his eyes exaggeratedly, and lay on his back on the ground. Pandora, LP 1900 LP 0. 1. At the same time, Yu Yu's system also jumped out of the prompt. The hidden mission challenge from Gurus is complete. Get a reward Black Magician, please check it in the system card library. Is comfortable. Yu Yu immediately opened Keiku and took a good look at the newly acquired Black Magician. It's a pity that his card face of the Black Magician is the chief version of the black-skinned red armor in Pandora's hand. But he is already content. Until so many years after Link World was launched, there were only so few players who obtained the Black Magician, and it is already very good to get such a card. In addition, his system Kakuri finally has a chance to draw the powerful support card of the Black Magician. In the age of DM, when the dual cards weren't so fancy, the whole set of Black Magicians was still quite strong. Yu Yu put away the dual plate with satisfaction, turned around and prepared to leave, and couldn't help turning his head to look at Pandora, who was paralyzed on the ground and rolled his eyes. In fact, when watching the DM animation, he wanted to complain. It was obviously just playing cards. I don't know why the guru's group fell to the ground like a big sword too much after losing one by one. AKO who is about to die from exhaustion. Even a normal duel will have a certain impact damage, but this reaction is too exaggerated, right? Could it be that their Yunyi Master Malik planted the curse of it will happen if you lose the cards on each of them? That's pretty ruthless. Yu wanted to leave, but suddenly thought of something. He turned and walked back to the collapsed Pandora, bent over from the dual plate in his left hand and pulled out his entire deck. According to the card gambling rules, I will accept your rare card. Yu shook his opponent's deck pretentiously, but because I haven't figured out which card I want to take, I will take them all. Go back and pick it slowly, don't you have any comments? Okay, that's it if you don't have any comments. So before Pandora could reply, he shook the set of cards in his hand and walked away swaggeringly. Pandora, at number, % and asterisk. Chapter 7, What Did I Do? Yu counted the trophies collected from Pandora one by one. According to the rules of the Duel City period, each duelist's deck has required a minimum of 40 cards, but Pandora used only a dozen cards in the duel with Muto in the DM animation. Now Yu took his entire deck and took a look, and found that although Pandora claimed to be a pure Black Magician deck, there were only a few cards in his deck related to the Black Magician. 3 Black Magicians, a magic card with thousands of knives, a curtain of black magic, and a coffin of the resurrection of the black demons. Thousands of knives, normal magic cards, and if there is a Black Magician on your field, you can only activate it by targeting one monster on the opponent's field. The opponent monster destroyed. Black Magic Curtain, usually a magic card. In the turn when this card is activated, both players can pay half of the basic points to special summon a magician monster from their respective hand cards and decks. Black Demon Resurrection Coffin, usually a trap card, is activated when the opponent player summons a monster, and uses that monster and one of your own monsters as sacrifices to resurrect a black demon in the cemetery. All the above are animation effects. Yu inserted the cards seized from Pandora into the dual plate and tried them, and found to his surprise that these cards seemed to work. You need to know that in previous games that linked the world, players could only use cards obtained from the system card library or mission rewards. Just like Yu just grabbed the NPC deck and placed it on the dual plate, there was no response. Yu speculated that it might be because he became an NPC after being reborn, so now he can use locally produced cards like other NPCs. At the same time, he has his own game panel for the player, and he can also get cards from the system card pool just like a player. It means that he has become a kind of existence between the player and the NPC, and at the same time he can use the cards produced by the game and the system. The only regret is that the only 3 Black Magicians in the Pandora card group did not respond after being placed on the dual plate. Yu is not sure what the specific reason is, but he guessed that it might be related to Pandora's manipulation of the 3 cards. In the animation, it was explained that Pandora's 3 Black Magicians were slightly cut by him, so that he can cheat when shuffling the cards before the duel, ensuring that his ace Black Magician can be drawn into his hands from the start. Maybe it's because he moved this little hand and foot on the card, so the dual plate attached to the system doesn't recognize these 3 cards. But it doesn't matter. He also has a Black Magician as a reward for completing the task, and he is lying quietly in his Keiku at the moment. In addition, completing tasks and winning Pandora also gave him a lot of experience rewards. The character jumped directly from level 1 to level 3 in one breath, and received a reward of 40 spars. Spar can draw card packs in the system card pool, but for the linked world, 40 spar is really drizzle, and this reward is not enough. The misty night faded away, and the sky gradually broke. Tongyashi's streets woke up lazily, and pedestrians began to appear in the empty streets. This is the second day of Yuyu's rebirth. Today's primary goal is to find a place where I can sleep with food. After all, people will die if they don't eat it. No matter how good the cards are, it is necessary to have a good meal. It doesn't matter what salary or anything, he just needs a place where he can rest for a short time. After all, Yu-Gi-Oh's world view, as long as you can play cards, there is no need to worry about making money later. After walking around the streets in the early morning, Yu quickly stopped in front of a card shop. The back of the shop window was filled with card boxes of dueling monsters, and a notice of recruiting waiters was posted at the top. Yu thought for a while, and walked straight in. The store door is open, but it seems that it has only been opened for a long time. After all, the sky just lights up right now. The space in the store is quite large. The lined containers are like bookshelves in the library, except that the rows and rows are filled with card holders and card boxes. On some shelves, there are some imitation figures of the popular duel monsters and some other peripheral products. Welcome! The girl's crisp voice came from behind the rows of shelves. What appeared from behind was a girl with straight neck and short hair. She had a rare silver hair. Her expression blankly looked a little immature, not tall, and she looked like a junior high school student. Yu was surprised at the eye-catching silver hair for the first time, but he then thought about it. The protagonist in this worldview, Muto game, wears a colorful starfish head to go to school, and no one feels wrong. Pretty normal? So it seems more noteworthy than this, or the maid outfit that this girl wore. Yes, the white lace skirt, tight black stockings perfectly outline the outline of the girl's calf, and there is a big white bow tied behind it. Looks like a standard maid costume with regional characteristics. What's more interesting is that when the girl appeared from behind the shelf and saw Yu, at the first glance, Yu noticed a string of favorite degree plus 10 coming out of her head. Yu. It's good to be handsome. I didn't do anything, and I got a 10 favorability rating when I first met with someone. Harao thought that when he was a player, it was a lot of effort to get the NPC's favorability for a task. It took a long time for me to run errands and play cards. It took me more than half a week to get a pitiful favorite degree plus 5. At the time, I felt that this broken game was simply a scalp numb. Now that I think about it, it may not be the fault of the game, it may be that I was ugly at the beginning. However, the professionalism of the lady maid seems to be in place. She has a clear favorability on her face, but Yui Wubo has no reaction at all, and only salutes the guests in a standard way. Hello, do you want to buy a card or some coffee? There is still coffee. Yu then noticed that this place seems to be more than just a card shop. There are tables and seats next to it. Guests can order coffee and drink to sit here and read, or play cards. Of course, there is no such high-end technology such as three-dimensional images in small stores. Playing cards in the store is actually like playing cards in the real world with friends from board game clubs around a table and finding a card pad. It is a leisure and entertainment activity. No need. Yu pointed to the notice posted on the window outside. I just saw that you are short of people here, so I want to apply for it. Oh, that's it. The girl nodded, yes, but an interview is needed. Was the interview? Just do it now. The girl walked behind the counter and took out a small black-covered notebook from the drawer. She unfolded the book on her slender and huge wrist, took out the button-type ballpoint pen in the other hand, and pressed the tip of the pen with her thumb. Yu was a little surprised. It's here, are you asking questions? He looked around subconsciously, and found that there really seemed to be no other people in the shop. The girl raised her head blankly, can't I? No. Nothing. Yu just felt that this girl looked a bit too tender, not much like the manager. Let's start with the name, she said. Yu. Outsiders. Age. 19. He made up the age or something. Because he must answer honestly, his account has just been created one day. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Strictly speaking, it is only one day old now. But if you say it, the other party will definitely not believe it. 19, 2 years older than me. The girl mumbled to herself. Yu noticed that the words favorite degree +5 popped up on the little silver head. Yu. What did I do? The girl's eyes then fell on the dual plate in his left hand. Are you a duelist? She asked. Yes. Yu nodded. Then why do you want to work part-time? Yu, duelers, also have to eat well. The girl's facial muscles didn't move at all, but she stared straight at him for a long time. Staring, Yu even felt a little uncomfortable. But she didn't say anything. She lowered her head again, and continued to write something in the notebook. Friendship degree +5. Yu. What did I do again? The last question. The girl's pen stopped, her voice calm. Do you have a girlfriend? Yu. Is this a job application or an account check? Does this kind of thing really have anything to do with my job search? But considering that he is the applicant now, he still answered truthfully, no. This sentence is a total truth, even to the point of being a bit tragic, because even if he counts his previous life experience, it is a truth that cannot be faulted. Oh, no. The girl nodded. Friendship degree +10. Yu. Chapter 8, This Works. Yu found out that this may not have anything to do with what he did, and what he said to him may not be particularly relevant. Anyway, as long as he stays here, the lady maid's favorability seems to increase naturally. There is no way, being too handsome will bring distress. It's just that the maid's concealment is very good, and she can't see any signs of up from her face, so Yu even thought that the function of the corresponding module of the system was malfunctioning. But after getting acquainted with this maid lady later, Yu found out that she really was thinking too much now. Because the maid may never have the intention to hide it from the beginning to the end, she is just a simple three-faceless paralysis. After all the questions were asked, the maid closed the notebook without any hassle. That's all I want to ask, she said. That's it? Yu didn't mean anything else, but he thought these questions were a bit strange as interview questions. How do you think these things have nothing to do with the position he is applying for? Yu asked. Then, I admitted. I don't know. The maid shook her head. What? Because I'm not the store manager, I don't count. Her tone was calm and almost taken for granted. I'm still in high school, just come here to help during the holidays. Yu. Then you were playing with me just now? But you must keep smiling at this time. Oh, that's it. Yu asked, is the store manager here? The girl's head shook like a rattle. I'm out. She said, out of town, I won't be here for the time being. But I can call you for instructions. Then I will trouble you. The girl turned around and went to the warehouse behind. Yu leaned against the glass counter and began to scan aimlessly between the card packages in the store. Before the crossing, the cards in these card shops are just decorations for the players, just like decorations in the scene. The cards here are only available to NPCs, and players won't be able to read them even if they buy them back in their system. But it is different for Yu now, he can use it as an NPC here. He has already made up his mind to come here to open the package when he has money. After I get rich. Since the manager is away, Yu doesn't have any expectations for this position for the time being. He was already thinking about where to find work next. But I didn't expect the maid to return soon, and she also brought good news. The manager said you can stay. Hey! Yu was taken aback. He didn't ask any questions. No. The girl said, he said to try it out first, and wait until he comes back. He said let me take you with me first to get familiar with the work. My job is just be responsible for helping me. She pointed to the bar next to her. Sometimes there will be customers coming for coffee, and if there are too many people, sometimes I will be too busy to come alone. You will use coffee, right? Yu nodded, understand a little. My dad taught me to soak in Hawaii. Oh, this is Yu-Gi-Oh! Excuse me. That's good. The girl motioned for him to follow her and led him through the shelves. Yu discovered that there was a red wooden door in the most inconspicuous corner of the store. Here, board and lodging are included, but the salary may not be too high. There is no salary during the probation period. You can wait for the boss to come back and talk to him for the official salary. Okay. Yu followed behind and nodded. He didn't have any expectation on salary or anything. What he came here for was to include food and housing. Well, there may be a discount if you buy a card. The girl opened the wooden door, and behind it was a long staircase, which stretched all the way into a cloud of darkness. Because of the bad lighting in the compartment, it was impossible to see the situation above. The room is up here. She said, I live on the 3rd floor. I like to live higher. The 2 rooms on the 2nd floor are empty. You can pick one of them and I will get the key for you. Okay. Yu walked all the way, and suddenly thought of something. By the way, I don't know your name yet. China, Ito China. Without turning her head back, just call me China. She brought Yu to the 2nd floor. Yu randomly picked a room and opened the door, only to feel a dull musty smell rushing over his face, as if he had opened a wine cellar that had been sealed for many years. The room space is not large, only a bedroom and a narrow bathroom. The light of the morning passed in through the only small window, and countless dust particles flew unscrupulously in the light. Ito China took a step back and pinched her small nose. Because no one comes in all the year round, the environment is a bit bad. She may indeed feel that this dormitory is a bit sorry for this junior. If you don't mind, I can help you clean up after the store closes at night. Yu waved his hand. It's okay, I can do it myself. After a pause, he asked, compared to this, is it really okay for me to just move in like this? I mean, the store manager has never seen me. No, it should be said that we did not even pass the call. The 2 of them have already left the room and started going downstairs. It's okay. China Ito said lightly, although he may make things difficult for you after he comes back, but he won't drive you away directly. The store manager is actually a pretty good person, so I must say that there are any shortcomings. It's a tofu heart with a knife mouth. Oh? It means that although his mouth is mean, he actually treats people well. No. China shook his head and said calmly, it means that he has a mean expression on his mouth, but he is actually thinking about how to eat tofu. Yu. I read less, don't lie to me. What does Yu read? www.yuyugonshu.com mean? So it means that the manager is a a gentleman? It's just that these words are spoken lightly from the mouth of such a beautiful girl with facial paralysis. I always feel a little weird. By the way, you have to change your overalls if you want to work. China stopped, suddenly remembering something, and turned to look at Yu. There are a few spares in the warehouse, but I don't know if the size fits your body. Yu became alert for an instant. Work clothes? What work clothes? Is it possible that he has to change into a maid outfit? This is different from what he said. He just came to eat and drink, but he didn't intend to betray his morals. Fortunately, China came back with a man's dress after a while. Snow-white lining, black vest and bow tie. In this costume, Yu feels that he looks like a common bartender in movies, except that his part is not wine but coffee. The lady maid stood in front of him, helped him pat the wrinkles on his clothes, fastened the bow tie dexterously with her little hand, and helped him tidy up the collar. Then she stepped back 2 steps, tilted her head and looked at it for a while, as if the artist nodded her head as if facing her finally completed masterpiece. Friendship degree +5. Yu has become numb to the series of prompts that pop up on her head from time to time. Seemed very satisfied with this junior, Kiana nodded and said to herself, okay, it should work. Yu. Wait, little sister, you speak clearly. What do you say can be used? Chapter 9, it makes sense, I and number 039, am speechless. 1 week later, in Tono City, a duel venue. My turn. Yu drew a card from the deck, then swept his arm. I use the Elemental Hero's Denlight Man, Elemental Hero Nandoroid on the field as sacrifices, come out. Elemental Hero Golden Blad Eamon. A soldier in pure gold alloy appeared from the three-dimensionally projected card picture. He has green eyes, and his body is structured like steel muscle tissue, reflecting a unique metallic luster under the lighting of the stadium. Elemental Hero Golden Blade Man, Attack Power 2600. The passerby in front of Yu, WH. What? It is a monster with 2600 attack power. The passersby who watched by the side also commotion, a card with higher attack power than the legendary rare Kochen Red-Eyed Black Dragon and Black Magician. Yu. The standards by which the local duelists in this world judge the strength of the cards are really single and interesting. In the eyes of players, the most important monster effect is basically dispensable in the eyes of local NPCs, and even magic traps are not very popular. The basic thing they value is the monster's attack power. And to be honest, the card pool of Yu-Gi-Oh! DM's era is not too deep. The mortal and blue-eyed white dragon with an attack power of 3000 is already a monster that many duelists can look forward to. However, from the player's point of view, the power of attack is only drizzle. Known as the highest attack power of dueling monsters and the panel attack power of up to 5000, the 5 Emperor Dragons are nothing more than a fish that can't even be regarded as a wall in the eyes of players. Of course, Yu, who is still in a serious lack of cards, is not qualified to say that for the time being. But there is no difficulty in defeating these unnamed passerby NPCs. Fight. Yu entered the battle stage directly. Elemental Hero Golden Blade Man, attack the captain who cuts into the enemy line. The captain who cuts into the enemy's line, the attack power is 1200. The Golden Metal Hero jetted out engine flames from the back, turning into a golden afterimage and swooping down in front of the warrior holding a long sword. The captain who cut into the enemy line gritted his teeth and raised his sword to try to defend, but his power was almost negligible in front of the Golden Blade Man who was a superior monster. The Golden Blade easily cut the silver sword in the captain's hand into 2 pieces. The latter grunted and received the lunch on the spot. Passerby, Passerby, LP1400 LP0. The crowds all around started to cheer. Elemental Hero, a deck that I have never heard of, so strong. What is the origin of this new duelist? In this way, he has already killed 20 people in one breath, right? Too strong, this should be professional. Yes, this week, Yu spent all his free time outside of work in this duel hall, fighting various duels in the venue. It is well known that Tono City is basically a duel-based city in Yu-Gi-Oh! Thanks to President Haima's vigorous promotion, people in half of the city gave him a duel brain. Because of this, a large number of dueling venues have been built in this city. Duelists can go to any venue to play card duels with duelists in the same city. Sometimes there will be some small private competitions in the venues, and if you win, you can also earn a little extra money. But that's all secondary to Yu. He comes here to play cards unimpeded every day, mainly for his mixed experience to upgrade quickly, so as to earn more spars and go to the system card pool in exchange for the cards he wants. The early level of creation is the easiest to upgrade. Although compared to the spar that can be obtained for each level in the later stage, it is pitiful, but at least it comes quickly. These days, Yu has already won 20 consecutive victories in one breath. The reason why he has only won 20 consecutive victories is because he does not have too much free time to work every day, and the other is because of his physical strength. The number of consecutive duels is also limited. In the duel hall, brushing NPCs is one of the most commonly used upgrade methods for players in the early days. Because the monsters in the local duelist decks are basically all mortal bones, Demon Trap also likes to add a bunch of handsome-looking but unclear things, most of which are completely useless card piles. For players, even if you use a pure entertainment deck that is not for the most important purpose, you can sling these NPCs casually. So after playing for such a week, although Yu Yu's image in the eyes of passers-by is so tall that he is close to the god of war, he does not have much sense of accomplishment. What is the sense of accomplishment of bullying simple human functions? Well, maybe, except for President Haima. Judging from the Game King DM animation, Mr. Seahorse Sedito was never able to play dark games with cards, so he was fond of developing artificial intelligence that imitated dark games to accompany him in playing cards, so he gloriously won the title of King of Humans and Machines. Yu Yu played the cards for the past week, and all the spars he saved were smashed into the system card pool. However, most of the cards drawn out after opening the package were either cards with unknown meanings, or they looked really awesome, but they couldn't do it at all. Thing into actual combat. Only this elemental hero with an attack power of 2600, the Golden Blatt Eamon, is barely considered a monster in this era. The era when even the Golden Blatt Eamon is considered a monster is now really simple. Yu Yu reading www.yuyugonshu. At this stage, other com cards can only lie in Kokolai and eat ashes. After this duel, today's physical strength is almost exhausted. Yu Yu put away the duel plate, left the arena and began to return to his current dormitory. At this time, the sky was already dark, and the street outside was chilly. Pedestrians wandered the streets in twos and threes. Vehicles rushed past the road, and the tail lights left eye-catching light paths in the air. When Yu Yu returned to the door of the store, the maid lady was standing at the door of the store, standing on her toes and trying to put up a poster. But no matter how tall she is, she's a little too small, and it looks like she won't be able to stick it smoothly without the aid of a stool. Yu Yu walked behind her. "Let me come." Ito China only noticed him. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and then she moved away with a hum. Friendship degree +2. Yu Yu is already numb to this. Yu Yu took the poster and helped her stick it squarely on the door, and then took 2 steps back to check the effect. That is a promotional poster of a newly released card. A large number of newly purchased cards are painted on the poster, and a black magician in a black robe is used in the background. Yu Yu is a little strange. Is there a black magician in Zinkalai? He remembers that the card of the black magician is not only among the players, but also among the local residents of this world. It should be the top rare card. Of course not. China said lightly. So the picture of this poster. Then when you eat instant noodles, are there really the beef and vegetables painted on the packaging box in the noodle bucket? Yu Yu. Fuck, it makes sense. I was speechless. Chapter 10, here is an end card. When Yu Yu recovered, he had been staring at the new batch of card packages in the store for 10 minutes. And the reason why he was able to recover is because a line of favorite degree +1 hints quietly drifting across the corner of his field of vision. Yu Yu looked in that direction speechlessly, and as expected, he saw the expressionless China girl. The latter noticed that when he looked back, he hurriedly turned away and lowered his head to be busy with something. Then Yu Yu took a closer look and found that she was studying a supplementary exercise book attentively. Is a high school student. Wait a moment, is her book reversed? But as the saying goes, people are hard to dismantle. Yu Yu just pretended not to see it. China suddenly looked up. Do you want to buy a card? Yu Yu was taken aback for a moment. Because you have been staring at the card packs over there for a long time. With a ballpoint pen, she pointed to the batch of card packs Yu Yu had just stared at. Yu Yu looked at the direction she was pointing at. Qianna took advantage of this instantaneous gap to explode and quickly adjusted the direction of the book that had fallen in front of him. Yes, I really wanted it. Yu Yu turned his head and shrugged helplessly. He didn't seem to have noticed China's small movements, at least China thought he might not have noticed. Of course you want to. Because he saw a magic card named Pot of Strong Desire from the description of the card box corresponding to that batch of cards. Pot of Desire, the player who activates can draw 2 cards from the deck. Simple and rude effect, but it is almost unreasonable. It has a powerful card drawing effect that can be easily exchanged for 2 without a cost. Earning cards is like eating and drinking water. It can be called an artifact of the world of dueling monsters. Of course, the duelists in the DM world obviously didn't realize this. From the card rarity mark on the card box, the pitiful N behind the Pot of Desire is enough to tell that no one takes this thing seriously. However, even so, the magic card of the Pot of Desire in the linked world is also a patent of NPC, and players cannot obtain it. There is no way to obtain this divine card whether through the system card pool or special missions. Therefore, the player can only look at the Pot of Desires launched by the NPC every time when facing an NPC. Once upon a time, Yu was also one of the players who was jealous and furious every time he saw an NPC brazenly using the Pot of Desire. But it's different now. Now he is also a native of the world protected by the rules of the world. He feels that he deserves the power to fill the deck with 3 pots of strong desires. But let's talk about it when I pay the salary. Yu said helplessly. Yes, this is a very real problem, that is, he has no money. That's it. China tilted his head and thought, and said, then, I will lend you a little bit and return it to me after you pay the salary. Hey! Yu was startled, then waved his hand quickly, thank you very much, but let's forget it. After all, I haven't known each other for a long time, so it's always inappropriate to borrow money from other people's girls casually. It's okay. Kiana said blankly, compared to this, if you wait until the salary is paid, and the desired card is taken away by other guests in advance, isn't it good? It seems to be the same. Although the pot of is only an N card, it stands to reason that there should be a lot of new card packs. But who can say this kind of thing? Then, well, let me borrow a little first. Is just preparing to open an N card after all. Shouldn't cost much. Var? So Yu got his wish and got the first pack of cards he had bought since the journey. Then I'm going to go on. China placed her arms crossed on the counter, her chin resting on her white arms, and she stretched her neck to watch the scene. Yu opened the first card pack and took out 5 of them. Ah! China took a look at the City Defender pterodactyl in his hand, and said in surprise, it's amazing, the first pack actually got a rare card. Yu! Are you kidding me? Is this a low attack mortal bone or a rare card? City Defender pterodactyl, level 4, attack power 1400, defense power 1200, no effect. This rare card came out and he estimated that he wouldn't be able to use it in his life. Continue to open the package. After 3 consecutive packs of useless things, China was surprised when he saw what Yu's 5th pack opened clearly. Hey? Light Seal Sword? It's another rare card. Your luck is very good. I think so. Yu's face hurt. Sword of Light, trap card, and 1 card from the opponent's hand are randomly selected to indicate removal from the game. After activation, the card returns to the opponent's hand during the opponent's preparation phase on the 4th round calculated by the opponent's turn. Card. When reached the 10th pack, Qian eyes changed when he saw him. Cow Demon. It's a rare card again. Cow Demon, level 4, attack power 1800, defense power 1300, no effect. Yu knew that in Qian's eyes, he might be the kind of ultra-European who one-shot 10 consecutive 3UR, and his face was white and reflective. But the question is, who really wants these rare cards that are useless? What egg can a Tauren do? I just want a pot of in the street, is it so difficult? China asked, will you continue to smoke? Pump, of course continue. It's a big deal to sell these so-called rare cards to get the money back. After the 20 packs of cards, there is still no shadow of the end card Pot of Desire. But what comforted him was that somehow a magic card fusion was released, which is a useful card for him. After 30 packs are drawn, there is still no Pot of Desire. Yu started to follow the new batch of cards a little bit. He has to see how many packs he has to smoke to see the Pot of Desire. It's just that this bag is all the girl's money, so I feel a little sad. However, China himself didn't seem to have any opinions. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com just silently lay on the counter watching him one package after another, repeating tirelessly like a ruthless package opening machine. Finally, the 50th pack of card packs, the Pot of Strong Desire he was thinking of has finally appeared. Looking at the big green pot with yellow teeth and wretched smile on this emerald magic card, Yu suddenly had the urge to burst into tears. This may be the first time in his life, he is happy to draw an end card than the bunch of rare cards before. China looked curiously. You just smoke this? Yes. China said he was puzzled, but you got so many rare cards just now, why do you have to, this kind of useless thing? Useless things? Hehe, the girl is still young, she has never experienced the horror of the pot without being beaten. But he also knows that the local residents of this world have a completely different understanding of dual monster cards from players. It is indeed not very practical to popularize the concepts of card bat and earning cards to them in such an environment. Yu was thinking how to explain to the girl, but at this moment a guest came in. Hello, is there anyone? A young blonde man came in, wearing a white t-shirt with blue stripes and a blue long-sleeved jacket. I want to ask, is there the latest dual plate released by Hime Company? The two people in the shop came over to follow the prestige together. Yu raised his eyebrows. Katsuya Castle? Chapter 11, Let End Number 039, S Play Cards. Yu recognized it at a glance, and the blonde boy who walked in front of the door was Katsuya Yanushi, one of the protagonists of Yu-Gi-Oh! DM. The DM protagonist group is full of games in the later games of the Game Kings. Even Immortal City was highly praised by the founder of the game Bekas, known as the father of dueling monsters, and became a duel for future generations. The legend in the mouth of the readers. It was so obvious that the people who came in immediately behind the city were naturally his inseparable friends. Muto Games, Kyoko Masaki, and Hiroshi Honda, especially Muto Games. The starfish head with unique characteristics comparable to Super Scions is absolutely impossible to be mistaken. It's just that Yu remembered that in the animation, some of them seemed to go to a card shop opened by a rare card hunter to buy the dual plate, and in the animation, the release of Hime's new dual plate seems to have started only a week after the opening of the dual city. Now it looks like there are still 3 weeks before the game. But after all, this is a link to the world, and it is normal to have slight differences with the development of animation. Ah, welcome. China returned to the counter, we also have a dual plate in our store. According to the requirements of Hime Company, the level of the representative of all duels has been sent to our computer. Level 5 and above of duels can receive a new type of dual plate and qualifications for the duel contest for free. Hey! The game showed a surprised expression. Hippocampus, ah, I understand. In this way, the level of the duels can be effectively guaranteed. Can you tell me your names, then? China asked. My name is Muto Game. Muto, Game. China muttered while typing in the big desktop computer on the counter. Suddenly she moved for a while, showing a somewhat surprised expression and raised her head. Are you Muto Game, Duel King? The game won the championship in the Duel Kingdom game not long ago, and defeated Bekas, the founder of the Duel Monster game in the duel. Bekas admitted that he was awarded the title of the King of the World Duel. Almost no one knows this. No one knows. It's me. The game lowered his head, still a little embarrassed. According to the Hime Company's classification system of duels, the highest level seems to be 8. If you remember correctly, Yu remembers that Haima's rating for the game in the original animation is 8. Hey! After China called up the Duel information on the computer, she seemed a little surprised. What's wrong? The game came to the counter curiously, leaning forward to see the content on the screen. That, it stands to reason that the upper limit of the Duel's level should be only 8th level. China reluctantly turned the computer screen over to show them. It was Mudo Game's name displayed on the screen, with his ID photo with the 1000-year-old bricks hanging next to him. The Trump monster message on the left is the famous Black Magician, and the Duelist level given below. It's level 10. It's amazing. Zhao began to rub the starfish head of the game with excitement, because it is due to the King of Duel. So the level of the game is unique. Ha, the guy at Seahorse understands it. China nodded. 10th level duelist, it seems that Mudo Game is the only one. Yu is a bit speechless. He seemed to see President Haima hugging his arms and laughing, saying something like, "This is the only way to be worthy of my old enemy of Haima Seti." Qian Nai didn't say anything, but she glanced at the sharp-eyed and domineering ID photo of the game on the screen, and then looked at the person in front of her who was rubbing her head in the castle with a face of harmless humans and animals. There is always a feeling of the picture does not match the real thing. Seems a bit different from the Duel King in her impression. Of course, I just think about it. At this moment, Yu had already taken a box of brand new dueling discs from the back warehouse under her sign, and handed it over to the game. The game took the box with joy and prudently, and politely owed the lower body, "Thank you." "What about me, what about me?" Zhao Chu couldn't wait to squeeze up. "My name is Yanushi, I am the runner-up of the Dueling Kingdom." "Okay, just a second." China entered the name seriously, and then gave a weird "hey," just as surprised as when he checked the game level just now. Chingushi's eyes lit up. "What's the matter? Is it that I am also level 10 like the game?" "Oh, that stinky seahorse, looks annoying on the surface, but in fact there is still something to be desired." "At that?" China looked at the screen and then inside the castle, as if she didn't know how to speak. Yu stepped up, coughing, "About this, you seem to have only 2 levels, and the following remarks, right fan bone?" Chinguka's expression was dull, and he blinked, probably maintaining this state, and his brain crashed for more than 5 seconds. "Hey? Where, Van Bones?" In the city, the hair exploded in an instant, and it looked like he was desperately looking for a seahorse. "What does that of the seahorse mean, mortal bones? Why can't I compete for the runner-up of the Kingdom Duel?" Honda desperately pulled back. "All right, calm down in the castle, you scared the lady behind the counter." "Yeah, but it's really strange." China said to himself under his chin, "Kunaocho, I remember that it seems that he should be the runner-up of the Duel Kingdom. Only 2 stars are indeed a bit. Strangeness." "Yes, is it?" Cheng Aoki seemed to see hope leaning over from the counter excitedly, and China subconsciously stepped back in fright. But this is Haima's regulations, even if you say so, we can't help it." "Damn!" The castle continued to gritted his teeth. Yu, who has been eating melons and watching, said, "But it's not that there is no other way." "Hey? What? Fight with me?" Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Yu smiled and said, "If you win me, we can open one eye and close one eye and let you pay to buy back the new dual plate." According to the current regulations of Haima Company, the dual plate is not for sale until the Duel City competition, and only recognized duels can receive it for free. Because this is not only a prop for playing cards, but also an entry ticket to the competition. But it doesn't matter if you just sell one. Yu said this, of course, not because he was addicted to cards and wanted to find someone to do it, but because this is a living experience. Yanushi is already a legendary duelist in the DM, although not for the time being. If he wins a game, the experience gained can be comparable to that of fighting fish in the venue. Weak. And playing cards with the protagonist team is also helpful to trigger special tasks, and even hope to participate in the main storyline of Yu-Gi-Oh! In the linked world, there are always a bunch of players circling around the protagonist group. It's just that the opportunity to play cards with the protagonists is untold. The system does not allow players to go directly to the original protagonists and grab them to play cards. Only when certain conditions are met in a specific situation can they get a chance to fight with the protagonists. China turned his head and looked at Yu Yu in surprise. "Are you okay?" Although she didn't mean to question Yu Yu's skills, after all, the castle is the runner-up of the dueling kingdom, and it should be a duel second only to the game. "It doesn't matter." Yu Yu smiled at her. "Don't look at me like this, I am very strong." Friendship degree +8. Yu Yu. Chapter 12, Rising Star Lord. This time is around the meal. It is the peak time for commuting in the city, and it is the time when there are most pedestrians on the road. Cheng Aoqi temporarily borrowed the new dual plate that was just unpacked from the Good Buddy game, and assembled it, and came out of the store with Yu Yu. The two opened the field on the empty ground, which also attracted more and more pedestrians to start watching on the side of the road. "Speak first." Cheng Aoqi inserted the deck into the duel, activated and unfolded the machine. His face was full of confidence. "I am very strong." Yu Yu smiled slightly, did not speak, but also started the duel. "Come on in the castle." The friends including the game began to cheer. Ito China stood quietly on the opposite aisle, looking curiously at Yu, who was exchanging cards with the other party. "This guy, it's really okay." Duel, X2. Yu Yu, LP4000. Katsuya Castle, LP4000. "I'll attack first, draw the card." Castle quickly entered the state. "I summon the legendary swordsman Masaki, and attack." The special effects of light and shadow appeared on the ground, which rolled up the circular airflow. A three-dimensional monster card appeared in front of the city, and a soldier in green armor and a helmet appeared in the eyes of everyone. With his head hanging down, half of his face hidden in the shadows, his hands on the hilt of the sword are ready to go, like a warrior who has experienced many battles. The legendary swordsman Masaki, attack power 1100. "Then I will put another card," Zhao Cho continued. "I can't attack in the first round. My round is over." Yu Yu glanced at the samurai in green armor in front of him. "Isn't it true that when I came up, I only attacked the mortal bones? It is really a harmonious game environment. It's my turn. This is what I want to summon." Yu Yu drew a card from his hand. Elemental Hero Denlight Man. The blue warrior flew out surrounded by electric currents, and even put up a hero's close-up pose when he appeared. Elemental Hero Electric Man, attack power 1600. Next is to equip the magic legendary sword to equip the Electric Man. Yu Yu played a magic card. The attack power of the warrior monster can be increased by 300 points. Elemental Hero Electric Man, attack power 1600, attack power 1900. Dian Guang Man, attack the legendary swordsman. The blue warrior wrapped in electric current all over his body flew forward, and the blade cut an arc with electric current in the air. The quaint swordsman in front of him was completely unable to fight back under the suppression of the hero of the new era, and even the sword leader was easily cut in half by the sword of electric current. Snapped. The image of the swordsman was torn apart, turned into countless fragments and fell into the cemetery. Katsuya Castle, LP4000 LP3200. Chinguki raised his arms to protect him, gritted his teeth and smiled. "What can I do?" Passerby A. "Wow, that duelist is so strong, he actually suppressed the runner-up of the Duel Kingdom first." Passerby B. "Yes, the combination of monsters and magic cards can be played in the first turn. It is indeed a very powerful character." "Hey Cheng Aoqi, what are you doing? Seriously? This is Hiroshi Honda, the best friend from Cheng Aoqi. The duelist named Yu Yu gave me a special feeling." The game also looked serious. I think he might be really strong. ITO China quietly said nothing. Friendship degree +6. Yu Yu, who was praised by passers-by, not only did not swell, he even felt a little embarrassed. Enough of you guys. Didn't I just shoot a magic card and install a magic card? How come your reactions one by one are the same as I did in one round of Sanyeo change? The cosmic glaring dragon and the meteoroid star-like dragon are all homologous monsters with notoriously harsh summoning conditions. After the bluff, even Dian Guangman was about to swell. At this moment, he clenched the hilt of his sword and raised his chest. There is really an illusion of I am an ace monster. You are really strong, Cheng Aoqi smiled, and then his expression immediately became awe-inspiring. Then I can't lose if this is the case. At this moment I open the fold, the magic card the Lost Lamb. The emerald magic card was opened, and two harmless sheep, one red and one white, appeared on the field immediately. Lamb token, defense power 0x2. This card can summon 2 lamb tokens on our field. Cheng Aoqi explained. Although this is a normal magic card, Yu Yu has gradually become numb to the operation of activating the magic card on the opponent's turn. But he also made up his mind, and when he has a chance, he must go to Seahorse Becca's or something to reflect on the changes to the rules of the game. Not to mention making the rules as rigorous as the real card, at least it has to be a little more decent. Then my round, draw a card. Seeing the next card in the draw, his eyes lit up again. Very good, you can attack with this card. I summon the Black Leopard Warrior, attack. The Black Panther soldier holding a blade jumped out from the intertwined light and shadow with a loud shout. He was as dark as a Wakanda, and he wore a cloak behind him, which was quite heroic. The Black Leopard Warrior, attack power 2000. Although the Pitch Black Leopard Warrior is a 4-star monster, it has an attack power of 2000, but it must attack a monster on the field as a sacrifice. Cheng Aoqi commented and waved his hand at a lamb next to him. I took a silent lamb as a sacrifice, and attacked the dancing man with a Pitch Black Panther Warrior. The white lamb disappeared on the field with a burst of blue sublimation light effect. The leopard warrior who received the sacrifice raised his head and screamed, lifted his sword and rushed forward, slashing it down, and slashed the Dian Guang man with his equipment on the spot. Yu Yu, LP4000 LP3900. Yu Yu's Dian Guang man plus an equipment card was cut down. To be honest, it was a bit of a loss, but it was also expected. Although the current city is not up to the height of the later stage, if even the 1900 attack power can't solve it, it would be a bit too cheap. Deng Guang man, nanny? So am I not the trump card? Then came Yu Yu again. My turn. Summon the elemental hero Nendoroid, defensive display, the round is over. Elemental hero Clayman, defensive power 2000. Hey, Yu Yu, you might think that the Nendoroid's defensive power is 2000, and the leopard warrior's attack power is also 2000, so it can't be defeated for the time being. Cheng Aoqi smiled confidently again. If you think so, you are wrong, because the leopard warrior cannot my trump card. Yu Yuxin said that I never thought that this Black Panther was your trump card. My turn, draw a card. The action in the castle exaggeratedly drew a card from the hand. Now I want to summon this guy, my real trump card, the strongest dragon, the real red-eyed black dragon. Blue-eyed Beilong? What did you say? I didn't hear it because the wind was too strong just now. The remaining lamb and leopard warrior disappeared from the field one after another. A whirlwind rolled up a pitch-black vortex on the ground, and scarlet beams rose from the ground. The dark wings spread out in the center of the violent wind, and the flapping wings dispersed the airflow. The pitch-black silhouette appeared in the red light, and the pitch-black dragon was covered with metal armor. It craned its neck and raised its head, and the moment it roared, it seemed as if the streets and buildings were shaking. True red-eyed black dragon, attack power 2400. The crowd of onlookers is boiling. Really red-eyed black dragon. That is the dragon that is rumored to be second only to the blue-eyed white dragon in the world of dueling monsters. It is a rare card among the rare cards. The white dragon brings victory, and the red dragon brings possibility. This is a word widely circulated among duelists in this world. It describes the blue-eyed white dragon and the true red-eyed black dragon, which proves the position of this dragon in the hearts of the duelists. With the success of the ace summoning, the fighting spirit in the castle also soared to its peak. He couldn't help clenching his fists, and shouted excitedly, "True red-eyed black dragon attacks! Black flame bullets!" The dark dragon opened its mouth, and dark red energy was brewing in it like lava. The red and black ball of light shot out with the high-pitched dragon's roar. The thick body of the elemental hero Nendoroid was completely unable to withstand the high temperature. The defensive power of up to 2000 was instantly penetrated, and his entire body was swallowed in the flames. Although the monster was defensive and Yu was not harmed, the aftermath of the flames and the whirlwind caused by the impact made Yu involuntarily raise his arm. He started to understand a little bit. Although the real red-eyed black dragon in front of him is just an ordinary monster with an attack power of 2400 and no effect, but even so, the king's aura at the moment of its appearance, the momentum and pressure when attacking are also great. Most monsters are incomparable. Is obviously just a virtual image, but it can bring a strong sense of oppression to the opponent. Seemed to feel that he had already stabilized most of the ace monsters he had summoned, and the city was a little swollen right now. He smiled and rubbed the tip of his nose with his finger, and said, "I will put 2 more cards on, and the round is over." Yu took a deep breath. Really red-eyed, if it was a week ago, if he played his initial deck of the ace in the literal sense, he might really lose. Because it seems very funny, but based on the initial deck, there is really no way to solve the 2400 attack power. But it's different now, and now he has a countermeasure in his deck. All he needs now is only one magic pump. Yu put his fingers on the deck and muttered in his heart. "Can you come to Zhang Fusion? Draw a card." Yu opened his eyes and glanced at the card he had drawn, his eyes lit up suddenly. "Yada thief! Successful! I activate the magic card, Fusion." Yu did not hesitate to play this hot card that was just taken out of the card holder. Cheng Aoqi was shocked. "What? It's Fusion! The fusion of elemental heroes, wingmen, elemental heroes, and hot girls in the hand card." Yu threw 2 scraps from his hand. "Come out, my favorite hero, elemental hero Flame Wing Man." "Oh sorry, excuse me, he doesn't have this card." "Summon of Fusion." Yu took the fusion card on the dual plate, Elemental Hero Rising Star Lord. Chapter 13, Fusion Summon. Fusion Summon. Elemental Hero Rising Star Lord. It was an elemental hero covered in red and gold armor, his face was wrapped in a helmet mask, and the red cloak behind him was rising and falling with the scorching waves. The moment he appeared on the stage brought hot lava, which hissed on the ground, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by the high temperature it carried. Ming is only a virtual image, but even just watching the hero's debut makes people feel like a scorching wave of air is coming. Elemental Hero New Star Lord, Attack Power 2600. Rising Star, Lord. Cheng Aoqi looked astonished. What kind of monster is this? The attack power actually exceeds the real Red Eye. The fusion condition of the new Star Lord is the fusion of a monster with an elemental hero in the name and a monster with the flame attribute, so it can be summoned by the fusion of the elemental hero Wingman and the hot girl with the flame attribute. This card is exactly the fusion monster that Yu has consistently dually upgraded these days and drawn from the system card pool with spars. It's just that he doesn't have a single magic card fusion until today, so this fusion monster is naturally useless. Thanks to the kind sponsorship of Kianakin just now, he got a magic card fusion, and the Rising Star Lord got the chance for this first show. Fight! Yu entered the battle stage without hesitation, used the new Star Lord to attack the true red-eyed black dragon. He waved his hand to the real red eyes on the field in the front of the city, and issued a declaration of attack. However, the new Star Lord on his side of the field still floated in place with a cool pose holding his arms, completely ignoring the owner's command and did not intend to go up and do it at all. Yu Yu couldn't help being stunned. Rising Star Lord. What's going on? Is there an effect that he accidentally ignored in the castle to limit the attack? That, don't you know? Zhao Chu made a vacant look, about the new rules for fighting monsters in Battle City. Hey! Yu Yu was taken aback. The game explained on the side, according to the new rules of Duel City, fusion monsters cannot attack during the turn that fusion summoned. Yu Yu! What the is this rule? Labor management financing a strange one, 3 exchanges, it was originally lost into snakeskin, he told me you can't attack this round? However, President Haima's idea of setting such a rule is simple. Because according to the new rules, most powerful monsters are summoned by sacrifices, but it is not easy to gather sacrifices on the field while resisting the opponent's attack. In contrast, it's a bit too easy to jump out of the high star monster in the fusion summon that can directly select the material from the hand card. Of course, the attack limit should be added. It's just that this kind of rule seems very funny to players who are used to the master rule. Actually, Yu Yu knows that there is such a rule after watching anime, but the age of Yu-Gi-Oh! DM is too old and he has forgotten it. Yu Yu twitched the corner of his mouth, and suddenly felt a bit painful. This rule, it's an epic weakening of the heroes of the main fusion element. So he called out such a fusion monster 3 times and 1 time, but he couldn't attack. Is it just for the next round to get rid of it? Helpless, after all, I'm playing other people's games, and the rules are all about the dog's planning. Yu Yu inserted all the last 2 cards into the duel board slot, I covered 2 cards, and the round is over. Call good risk, but fortunately, you can't attack during the round of fusion summoning. Cheng Aoki said, my turn, draw a card. He glanced at the new hand and couldn't help but smiled proudly, Yu Yu, since you can't attack, I'm going to be polite this round. I start the equipment magic card Dark Dragon Claw from my hand. Equip the true red-eyed black dragon, and the attack power will increase by 600 points. The true red-eyed black dragon, which was strengthened by magic, looked up to the sky and roared, and the entire outline seemed to be covered by pitch-black waves, dispelling the oppression of the high temperature of the rising Star Lord, and its momentum instantly surpassed the opponent. True red-eyed black dragon, attack power 2400, attack power 3000. Guardian, attack, 3000, attack power. The same attack power as the blue-eyed white dragon. The passers-by felt incredible. White marriage, I'm already a unit of attack power equals. In this way, the attack power of the true red-eyed black dragon surpasses the new Star Lord. Cheng Aoki shouted excitedly, really red-eyed attack. Black flame bullet. The high-temperature energy was brewing in the open mouth of the real red eyes, and the pitch-black electric current entangled around the dark red sphere, which stirred up the hurricane-like turbulent airflow. Don't worry. Yu Yu pressed the button on the dual plate, waved his arm, opened the cover card, the magic card waved to the dark. Yes, this is also a normal magic. Anyway, according to the current rules, there is basically no difference between the speed of the magic card or not, so Yu Yu also unceremoniously took advantage of this rule. Speaking of which, this card is also from the newbie gift pack presented by Pandora Old Iron. Pandora also used this card in a duel with Yu Yu. It has a powerful effect that can instantly ruin a monster on the field. In fact, Pandora's newbie gift pack is really rich, not only giving away rare cards like the Black Magician, but also giving away a lot of very useful cards at this stage. It's just that he himself may not be very happy to give this gift package. In an instant, black clouds covered the field, and scarlet lightning fell down. The devil's dark hands stretched out from the black cloud, and straightly grabbed the real red-eyed black dragon on the court in the city. It's useless. Half a step back in the castle, open the cover card, Trap Card Metallization Magic Reflection Armor. This card can be used as an equipment card to equip the True Red-Eyed Black Dragon, and the True Red-Eyed Black Dragon can be metallized, and its attack power is equal to defensive power increased again by 400 points. Animation Effect. The pitch black steel armor covers the surface of the black dragon that is ready to go. The real red eyes all reflect the unique luster of metal under the shining of the surrounding lights. True Red-Eyed Black Dragon, attack power 3000, attack power 3400. But no matter how much the attack power is increased, it doesn't make sense. Yu said loudly, a wave to the dark can drag a monster on the field into the dark and send it directly to the graveyard. Hey, but attack power is not my goal. Zhao Chu smiled confidently and raised the volume. The metallized red eyes are protected by magic reflective armor, and any type of spell attack will be bounced off by the armor. In other words, whether it is the effect of the magic card or the attack of the magician clan, it is invalid to the current True Red-Eyed Black Dragon. Yu. Don't lie to me, this trap card doesn't recognize labor and management, and does it have this effect? Then he suddenly remembered that the thief Keith, who was playing against the castle in the Kingdom of Duel chapter, seemed to be so babble when he used this trap card, and at the time, whether it was a game or the founder of Duel Monster, Becca's actually did it. The default is this kind of cheating mouth. Yu. That, Orange, i.e. in the city, I sympathize with your being bullied, but even then you can't bully others everywhere. Just like revenge will only give birth to new hatred, and using verbal abuse to avenge the society will only lead to more and more verbal abuse. However, the system really recognized the babble in the castle. The magic card effect launched by Yu was actually bounced off by the reflective armor covering the real red eye, and the black clouds in the sky disappeared instantly. Yu said that I was stupid. Then the people who eat melon are still excited, what a great tactic. It deserves to be the runner-up of the Duel Kingdom, so strong. Even the game is on the side to help out, pretty. In this way, the red eyes in the city will not be destroyed. It's just that, according to Chinguki, the magic reflection armor will bounce off any magic effects that act on the real red eye, which naturally includes the equipment magic Dark Dragon Claw he launched. As the reflective armor came into play, the Dark Dragon's Claw destroyed itself. True Red-Eyed Black Dragon, attack power 3400, attack power 2800. The attack power is still higher. Go, really red-eyed? Cheng Aoqi clenched his fist, destroy the elemental hero Rising Star Lord. The flames in the red eyes and mouth continue to simmer, and the Rising Star Lord is not calm at the moment, both palms are wrapped in the blazing flames, and he is ready to fight with the black dragon in front of him. But it doesn't matter. Yu still saved a hand here. Open the cover card. He flipped open the last card left on his field, trap card, a big tornado of sand. Destroy a magic or trap card on the field. I destroy metallization magic reflective armor. What? Cheng Aoqi was shocked. The image of the trap card was filled with shocking dust, and the inverted funnel-shaped tornado brought high-speed swirling fallen leaves toward the half-court within the city, flying sand and rocks in a moment of time. Cheng Aoqi raised his arm to cover his face. The trap stuck in the entrapment area in front of him was suddenly shattered under the strong wind, and the armor covering the true red-eyed black dragon also disappeared, and its momentum also dropped with the attack power. True red-eyed black dragon, attack power 2800, attack power 2400. Elemental hero New Star Lord, attack power 2600. In this way, the attack power of both parties will be reversed again. Yu shouted, Rising Star Lord, counterattack the real red-eye attack. The black flame bomb that had been brewing in the mouth of the real red-eyed black dragon for a long time was finally ejected, but now its attack was no longer a threat to the Nova Lord under the reversal of strength. The elemental hero of flame dodged the attack of the black flame bullet lightly and sideways. He shook his figure, dragging the flowing cloak behind him, and instantly appeared in front of the real red eyes. His palms were burning with flames, and the sight from under his helmet was aggressive, as if to say, "Sample, you seemed a bit arrogant just now." "Really?" Red-Eyed screamed unwillingly, but the confidence is obviously not as good as before, as if foreseeing his destiny that he will soon have a lunch. "Damn it! It's not over yet!" Shout! Aoki shouted, "Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I also have no last resort. Open the cover card." Boom! The flames swept the audience, and the soaring pillar of fire engulfed the half-time in the castle, engulfing the red eyes and the body in the castle together. And also covered the sound. Watching so many animations and playing cards for so many years, Yu knows a truth: there is no harm in smoke. So he guessed it instinctively. This attack was 80% unfinished. Sure enough, when the flames and smoke were gone, the LP in the city remained at 3,200, without any change. The red-eyed black dragon on his field has disappeared, replaced by a huge black dragon with a larger body and a lava-like pattern. Meteor Black Dragon, Attack Power 3500. Yu suddenly had a very ominous premonition. "Hey, good risk, good risk." Zhao Chu wiped his sweat and smiled. "I activated this card when the red eye attacked." He withdrew a card from the cemetery and showed it to Yu. "I also activated the magic card fusion," he said triumphantly. "I merged the true red-eyed black dragon on the field with the meteor dragon in my hand, and merged into my new trump card the meteor black dragon." Yu. "Hey, too much. Even if the magic card is activated during the battle phase, is it possible to integrate battle tiers? PS. Because a book friend asked, please add that the rules here are not the author's own DIY. The original animation rules were like this at that time. But this part of the rules will be revised in the follow-up plot. Chapter 14, Resurrection Coffin of the Dark Demons. Summoning Fusion Meteor Black Dragon. The brand new trump card in the city is freshly released. The powerful aura, domineering posture, and the attack power of up to 3,500 points, even the legendary strongest dragon, the blue-eyed white dragon, has been surpassed. Blue eyes, muddy dirt. The mood of the audience is rising continuously between the chain of offensive and defensive exchanges between the two sides. At this time, the advent of the legendary ace of Meteor Black Dragon makes everyone excited to the extreme, feeling that they can see such a duel on the street. Really earn money? Well, of course no one feels wrong about the launch of fusion during the battle phase in the city. Yu thinks there must be something wrong with this world. If I use fusion summoning, I will do it too. Castle Uka began to his tale again, but the monsters that fusion summoned cannot attack this turn, so my turn is over. Okay, your turn is Yu. If you can defeat my Meteor Black Dragon, let's give it a try. Although in Yu's eyes, it was just a whiteboard with high attack power, the attack power of Meteor Black Dragon 3,500 seemed to bring considerable confidence in the city. After all, Yu's hand has been exhausted, and there is only a new Star Lord left on the field. The inner OS of the castle at this time is probably like this. Can you beat me with a single card? If you have a card that can kill the city within seconds, then I will eat this duel on the spot. My turn, draw a card. Yu glanced at the card after drawing the card, and inserted it directly into the duel plate without thinking. Magic card Pot of Strong Desire. A green pot with intricate carvings appeared in front of everyone, grinning with thick red lips, showing a huge yellowed tooth, and grinning wretchedly at everyone. The effect of the Pot of Desire: I can draw 2 more cards from the deck. The onlookers and even Cheng Aoki calmly watched him draw these 2 cards casually, but no one took it seriously. Only the person who activated the magic card is secretly refreshed. MD is indeed a banned card for thousands of years. Earning cards out of thin air is really enjoyable. Yu decided that this thing must be 3-full before the duel city officially begins. No matter what card group is built, let's put in 3 strong desires, and then the closed beta will kill the sand sculpture players. Let the sand sculpture players know what is the authority dog. Immediately after drawing 2 new cards, Yu's eyes lit up again. I will activate the magic card Angel's Charity. Dressed in white, flapping his wings, an angel with a holy halo appeared above Yu Yu's field, and white feathers fluttered down. The effect of the Angel's Charity: I draw 3 more cards from the deck, he said, then discard 2 of the cards in the hand into the graveyard. He didn't draw this card from the package, but from Pandora's rookie gift pack. 10,000 years ban card x2, and it is still 2 consecutive shots. This kind of sourness is almost anyone knows. Place 2 cards on the cover. 2 extra images of the card back covering the ground appeared in front of Yu Yu. The round is over. Sure enough, I'm still helpless. A passerby started to point. There is no way. Powerful monsters like Meteor Black Dragon have been summoned, and no one can do it, right? To defeat this kind of monster, sure enough, only top monsters like the blue-eyed Ultimate Dragon have hope. The duelists on the side were talking a lot, and the castle seemed to feel the same way. He drew a card, not wanting to enter the battle phase directly. Meteor Black Dragon. Attack the elemental hero New Star Lord. Is really a decision made in the style of the castle. It's over for recklessness. What? Backcourt? Ambush card? What it is? In the original game, the uncle of the city and the trapped Lishid in the DM team did not pass the backcourt when they duel with a deck of traps full of traps. How could it be possible to retreat because of 2 folds in this area? The black dragon has opened his mouth, and the flames flowed into the entrance along the lines of the lava, forming a huge churning fireball, and he was about to roar at the heroes on the Yu Yu field. At this time, Yu Yu's finger has pressed the start button of the magic trap card on the duel plate. Open the cover card. Holy Defense? Burst the armor? Universal Landmine? Sorry to interrupt, of course he doesn't have that expensive thing. But he has this. Quick Attack Magic, Dissolve the Fusion. To be reasonable, in an environment where the DM now has magic cards randomly issued on the opposite round, and there are no restrictions even in the battle phase, Yu Yu really does not know the meaning of the quick attack mark of the quick attack magic. If you have to say, he guessed that the speed of the quick attack magic is faster, and usually the magic cards cannot be chained after the activation. What? Zhao Chu realized that it was going to be bad. Use fusion to dissolve the fusion of the Meteor Black Dragon. Yu Yu pointed to the huge black dragon that is preparing to attack, then special summon the true red-eyed black dragon and the meteor dragon as the fusion material with the attack sign on your field. Animation effect. The majestic black dragon with huge size was forcibly split under the effect of the magic card. Yu Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com unwillingly let out a high-pitched roar, and then the body was split into 2 under the irresistible force, reimagining the postures of the true red-eyed black dragon and the meteor dragon respectively. True red-eyed black dragon, attack power 2400. Meteor dragon, attack power 1800. It's not over yet. Yu Yu followed by pressing another button on the duel plate. Open the cover card, the trap card, the coffin of the resurrection of the black demon. This card can only be activated at the moment the opponent's field summons a monster. You can use one of the monsters on your field and the opponent's just summoned as a sacrifice at the same time to resurrect a black demon monster in your side's graveyard. So that's it. The game watching the game from the side was exclaimed. Activating the dissolution of fusion special summons the 2 monsters used as the fusion material on the field in the city to meet the conditions for the activation of the black demon's coffin. It's amazing. Chain. Next to Miss Kyoko, who had no knowledge of duels, asked suspiciously, then this person is very strong. Gaming looked at Yu Yu with a solemn expression and nodded vigorously. He said, very strong. I use the true red-eyed black dragon on the field in the castle, and the elemental hero and the new star lord on my own field as sacrifices. The white whirlwind encircled the bodies of true red-eye and new star lord, and the 2 turned into a golden sharp arrow respectively, and both flew into the red coffin that emerged in the field. Then the coffin board snapped to death, and sank into the ground surrounded by the billowing black mist. Rising Star Lord, obviously it was my first show, but I was sacrificed without a chance to make a move equals. Resurrect from the cemetery. Yu raised his tone, and a card was bounced out of the Duel cemetery at the same time, Black Magician. Chapter 15, How Can It Not Work? Resurrection. Black Magician. Zhao Chushi and the game simultaneously said in surprise, what? It is well known that the Black Magician is the signature card of the Duel King Muto game, and it is a card whose rarity is second only to the blue-eyed white dragon and the true red-eyed black dragon. Although it is not unique, at least so far, they have never seen anyone outside the game possess a Black Magician. The dark red coffin sank into the ground in the churning smoke, and a dark whirlpool was rolled up on the ground. A beam of dark red light flew from the ground into the sky, and the slender body leapt into the air from it. A huge magic circle opened under his feet, and a rush of dark air flowed out of it. The crystal-clear green staff flew out of the magic circle as if being pulled by the air current, and hovered in mid-air for a week like a boomerang, and arrived precisely in the hands of the master. The red figure swept the staff, and a transparent wave burst out with him as the center. The air current lifted up the dark red hem of his robe, appearing not angry and pretentious. Black Magician, attack power 2500. The people who eat melon are not calm, many people have begun to applaud and cheer. I actually saw this kind of top professional game on the streets of the city, and there were also red-eyed black dragons, meteor black dragons, and black magicians, which are almost legendary monsters to their ordinary duelists. This trip is simply bloody. Crap. The game looking at the battle looks solemn. Kanguka has announced the battle, but now that the meteor black dragon has been disintegrated, only the one with lower attack power is left on his field. Meteor dragon. In this way, the Black Magician will counterattack. Shrimp? Is there such a thing? Where is the fight back? Wrong. Before this, the meteor black dragon that had just ordered an attack in the castle was no longer on the field. The subject has disappeared. Can the battle continue? Then Yu opened his eyes and saw that the Black Magician on his court gave a clear drink, and flew up to the meteor black dragon. But seeing him take a shot in the air with a single palm, the powerful black magic waves blasted out like mountains and oceans, and the meteor dragon screamed and blasted to pieces on the spot. Meteor dragon! Shout! Aoki gritted his teeth and shouted. Katsuya Castle, LP 3200 LP 2500. Yu was stunned to see that his Black Magician had smashed the opponent's monster at his own initiative, and then fell back to his court with his arms lightly, making everyone stupid for a while. WOC, can the audience still speak for me? The meteor dragon in the inner field of the city was obviously only summoned after his attack declaration, and so was the Black Magician on Yu's side. All the monsters that were fighting between the two sides have disappeared, and the battle can continue? Note, according to the rules of the Game King, if the number or types of monsters on the field change during the battle step, a battle rollback will occur, and the player can freely choose to continue attacking or cancel. Then Yu immediately thought of a certain animation scene. Muto game, I use the Osiris Sky Dragon to attack the XYZ Shenlong cannon on your field. Take the Seahorse, superconducting wave. Seahorse SETI, ha 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 ha, at this moment I opened the fold, subspace teleportation device. I removed the monsters on my field from the game and transferred to the subspace. In this way, Osiris lost his attack target. This attack is invalid. Muto game, don't talk about my hippocampus. If your monster is excluded, it will cause the battle to be drawn back. Then I will attack you directly with the Sky Dragon, and you will lose the hippocampus. Seahorse SETI, no road race, long-winded. The rules of the duel are set by me. If I say it is invalid, it is invalid. Well, there may be no such thing as a fight back in this period of DM. This further strengthened Yu's idea of going to the president of Haima to optimize the rules of playing cards, otherwise he would not know how he died when he was killed by a mouthful. But forget it this time. Anyway, I picked up the bargain. Then it's my turn. Yu said, fight. Use a black magician to directly attack the city. The black magician flew up, his green staff pointed forward. A transparent whirlpool was rolled up on the staff, and the magic wave pierced through the body in the city like an arrow. The latter snorted softly, bends his knees involuntarily under the impact, and was penetrated by the three-dimensional image of the black magic from the front of the chest to the back. Katsuya Castle, LP2500 Kaya within the castle, defeated. 10 minutes later, several people returned to the card shop. I'm so unwilling, I lost. Zhao Chu stretched his arm and said uncomfortably. No way, the opponent is too strong. The game smiled. But no matter how you say this, uncle is also the runner-up of the dueling kingdom, it's a bit too shameful to wipe away a little blood in the end. Cheng Aoqi sighed. It is true that although the process seems fierce, at the end of the fight, Yu only lost 100 LP at the very beginning, and the whole process was almost full of blood. Yu he smiled, it's just luck, luck. It's not that he is humble, because playing cards is inherently lucky. Not everyone can start like a king. If you have that ability, you can beat the mainstream with any acrobatic deck, right? After playing this card, he was in a good mood. The experience gained in winning this game in the city is comparable to the sum of his experience of torturing passers-by for half a week. This way, I can go to the system card pool to draw again tonight. Too modest, you are one of the most powerful duelists I have ever met. Zhao Chu said earnestly, and then turned around. But losing this time doesn't mean that the next time will be the same. If you fight in a city competition, I will not be merciful anymore. No problem at any time. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Yu readily agreed, but immediately reminded, but you can't compete without a dual plate, right? Petrified instantly within the city. It seems, that's the truth. Just played cards so high, he even forgot why he started playing cards in the first place. Miss Kyoko also smiled helplessly next to him. Yes, because the duelist level in the castle is only 2 stars, and the evaluation given by Haima is mortal bone, so there is no way to participate. Ah, Kyuso. That seahorse. Seeing that another attack was about to happen in the city, good friend Honda hurriedly pulled him out of the store. Kyoko and game also retired. But before the game left, he stopped and turned around at the door. Then I'm sorry to interrupt you today, he said. Yu waved his hand, it's okay, welcome to come again next time. If he can, he even wants to grab experience with cards in the castle every day. The game nodded, the Duel City game, let's cheer together. Finally left. Yu turned his head and found that Chi Na-chan was staring straight at him now, the look that seemed to contain some unknown impulse startled him. What? It's nothing. Chi Na-chan said seriously, I'm just a little surprised, you are different from what you look like, it seems that unexpectedly a little bit better. What does it mean that hello is different from what it looks like? And you always think I am an embroidered pillow? And it must be done. How can a man not do it? Chapter 16, Players. Ahi. Yu sneezed loudly and rubbed his nose. I have sneezed several times since I got up this morning, and the whole person is not in good condition. I feel that I may have caught a cold while sleeping at night, and some have caught a cold. This also confirms that even the game here is a real world, and he is now a real person living in this world. Friendship +1. Yu silently turned his gaze to the side of Ito China, who hurriedly withdrew his gaze, and ate the grilled salmon for breakfast without expression. Although he wants to vomit and sneeze, he can increase his favorability, but now he is a little used to it. Maybe this is excellent distress. Life is alive, and sometimes it is about to be promoted. China's craftsmanship is getting better and better. Yu began to look for topics. China replied casually, because I learned the new formula. Before Yu crossed, as a gamehouse cooking, he didn't know anything about it. These days, living here is also responsible for solving the food problems by Kiana. According to China, she seems to have been living here during the holidays, and will not move out until school starts. But the store manager should have returned long ago. Speaking of which, the manager has not returned yet. Yu is a little surprised. The mysterious shopkeeper didn't know where he went. He has been here for more than a week and he hasn't been alone now. Oh, he said that the matter is over, but it is difficult to go there and want to play outside for a while before coming back. China finished the salmon and drank the miso soup. After a pause, she suddenly looked at Yu more. Who are you waiting for? Hey? Why do you say that? Because you have been looking outside from time to time since last night. She said, it's like waiting for someone. In fact, her observations are indeed correct. Yu is really waiting for something, but it's not a specific person. Because according to his memory, the closed beta of the game Link the World seems to have been in these 2 days. The internal beta of linking the world is actually very simple. It only lasts for 2 days. When the players log in, they only have time to familiarize themselves with the basic operations and systems. The internal test is a non-deleted internal test, and the official service seems to be just after that. If you remembered correctly, just half a month after the end of the closed beta, just before the opening of the Battle City tournament, the game was officially launched. So in these 2 days, he should have had the opportunity to contact the sand sculpture players for the first time. In order to make it easier for players to search for strategies, card reading tables and exchange information at the same time in the game, Link World also has an official forum login interface in the game. In other words, players can also log into the game forum in the game. It's just that you can only watch and not speak in the game. If you want to post a reply, you still have to exit the game and log in through the browser. Thanks to this feature, Yu, as an NPC with its own game panel, can also log into the forum to view the comments of sand sculpture players. It's just that the game hasn't started the closed beta yet, and the official forum is also locked. Even if he boarded in, it was a lifeless grey and black, and there was nothing. But it shouldn't be long. The forum should be open as soon as the service is launched in the 2 days, and it will be lively soon. After finishing breakfast, she suddenly asked, "Have you caught a cold?" "A little bit." Yu rubbed his nose, "But it's okay, it's not serious." Sister China thoughtfully, did not speak, turned her head and went back to the kitchen. Unexpectedly, she came out of the kitchen again in a short while, still holding a bowl of syrup in her hand. Yu was taken aback for a moment, and while smiling bitterly, he was a little moved. "I said that it's okay to catch a small cold, but it still happened." Then he saw Jian Nichan sitting next to him, holding the bowl of sugar water while blowing and drinking by herself. Yu seems to have noticed Yu's weird gaze. She said oh and explained, "Because I am afraid of being infected, I should drink some soup to prevent it." "What, do you want it too?" "No, I don't need it." Yu did not remember wrong. It is tonight, the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Or, to be more precise, the world of the game Linked to the World, ushered in the moment that may have caused the history of the entire world to deviate. That is the Duel from another world, the arrival of real card players. They brought some dual monster cards that did not exist in this world, and brought a series of concepts such as earning card and card difference that were puzzling for local duelists. Is that some people brought some wonderful decks and combo that no one had thought of before. But it's not only that. These duelists not only have a dual method and tactical thinking that are completely different from the existing system, but the spirit seems to be abnormal. For example, many of them are always verbose, saying things that people don't understand. For example, they like to sensationalize, and they will walk the streets in costumes that normal people would find strange even on Halloween. For example, most of their names are either too long or too stupid, some are unqualified and some are unhealthy. Another example is that they will not hesitate to spend a lot of money for something that ordinary people simply dismiss, and they are helpful to the point that they like to help others without paying a negligible amount of remuneration. In short, it is a group of weird people who can only play cards. When the player with the ID Swalang on his head opened his eyes, the UU reading www.uugonshu.com man had already landed on the open space in the wilderness. Swalang was a little dazed. Is this already in the game? How does it feel like in reality? He caught a glimpse of the dual plate that he wore automatically when he created the number in his hand, and then he was convinced that he had indeed logged into the linked world game. WOC, this game is too real, right? This kind of control over the virtual character's body, touching objects, and even the breeze blowing in the night. Even the feeling can be restored so vividly. Swalang suspects that if he stays in this game for a long time, he might really be confused between the game and the reality. But the point is, shouldn't this be a card game? Before the game's publicity was overwhelming, a certain consortium praised Haikao and said that the game has made a huge technological breakthrough, and what kind of real experience it has. Most players still feel that it is bragging. In essence, it should be a trading card game. MRPG elements are all secondary, and it is expected that game production is not much better. But now it seems that the production of this card game really seems to be something. Swalang glanced around and found that there seemed to be no other players around. This was nothing strange. It is said that there are only a few hundred places in the closed beta, and it is normal for hundreds of players to randomly throw in and not find each other. However, according to the game's official instructions, the player's landing site for closed beta should be near the main stage of the animation Toshino City. Judging from this, the brightly lit modern city not far from him should be Tongshi City. Judging the direction clearly, Swalang no longer hesitated, jumping and rolling, all the way towards the direction of the city. Chapter 17, Mortal Fight. Swalang walked on the busy street, looking at the pedestrians, colorful neon lights, and the beautiful young lady in cool clothes. Crossed out, she was shocked for a while. Wow, the details are too realistic and in place, right? Is this really a card game? A certain unscrupulous consortium who has been thinking about selling cards all the time would be willing to spend a lot of money to do such a conscientious game? I'm afraid it's not crossing over, right? He suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly stretched out his hand nervously and touched him. Hey, okay, the tools are still there. I just don't know what the function is there any restricted game items in the game? But walking all the way from outside the city, he didn't seem to see other players. This is nothing surprising. It is said that the total number of internal test quotas is less than 1,000 people. Throwing such a small number of people into such a big city is simply looking for a needle in a haystack, and it is normal to not meet it. The internal beta quota is randomly selected from players in many countries around the world. With such a huge base, only less than 1,000 people are selected. If the black box operation is excluded, those who are drawn are all the European emperors. Although the players come from all over the world, the language and writing will not be a problem. This is a problem that has been solved long after the development of submersible online games. Players can choose their own familiar language and interface to play in the game. Everything the players come into contact with during the game will be translated into their familiar text, and the communication and dialogue are also processed by the game's built-in translation system, so there is no obstacle. In addition, it is quite easy for players to judge each other's identities. One is that the players have IDs on their heads. In theory, only players can see each other's IDs. Second, the players walked differently from normal people. As if there is hot lava under the floor in the game, players like to jump a few steps, and occasionally they may even roll on the spot. The inexplicable tradition of Xiang legend was left before the popularization of submerged technology. Players back then could only rely on keyboard and mouse devices to play games. Players back then were particularly fond of the two commands jump and roll. Later, although the submersible technology became popular and everyone no longer used the mouse and keyboard to play games, this fine tradition was passed down by generations of players like feelings. Swalang wandered the streets of the city with a face full of novelty, looking around like a countryman entering the city, as if seeing everything was new. For a while, he even forgot that he was playing a card game, until he wandered aimlessly to a dueling hall in the center of the city. Swalang suddenly felt shocked. Wait, I seem to be here to play cards? Duel over there. Just walked in the door with a bewildered Swalang looking to follow the prestige, and at a glance, he saw a man with a square face and a powerful appearance, walking slowly towards this side. A new face that you haven't seen in the museum. Did you come to this area recently? The person asked. Is the plot? Swalang wondered, and nodded at the same time, yes. Will there be a duel then? Okay. As a player, of course, there is no reason to refuse the challenge of NPC. He speculates that this may be part of the tutorial for game beginners. The two sides quickly came to the empty field and stood up to each other to the designated position. Duel, X2. It wasn't until the duel board was launched and 5 starting hands were drawn from the deck that Swalang suddenly realized a shocking fact. He forgot to confirm that there are any cards in his initial deck. When created the number, the system asked him to choose the initial deck, but he roughly glanced at it and felt that each set was similar, so he chose one set at hand and started the game directly. Until now, he has forgotten to check it. Now let's take a look at what he got in 5 starts. Green Worm, Thunder Eel, Earth Warrior, Angry Sea King, Mountain Fighter. Isn't these special cats all mortal bones? Even if it's all mortal bones, is there no one with more than 1000 attack power for Mao? Looking around, the strongest monster in his hand seems to be the Angry Sea King. It is also a whiteboard without any special effects. The card description is the Great King of the Sea, arousing the never-ending tsunami to engulf the enemy. Swalang wanted to vomit at that time. A trash monster with an attack power of 800, who would you like to swallow? As a Great King of the Sea, it's too ridiculous that even a monster talking to the fish has no effect. In other words, this broken deck won't even have a monster with an attack power of over 1000. It's not right. It must be because he had a bad face this round. It must be the case. Now let the opponent see the bond between the real duelist and the deck. I'll take the first strike. I will draw a card. Adhering to the principle of vigorously creating miracles, Swalang used the greatest strength of his life to draw his miraculous 6th card from the deck, and then everyone was stupid. Kappa with thought power, 400 offensive power and 1000 defensive power. Card description: Kappa who can use a variety of superpowers to avoid attacks. Swalang. Forget it, this is it. Anyway, the novice is the first to pay the tuition. My defense means to summon the non-power Kappa, and the round is over. Non-power Kappa, defensive power 1000. Swalang is already too lazy to struggle. He only hopes that the NPC opposite will quickly knock him down, so he can confirm what is going on with his initial deck. It's my turn, draw a card. Looked at his hand in the opposite direction, unexpectedly revealed a very tangled expression. Swalang couldn't help wondering what's worth tangling about the mortal bone with 1000 def on his side. Then I saw a card played on the other side. I summon the Fighting Fighter Artemite, attack. Fighting Warrior Artemite, 700 offensive power. Then the opponent gritted his teeth, seemingly unwilling. Hey, the attack power of combat fighters is not as high as that of Kappa. My round is over. Swalang. Brother, are you kidding me? You can't solve my whiteboard with 1000 def? My turn, Swalang said, then I will summon the Angry Sea King. Angry Aquaman, 800 attack power. Come on, Angry Aquaman's attack. Kill. The Angry Sea King rushed up with a roar, and lifted the harpoon in his hand without a word. Oh no, it was an artifact trident, and with one blow, the fighting fighters on the opponent's field were buried under the halberd. Oh! The NPC duelist raised his hand to protect the door. Passers-by, LP4000 LP3900. Swalang suddenly realized that maybe this one can still fight. Because of the card opposite, maybe even more food than myself. After 20 rounds of Dragon, CAI, Fight, G, Tiger, Hu, Fight, Zhou, the battle between the two sides has officially entered a white-hot stage. The entire duel situation was extremely thrilling. Duelists from both sides slaughtered Zheng Rong, biting each other's LP and not letting go. In the end, Swalang was still better and won the duel in a thrilling manner. Actually, I finally got a great white shark with an attack power of 1600, and then I couldn't solve it on the other side. The duel was over, Swalang wiped away his sweat, only to feel that this kind of duel of mortal bones can be fought so fiercely. It seems that it is really the first time in his life. He then took a small circle in the dueling hall and found that it seemed that most of the duels here were similar. The NPCs seemed to just keep slapping the whiteboard monsters to slash. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Those stronger passers-by are just some high-attack or high-star monsters. After just watching the game for a while, I can't help thinking. As long as I have an electronic dragon in my hand. Soon he noticed that a large group of people gathered in the opposing theater not far away, and the 3 floors inside and outside blocked the venue. What's going on? Are you holding a game? Swalang approached quickly, and casually asked a passerby in the crowd, well, what's the situation here? The man also enthusiastically explained, someone will challenge the newly promoted Duel King in this dueling hall tonight. It's already starting to fight. Duel King? Swalang's eyes lit up. Is it possible to be the protagonist Muto game? He didn't realize that he automatically ignored the prefix this duel hall. Swalang squeezed in desperately, and barely saw the duel of the two sides from the cracks. On the left side of the field is a muscular man with a naked torso and dark skin. Why you have to undress when you play a card? But this one who looks like a dragon can just ignore it. As for the duelist standing on the right, Swalang's first reaction at first glance was, fuck, so handsome. He can clearly see that this style of painting is different from other NPCs at first glance. At first glance, it is the object that the artist has taken care of. There is a high probability that he is an important role in the game. Is it an important plot NPC? Fight! The young duelist on the right spoke and shouted, Elemental Hero New Star Lord, attack directly. Swalang almost fell on the spot without surprise. He just said element, what? Chapter 18, Come to Zhang Fusion. What did he just say? Elemental Hero? Are there element heroes in the era of Yu-Gi-Oh! DM? Swalang quickly opened his eyes, and watched in shock as the hero in the red and gold armor and fluttering cloak on the field released a scorching shock with his bare hands. The muscular brother and expensive LP on the opposite side instantly returned to 0 under the heat wave. There can be no mistake. Even if he had just heard him in a trance, Swalang has already recognized the domineering side-leaking hero monster on the field, Elemental Hero New Star Lord. He has never appeared in anime or manga works, but the original element hero of OCG real card in reality. But now it is in the era of Yu-Gi-Oh! DM. Shouldn't elemental heroes be a series of cards that only became popular during the GX period? Could it be that? In fact, the Elemental Hero series has already been released at this time, but the protagonists in the animation happen to have never encountered it. Seems to be the only way to explain it. As long as you have a little knowledge of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, you should know that the most famous user of the Elemental Hero deck is the protagonist of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Yuchen 10. In the minds of many players and spectators, the 10 generations are basically synonymous with heroes in Yu-Gi-Oh! As long as they see the hero card group, they are naturally associated with this character. Swalang naturally reacted like this in his heart at this time. The time is still in the early days of DM, so naturally there should be no more than 10 generations in the stage of the story. Does this overly handsome NPC have anything to do with Yushin Jude? For example, is it the 10 generations of his father who has never had a chance to play? How can it be? Swalang immediately forced herself to dispel this unrealistic idea. The key role, it must be the key role. Swalang, relying on his years of experience in a large number of high-skilled games including but not limited to Zuma, Lion Can, Women's Mountains, etc., he was instantly convinced that he had encountered a key NPC in the game. May be able to trigger hidden tasks? Swalang immediately felt excited. According to the game's description, linking the world will be a game with a high degree of freedom. To quote the original words of the director, "We want players to treat the game as a whole new world, because even our development team cannot fully control the unfolding of the story. We think this will also be a big part of this game." Highlights. Although the phrase "even the development team can't control" is regarded by most people as a deliberate exaggeration by the designer in order to create a gimmick, the game's high degree of freedom and a large number of hidden tasks must not be wrong. Yu of course also noticed the existence of Swalang. As mentioned before, the players have IDs on their foreheads. According to the settings, NPCs are invisible to ID, so this is generally the basis for identifying each other between players. But Yu is not an ordinary NPC, he can also see the player ID with his own panel, and can identify the player's identity from the crowd for the first time. Today's duel ended, and the crowd's onlookers also dispersed after cheering and roaring. Yu was thinking about how to get in touch with this player first, but he didn't expect that the other party immediately ran over with his face and bangs. Yu thought about it briefly, and recalled the opening routine of the online game NPC in his own impression. "You are a new face, are you the most recent duelist?" he started. Swalang nodded quickly. "Well, can you do me a favor? If it is a normal conversation, making a request to a stranger who meets for the first time like this will undoubtedly result in the other person's looking at him with crazy eyes. However, the player is such a strange species." Upon hearing this, Swalang's eyes lit up, and he nodded like a chicken pecking at the rice. "Yes, you can. There is no problem at all. Do you want to issue a mission to the player Swalang?" Really came. Yu deeply felt that the elementary school teachers really did not deceive, and it is indeed beneficial to read more books. Thanks to his extensive reading of books and various online novels including Through into NPC, he knows all kinds of set routines well. Maybe because his own panel can interact with the player's game panel. He may now be the only NPC in the entire linked world that can independently edit and release tasks for the player. The specific content of the task and the task rewards can be freely edited. Relying on this task system, he can easily use the rewards to instruct players to run errands for themselves. Even if you are not afraid of being rejected by the player, editing the strange requirements such as naked running around, learning to bark or even high ass in the task panel is not necessarily impossible. Ahem, of course, Yu is a serious NPC, so naturally he will not release such boring tasks. The rewards that can be selected in the task reward section usually include special items and experience points for upgrading. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com also has a spar for drawing card packs in the system card pool. Of course, you can also choose to directly use the card as a task reward. But if you choose props, spars, or cards as rewards, it must come from Yu himself. In other words, if the spar is sent to the player as a reward, his own spar inventory will be reduced. The same goes for cards, he can only use his own cards as rewards and send them to players. Yu thought for a while, and think that the useful card must be kept by himself. Only those cards that you can't use yourself, or have more than 3 cards in the card, are suitable to be released as rewards. Note, the rules of the Game King, a card with the same name can only be placed in a deck of up to 3 cards. Experience points cannot be deducted from yourself, but there is also an upper limit on the experience points that an NPC can release every day. This upper limit is related to his own rank and title status. The so-called title status refers to the honor obtained in various duel competitions. For example, the castle is the runner-up of the Duel Kingdom, and Muto Game is the champion of the Duel Kingdom and the only designated Duel King. If you can have the unique title of Dueling King like a game, the upper limit of the experience points that can be released every day should be very considerable. Sure enough, it is a setting that seems familiar. But this setting seems reasonable. Otherwise, if you give the player experience, you will lose the level. Then Yu feels that he can jump repeatedly at level 1 and level 2, repeatedly rubbing the spar rewards given to upgrade. After Yu thought about it, he released his first task edited to players. I still lack a fusion magic card here. He said, can you find a fusion for me? Chapter 19, Roaming Character. Look for Zhang to merge. Swalang felt a little strange. Shouldn't the NPCs encountered in the general game Novice Village all give some very simple tasks? For example, let the player move some bricks, bring a few pieces of bread, and so on. Swalang has automatically thought of the grandfather in the smithy of Xinchao village, waved his hand and said, I see your bones, help me dig some mine. However, this NPC will come up to fuse. This is like the grandfather of the forge telling you, brother, I lack a handy sword here, how about you go and give me a whole one? How do you feel that this old grandfather is a bit pitted? Not right, there must be something tricky. Swalang quickly started to think about his countless brains, and soon felt that he had found the reason. The answer is, this is definitely not a novice NPC. This should be a huge side quest hidden on the body or maybe even the main quest, a very important key NPC in the middle and late stages of the game. It is conceivable that when the player's level increases and the game goes deeper, basic cards like fusion should be played with too many hands. It should be a very simple condition to give this NPC a piece of fusion, and the high probability is the key to launching a series of serial missions. But now the problem is coming. Even though fusion will be a card that is worthless all over after the game is played. But he is not special on this initial number now. Swalang was so anxious that he started scratching his head and ears. How can this be done? Keep this quest for now, wait until the level is higher, and then bring Zhang Fuxing back to pick it up? But what should I do if this NPC is snatched away by other players? He thinks this is a great possibility. If there is any important plot hidden in this NPC, it will be noticed soon. Not to mention that this NPC is so handsome that even a man doubts his life. Sooner or later, it will be discovered by other players. Is so handsome? It's not right. If such an important character gets posted first, it would be a blood loss. Ming Ming was his first. Seeing Swalang there, sweating profusely in anxiousness, Yu missed the opportunity to kindly call, well, the new duelist from the field is not familiar with the environment yet, don't you know how to get the card? If you buy a card, you can buy the card you want at the Dream Card store located 2 streets away. A small number of common cards can be bought directly, and most cards can be randomly obtained from the card package. Yes, he was advertising the shop where he worked. Although the cards that players bought from the card shop can't be used by themselves, but they can buy them back and give them to Yu. Of course, Yu will not use other people's cards for nothing. He will also appropriately allocate spar, experience points, and currency, although he does not have a dime now, as rewards for the other party to complete the task. Swalang's eyes lit up, as if suddenly found a way out. But then he thought of something, and his brows were closed again. Because of the currency in this game, he doesn't have a dime. Don't have the money to open the card package? Fortunately, he met Yu, a model NPC who is considerate, careful, and patient, and continued to induce him in a good manner, or if it is a special event in some stores, some guests may be given some cards and coupons randomly. You can use the card coupons. Exchange to some cards that you can't usually buy. Swalang continued to frown. But even if you say that, how could my new account have a coupon? Wait a moment, I seem to really have one? Swalang's eyes lit up, and finally realized this under Yu's repeated hints. The new accounts created by each of their players all have their own cards and coupons presented by the system. As mentioned earlier, the NPC number Yu also has coupons. However, his coupons were used in exchange for the magic card witch hunting that specializes in killing magicians, and he smashed Pandora. Not only did he get a quest reward Black Magician, he also passed Pandora along. The whole set of cards. The gift card coupons can't be exchanged for anything useful. Yu's card coupons are already considered to be a great value for money. There is nothing wrong, now he is eyeing the gift card coupon that came with the player's initial account. Do I need to redeem the card and voucher for fusion directly? Swalang opened the list of card pools that can be exchanged for coupons, checked it back and forth several times, and began to fall into entanglement. Even if I keep this card and voucher, it seems that I can't change anything useful. It's better, just give it to this NPC? But I still hesitate, because after all, it is a newbie period gift. There is only one piece in total, and it will be gone after sending it out. Entangled for a while, he raised his head and saw the clear and sharp eyes of the NPC in front of him, and suddenly made a decision in an instant. NND, the real man hesitated with a hammer, just rushed to finish it. Used. Do you accept the mission from the duelist Yu? Yu? Swalang saw the name appearing in the task pop-up window before him, and he took a breath. WOC, still a Yu character NPC. The two laws of Yu-Gi-Oh are well known to everyone. Anyone whose name is a rouge generation is a monster, and those with a rouge name and a hairstyle that resembles a certain animal or plant are even monsters among monsters. Such as games, City Tour, Tour Star, Tour Horse, Tour Arrow, their hairstyles correspond to starfish, jellyfish, crab, lobster, and tomato. It seems that there are more aquatic products among them. Stabilized, a handsome NPC that resembles a light novel illustration, using the famous element hero, even a traveler. It's not an important NPC. Swalang doesn't believe it, okay? Swalang said nothing, and immediately chose to accept the task. Then he did not hesitate to exchange his only card coupon for the magic card fusion, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com as a task prop and handed it to Yu. Yu took this fusion and nodded slightly. Yes, you can, but you can teach you. The card coupons that come with the new system number are really nothing to redeem. Fusion is already the only card that is useful to Yu. In this way, as long as he goes to cheat again. Ah, that's not right, it is to post another mission to the next lucky player, and he will gather all three of them. He didn't reward the spar for the first mission, after all, he is short of this thing himself now, and of course he has no money, after all, he has not received his first month's salary. Therefore, he allocated more than 300 points of experience rewards to Swalang from the daily quota. Pit is of course impossible to pit players. Everyone who does business pays attention to a word of mouth, and the same goes for being an NPC. Yu is well versed in the principles of sustainable development. If the leaks are cut too hard and the player's reputation will be stinky, it will be difficult to fish for oil and water in the future. The benefits still have to be given. Only by letting the players see that they are doing well with them, can they keep the leaks for a long time. Oh no, it is these respectable duelists. But he doesn't bother to go back and open the card pack now, so it's better to fill up the 3 fusions first. Although it is a worthless basic magic card, it is still very important to the hero deck. So he casually found a leaflet with the address of Dream Card Shop. I need some help for something. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, if you are interested, bring as many friends as you can here. Me. Really is a serial mission. Swalang was overjoyed, and nodded again and again like a chicken pecking rice. until the other NPC had left the stadium and disappeared out of sight, and he didn't stop. Chapter 20, Jakin and number 039, T Escape. Leaving the dueling hall, Swalang began to look for friends who landed in and played cards all over the city overnight. Because it is a task issued by an NPC, the other party's meaning is definitely not to let him grab a passerby on the street to make up the number, but to let him bring other players to enable the team function to find him together. But this is actually not easy. As mentioned before, the total number of players in the closed beta is only 3 digits in total. Such a small number of people are randomly thrown into the real city of Tono, and the chance of hitting a partner is really not high. Swalang has wandered around till now, yet no other player has encountered it. The night is getting deeper and deeper, and the noisy neighborhood is gradually quieting down. There are fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road, and most of the local NPCs have gone home to sleep. So there are only a few types of people left in the streets of Tono City: drunks, gangsters, and unpredictable people, and players. Yes, of course players don't need to sleep in the game, and players who log in for the first time don't have a place to rest in this world. So in the middle of the night, the players either log out offline, stay in a dueling hall, the dueling hall is open all night, or they can only wander in the street. In this way, the probability of meeting other players will be slightly higher. No, Swalang wandered around most of the night, and finally found a companion with the same string ID on his head. Swalang hurried up to take a look, only to see that the name on his head was "Blame My Chest Too Small." Wow, I'm still a girl, so lucky. Swalang hurriedly ran up excitedly. Wow, is it Miss Sister? The girl turned her head, with long hair and big eyes. She was very cute, she was really cute. Is it a player? Yes, yeah, I finally met other people after wandering around for a long time, so I thought I was playing stand alone. Haha, yes, after all, there are few people now. The girl smiled. Would you like to play together? I just happened to take a task. At this time a rough male voice came in. What's the matter, what's the matter? Swalang followed the sound and found that a male player appeared from behind the corner. The ID on the player's head is "Blame Me for Rubbing Less." Swalang. It turns out that the special cat is a couple dog. The girl turned her head and explained, oh, that's it, this brother. Just passing by. Swalang slapped haha and waved at them. Ha, then you play slowly, I have a task to leave first. After speaking, he quickly drove off without waiting for the two to reply. Just kidding, why should labor and capital play a game and be shown off? Isn't it true that being single is not worthy of playing games? Swalang continued on angrily. The street lights also went out one after another, the lights in the city became less and less, and the streets gradually fell into darkness. Swalang couldn't help but shudder. He couldn't help being surprised once again by the authenticity of this game. He even restored the uncomfortable touch of walking in the city at night, and the realism was incredible. Went around in the city again for an unknown period of time before he finally met his next companion. This time I met a male player. The character pinched by the other party has a round face, a round head that is infinitely close to that of a bald head, and a pair of black framed mirrors on the bridge of the nose. Swalang looked intently at the ID on the top of the other's head, as if it was called "GG Can't Escape." Even the word "G Can't Escape" was mistyped. It's terrible to have no culture. Swalang thought. But it doesn't matter. Swalang quickly stepped forward and greeted enthusiastically, "Brother, are you interested in doing tasks together?" The player turned his head. Hey? What mission? A special NPC released it, it seems to be a serial mission. Swalang said, he asked me to find individual players to team up, and go find him together at dawn. Oh? A serial mission? Jia couldn't escape his eyes brightly behind the lens. The tasks that can be received in the novice stage are actually very limited. At present, the best way to upgrade seems to be to play cards with people in the duel arena. Playing a lot of cards makes it easier to receive other tasks if the level is slightly higher. It's really rare to hit a serial mission at this stage. Zaja couldn't escape and came up. What's the reward for the mission? Can I get rid of it? My last mission asked me to give him a fusion magic card, which I redeemed with a novice ticket. The reward gave me hundreds of points of experience. JG couldn't escape for a moment. Although he didn't speak, the expression on his face was clearly this. A few hundred experience rewards in exchange for the integration of a newbie card coupon? How do you think this NPC is a pit? JG can't escape coughing, and patted his shoulder. Brother, I think this NPC may have a problem. You may not know how to play games. Some game planners just like bad tastes, so I will arrange some tasks for you to complete them. Complicated, rewarding, and useless pit force NPC. But that NPC is called Yu. Swalang said, and the card deck is still elemental heroes. Hey, there is nothing for you to call you. Wait a minute, what do you say he used? JG can't escape, his eyes lit up, and a tactical pusher frame came quickly, his face covered with writing. Hunger and thirst. The elemental hero used. Swalang said, I saw with my own eyes that he summoned the elemental hero New Star Lord, a fusion monster that has never appeared in the animation. Hidden plot is definitely a hidden plot. Zaja couldn't escape the excitement. Moreover, there is a high probability that there is a hidden plot related to the plot development of GX later in the game. He patted Swalang's shoulder meaningfully, and the eyes behind his glasses stared at him burningly. This is what I owe you. From now on, everyone will be brothers. If you need help, just say it. Can you help me? I must try my best to help. No problem. Brother G. It's too ugly to call it that way. JG Nan waved his hand. Just call me GGE directly. Okay, Brother G. Seems to be a good buddy who emphasizes love. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is pretty good. Swalang thought. The first person I met in the linked world was such a good friend. Swalang felt that his career as a duelist was brilliant. The next morning, Yu got up very early today. He yawned and came downstairs before it was light. But I didn't expect that even if he got up so early, he could still hear Ito China busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen when he came down. It seems like this every day since he came to this store. No matter how early he got up, Kiana will always get up. Often he comes out of the bathroom after washing, and the steaming breakfast is already on the table. Made him wonder if China was actually a robot, the kind that doesn't need to sleep at night. After washing and coming to the table, Yu directly began to eat today's breakfast, and at the same time kept looking out the window. Although the time he set yesterday was 7 o'clock in the morning, it has not arrived yet, but Swalang will not rule out the possibility that Swalang will actively come to hand in the task in advance. Didn't know what kind of player Swalang could bring him over again. Are you waiting for someone today? China quickly noticed his abnormality. Well, that's it. Yu nodded. Sure enough, just after 6:30, Swalang happily appeared outside the store and brought in a new player as agreed. Yu glanced at the new player through the window, and felt that the opponent pinched this round face, this round-inch hairstyle, this black-framed glasses, and even the subtle and wretched expression. Where did you seem to have seen it? Then he noticed the ID on the top of the opponent's head. JG can't escape? Chapter 21, Is it ugly? Is. JG can't escape? Yu saw the ID, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This player must have a problem. Yu feels that especially for NPCs who are as handsome as themselves, most of them have to be careful. Two players soon came in one after another. Welcome. China got up to prepare to entertain, but was stopped by Yu reaching out. It's okay, they came to me. Swalang entered the door and saw the slender girl in a silver-haired maid outfit. His eyes lit up. Yu, you still said that you are not the protagonist. The system even arranged for you with the girl, who would believe that you are not the protagonist template. He stepped forward to hand in the task. I brought people. Zaja can't escape hurriedly stepped forward with a familiar face, and smiled all over his face. Hello, hello. For some reason, Yu has an instinctive urge to avoid him when facing his smiling face. At this time, Zaja Nanfang had believed more than half of Swalang's words. Don't say anything else, it is definitely impossible for him to be a passerby in the face of this NPC. What kind of work have you seen where the author wastes so much pen and ink on a painting of an insignificant passerby? However, just when he made up his mind to hug this NPC's thighs, rub more rare cards and hidden tasks, he saw a line of words popping out of the NPC's forehead very mercilessly. Friendly degree -5. Zaja can't escape. What did I do to me? Why would there be NPCs to meet to reduce their favorability? JG is still in a daze, and I don't want Yu to look up at the ID on his head, think for a while, and then drag the adjustment range of the favorability level a little bit to the lower side. Yu thinks that this guy named Zaja can't escape must be somewhat problematic, and his favorability value for him must be controlled to a lower level, so that the other party does not have any strange thoughts. Friendship degree -5. Zaja can't escape. Could it be, I'm ugly? Zaja can't escape suspicious life and opened the panel to check his charm value. The charm value displayed was 63. High is definitely not high, but it should be a charm value that is not too low. There is no reason to cause disgust. It's always impossible that this game NPC still looks at the value of your pinched face, right? China watched from behind the counter. Although she didn't say anything out of politeness, she also felt that the customer was not good looking, and she didn't look like a stubborn thing. Especially the look he stared at Yu, as if expecting something, made China feel uncomfortable looking at him. So Zaja couldn't escape, and immediately noticed that the lovely lady maid next to her also had a friendship level -10 on top of her head. JG couldn't escape and suddenly felt like being struck by lightning. He suddenly doubted that there was an urge to rush out to look for a mirror and take a look. Am I really that ugly? Ahem. Yu coughed and said, this little brother, can you bring me a fusion magic card? Disgusting and disgusting, wool still has to be squeezed. Coming. He had heard about this initial mission from Swalang before, so he was naturally prepared. JG felt that this was a great opportunity to save his -10 favorability at the start, so he didn't even need Yu's reminder to call. He didn't even think about it, exchanged the gift card coupon for a fusion, and handed it in directly to Yu. Yu accepted the card, nodded slightly, and as a reward, slightly increased his favorability towards JG, 1 point. In this way, his favorability has risen from -10 to -9. You should be all new duelists in the city, right? Yu continued to speak, in the future, everyone will be duelists in this neighborhood. You can take care of any difficulties you have between them. As you can see, I am working in this shop. If you want to get a card, please feel free to visit. Although we are a small shop, there are still many good cards. In addition, if you encounter any hard-to-solve problems, you can come to me, as long as I can help, you will do your best. Yu felt that what he meant as an NPC was already very clear. The first thing is, I have a lot of good things here, if you have money, you must come to my business. The second thing is, if you find an important storyline for a hidden mission, you must pull me together, and I will also reward you with experience. Means this, but how to express it depends on personal ability. At this time, both players are overjoyed and feel that they must have picked up the benefits. Isn't this just the mysterious merchant characters they have encountered in many games? According to their rich experience in online games, characters such as mysterious merchants sell good things that other players can't get, and they have a high probability of being a rare card in this game. As for the latter sentence, the meaning is obviously that they encountered strong golden thighs. In the future, if you encounter any difficult tasks that you can't beat, maybe you can come here to pull your thighs to help. After all, is an NPC whose name starts with U, so the card game must be very awesome, right? JG can't escape, dragging Swalang's clothes corner, and whispered, "Hey, I look at the official website, it seems that cards bought with currency in the game card store are useless? It seems that only cards from the system card pool and mission rewards can be used. Used in actual combat." Ding! NPC Yuya has opened a private store function. Both received the prompt at the same time. Private shop. Sure enough, it is a hidden function not mentioned in the official website. The two hurriedly opened the private shop at the same time. The items that can be purchased in the store are categorized according to their rarity and price. The products are dazzling, ranging from N cards to level rare cards, and the gorgeous card faces make the two of them dazzled for a while. After all, Yu had risen to the level for so many days, and all the spars he had brushed were smashed into the system card pool to open the card package. However, as we all know, if you open a pack of 30 or 50 cards, it is good to have a few that can come in handy, most of which are useless things. Can just be thrown into this private store to expand inventory. The two of them moved their eyes upward and quickly noticed some eye-catching products. Fuck, there are elemental heroes. That is to say, even if the initial deck does not choose a hero, is there a chance to get a hero deck system from this NPC? As I said before, the degree to which a player has a chance to open a card in the system card pool depends on the cards he has already obtained. For example, if you have elemental heroes in your hand, you have the opportunity to open a large number of elemental hero series cards. If you have a black magician in your hand, you will also have a chance to draw cards related to the black magician. So although most of the initial decks chosen by the players are mortal bones www.readaloud.com, they can directly affect the types of cards that players can open in the system card pool. In order to obtain other series of themes beyond the initial deck, players must constantly explore and find opportunities in the game, trigger specific tasks and obtain new series of cards through rewards, so as to expand the capacity of their system card pool. In other words, as long as you redeem the elemental hero card from Yu, the player is equivalent to unlocking the elemental hero in your card pool, and you will have the opportunity to draw other elemental hero series cards in the future. Swalang suddenly became excited, and immediately became so excited that he wanted to buy directly. However, he was excited, and suddenly noticed the additional purchase restrictions on the elemental hero series. You need to have a good impression of 40 or more. Suddenly there was a kind of depression that was poured with cold water. Swalang is not bad, but JG is really desperate when he sees this restriction. The NMD favorability requirement is more than 40. As a result, he immediately lost 10 points when he met, and only added 1 point after completing a task. According to this progress, he has to go to the Year of the Monkey. Just 1 day of closed beta, JG cannot escape. Even at this time, he even had the idea of deleting the account and reconnecting. He felt that he would use a female account with full charm value to seduce this NPC, maybe the goodwill degree met 40 and opened his mouth full. Was thinking wildly, Swalang suddenly interrupted his thoughts with an excited fuck, dragged his clothes and said incoherently, "Quick style. Look at the top of the UR product list." "What did you say?" hiss. Zaja couldn't escape and followed his instructions, and suddenly he couldn't help but breathe in cold air. Could it be the Pot of Desire of the legendary Wanyan God, Forbidden, card? Chapter 22, must be exclusive. Pot of Desire. This card can be said to be among Yu-Gi-Oh players, everyone knows it, and it may not even be an exaggeration to say that this card has become a symbol. Pot of Desire, usually a magic card, effect, the player can draw 2 cards from his deck. For a card game like Yu-Gi-Oh that has no cost limit, the player's hand can be directly linked to the amount of resources he holds. Under the premise of not possessing the passive skills of the protagonist's empty-handed empty field, the two players will play against each other to the late stage. If one of the players has a large number of available hands and the field is full of monsters, the other there is a blank hand with only 1 or 2 cards on the field, so there is basically no suspense in this duel. Compared with LP, the amount of resources on hand can actually represent the health of the duel of both sides. The side with more resources can always dominate the game more easily. Because of this, it is especially perverted to have a pot of desire that can draw 2 cards unconditionally. This means that you can widen the gap in the number of cards held by the opponent at no cost, and even with the absolute disadvantage of a huge card gap, relying on a pot of desire has a greater probability of turning over. As long as this kind of magic card can be used, almost any deck will definitely play 3 cards. Of course, the premise is that it can be used. For the Game King players of this era, the pot of strong desire is basically an artifact that only exists in legends and animations. No one has ever seen its style in actual combat. Because as early as many years ago, the pot of strong desire was listed as a ban card, and it was similar to the kind of life imprisonment without bail. It has never been released from the small black room for many years. But now, they have seen such a card from this NPC's personal store. Officially stated that there is no restriction on the banned card table in the linked world now, and there will be no restriction on it in the future. As long as the player can manage to reasonably obtain the cards from the game, there is no use restriction. Of course, if you can get it. First of all, it is absolutely impossible to open the pot of desire card in the system card pool. Moreover, in the previous life Yu played Link World for so many years, it seems that he has never heard of anyone who has obtained the pot of desire through hidden mission channels. This kind of card seems to be the patent of local NPC, and the player has no chance to contact. However, thanks to the presence of Yu, the good man NPC, now players have the possibility to obtain God cards. Players can't use it if they open the card package directly from the store linking the world to the pot of desire. But if it is a card that meets the requirements of a special mission and is given by an NPC, then this card will be recognized by the system, it will be counted as a special card obtained by the player during the game, and it can also be put into use. In other words, the only way for players to obtain some cards that were not available to players and that are only exclusive to NPCs may be through Yu's channels. Swalang and Zaja couldn't escape with excitement for a while, but then they noticed the acquisition conditions under that pot of desire. NPC Yu's favorability, 90 or more. The two looked at each other. This condition, is it impossible to complete this life? How to get up early and lick it hard to get the NPC's favorability above 90. JG can't escape and even suspects, if it is his own, his favorability will get lower and lower, maybe. Then take another look at the spar needed to buy the pot of strong desire. How many zeros are there in this special cat behind Uncle Lee? Why don't you just grab it? The two rookies couldn't help but start to go crazy. They just created the number. The spar on the number is only in double digits. According to this progress, the ghost knows how long will the liver be able to produce a pot of strong desire. Well, of course, the pot of desire that Yu opened by himself was originally only marked as an N card by the publisher. The UR in the private store was added on his own initiative. At present, he only has one of these cards, and of course it is impossible to sell them to players casually. The reason why it is placed in a private store is just to fill the front, so it looks good. Anyway, the poor players who just created the account can't afford it at first sight. However, Swalang and Zaja were both stimulated by this, and they decided to work hard and move bricks to make money from today. Both novice coupons were cheated, and Yu also knew that their low-level pauper was temporarily useless for him, so he sent them out. Yu remembered that the closed beta seemed to last for only 2 days. At most 2 days, you can only come in and experience it. In fact, you can't do anything. Yu also came across a little white mouse by chance. No, it happened to a player like Swalang, who temporarily decided to test his function as an NPC. It's not too late to wait for the number of players after the public beta to start stocking wool. Swalang and Zajanan escaped when they left the card shop with high spirits, full of enthusiasm, as if they felt that the sun in this game world was brighter and brighter than before, and the future was almost full of bright. The great opportunity of jointly occupying Yuyu quickly established a deep bond between the two players who had never met before. Yuyu Kanshu www.yuyuganshu.com instantly had an extraordinary friendship. The two quickly reached an agreement: we must not let other players discover this key NPC. At that time, only the two of them have the pot of 3 strong desires and 3 angels charity in the whole game. Isn't it true that the entire set of acrobatics decks will be extremely powerful? In that way, I want to stand out among the players. No, even winning the World Series is not hopeless. So the two quickly agreed that Yuyu is their 2 exclusive treasures, and you must never mention it to any third party. What Swalang and Zaja would think about it, Yuyu actually guessed it somehow. After all, he was once one of these dog players. It's just that the two of them may be disappointed, because the hidden NPC they discovered is probably not as easy to hide as they thought. Because at this moment, this NPC has already begun to figure out how to find players after the official public beta. That night, Yuyu, as usual, went out to the Duel venue after the day's work, ready to continue brushing experience to get spar. It may be because of some light rain in the sky. Pedestrians are especially rare on the street this night. The cold current wandered the empty streets, the rain was flying under the orange light of the street lamps, and the air was filled with a damp breath. Yuyu followed the usual route, walking through the block, passing through a short and narrow lane, and heading for the Duel on another street. But today is a little different. As soon as he turned into the alley, he realized that he was being followed. Chapter 23, Strike. Mecha Force. Yuyu stopped at the end of the alley, turned around, and waited silently for the people behind to show up. After a while, a cloaked shadow appeared. It was a man wrapped in a cloak. He was very short and looked like an elementary school student who had not yet graduated. However, this costume with a price drop like a black sack, and the dual plate that the opponent hides under the cloak, but the edges and corners can't cover it anyway, it is obvious that this is another rare card hunter from the Guru's group. Same as Pandora, who was counter-killed by Yuyu before. I can actually detect my existence. The little hunter sneered, although he is quite alert. Rare card hunters. Yuyu said lightly, it's really a ghost. Ha, since you said that, it looks like you really killed Pandora. The short hunter grinned. The intelligence said he lost to a kid like you. I didn't believe it at first. But you are really courageous. Even our gurus generally only grabs rare cards. Your kid actually pulled Pandora's deck directly. Yuyu twitched the corners of his mouth. How did you tell me that I was the most vicious villain? These words even sound a bit like showing admiration among colleagues. The other party's meaning is like saying that we usually only pick 1 or 2 rare cards to grab. Brother, you actually want all of them. It's a real lot. But the other party is right to say so. From the original work, Gurus, as a villain organization, abides by the rules so that it is a little admirable. Is obviously an evil organization, but every time their group makes a shot, they will obediently show a dual plate to play cards with the protagonists. They have to win the cards before they go up to grab rare cards, and they will never directly act on the crowds. It's not even that count. Occasionally, some hunters who lose to the protagonist in a duel want to go back on the account or do it directly. Those unruly guys are directly and remotely tampered with memory by their master Malik and become mentally retarded. Yuyu coughed. He asked for the card group first. Humph, it doesn't matter, the waste that lost to you has been punished by the organization, and his soul has been exiled into the darkness forever. The short rare card hunter opened the dual plate in his hand. And my task is to take back from you the black magician that Pandora lost to you. As long as I succeed, I can get a report, replace Pandora's position, and gain a higher status. he said, grinning smugly. It seems like this is a little too easy. The hidden mission, the challenge from gurus, too. After you defeated the magician Pandora, the powerful gurus group has not given up, and sent a new opponent to challenge you. You really received the task reminder again. However, there is no button option to accept or reject on the task panel. It seems that it belongs to the task that is enforced once triggered and has no right to refuse. But think about it, it is impossible for gurus to let him go like this. Most villains in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are more rules. As long as you honestly accompany them to play cards, they will always abide by the rules and send someone up to play cards with you, and most of them are willing to bet. But once you refuse to play cards and want to run away, I'm sorry, we choose to play directly. Duel, X2. UU, LP4000. Rare Card Hunter, LP4000. Then the first attack is for me, draw the card. The Rare Card Hunter of Gurus, I summon the Mecha Soldier, attack. Mecha Soldier, attack power 1600. Then launch the magic card from the hand of the compatriots. He played a magic card, pay 1000 LP, and special summon 2 4-star monsters of the same type as the Mecha Soldier from his deck. Comic effect. Rare Card Hunter, LP4000 LP3000. He pulled out the deck and quickly picked out 2 cards from it. Come out, my mechas. Special summon Mecha Sniper and Mecha Guard. Mecha Sniper, attack power 1800. Mecha Guard, attack power 1200. Yu narrowed his eyes. Mecha deck? Being able to jump out of 3 monsters in one breath like this kind of paving ability is quite powerful in the environment of this era. Hey, so I have 3 monsters on the field. The hunter grinned, but it's a pity that the monsters that are specially summoned through the Fellows Bond effect cannot attack, nor can they be used as sacrifices summoned by the superior. Then I put another card and the round is over. Can't attack, and can't be used as a sacrifice? Yu looked at the 3 monsters on the opponent's field, lost in thought. So there are 3 4-star monsters. Could it be that he wants to use 3 monsters to build an XYZ network and oversummon the dominators of color? Oh sorry, I went wrong, there is no overweight here. Note, the ruler of color, super monster, the summoning condition is 4-star monster X3, because the effect is too strong, it is listed as a prohibited card. But it doesn't make sense to think about it. My turn. Yu said, summon elemental hero Denlight Man. The blue warrior appeared on the field with a clear drink in the winding electric current. Dian Guang Man, why do I have a premonition of becoming a new generation of overwork and death? Elemental hero Electric Man, attack power 1600. Fight. Attack the Mecha Guards with Dian Guangman. Dian Guangman flew up with the master's instructions, and released a piercing electric current with a clear drink. Lightning is like a javelin thrown in the air, locking the Mecha Guard with the lowest attack power on the opponent's field. Hey, as I expected. The hunter chuckled and activated Gwevka, turn the cover over, the attack becomes weaker. The opponent's monster attack is invalid, and the battle phase is forced to end. A gust of wind blew out of the flip trap card, forming a vortex barrier to protect the mecha monsters in the audience. The electric lightman's current was stirred into the storm, and it was blown out in an instant, completely unable to penetrate that layer of defense. It's a pity that your attack didn't work. The hunter chuckled, your idea is so easy to guess, it really is just a kid. However, Yu didn't notice his at all. At this moment, all of Yu's attention is focused on the attack weakening of the trap card that is gradually becoming transparent and disappearing. The early life-saving card can not only invalidate the attack, but also force the end of the battle phase, but also launch the fastest counter-attack trap, at least a rare SR level card. This card is really good, but it will soon be a surname by visual inspection. The hunter had spoken trash for a long time and found that the opposite party hadn't reacted at all. Soon he discovered that Yu was looking at his attack weakly and fiercely. The rare card hunter was furious. "NND, we are playing cards, you are still thinking about how to steal labor cards? Are you robbed or am I robbed?" Of course, Yu did not forget the business. "I put 2 cards in, and my round is over." The hunter seemed to feel that he was being looked down upon, and his facial features were deformed with anger. The facial features that were originally a bit too compact become more abstract when angry. www.readaloud.com. The brat dare to underestimate me, my turn. Drew a card from the deck, and the hunter's angry face squeezed a twisted smile. "Let you see the reason why I was selected by the organization, my strongest combination." The hunter laughed and slapped a new monster card on the free card slot. "Summon Supervisor Covington." Supervisor Covington, 1000 attack power. A soldier wearing a pink mech and a straight waist appeared on his field like a sentry. In this way, the conditions are gathered. The hunter waved his hand triumphantly and smiled like a 500 Jin child. The special effect of Warlord Covington, through the player's payment of 1000 LP as a price, can make the Mecha Sniper, Mecha Guard, and Mecha Soldier on the field a triple unit. Comic effect. Rare Card Hunter, LP3000 LP2000. Yu raised his eyebrows. "Fit monster?" I saw 3 mecha monsters on the hunter field flying off the ground one after another, and the metal bodies began to disintegrate. Countless machine parts are suspended in the air, moving along their trajectories as if attracted by a magnet. The parts were pieced together, the gears bitten together, the metal mechas rubbed and collided with each other and assembled in one place, creating a giant mecha with a body that was constantly climbing, and its body shape seemed to penetrate the sky, like a steel mountain. Wei ran blocking in front of Yu. "Let's see it, this is my strongest fit monster, Mecha Unit, Armed Force. Mecha Unit Armed Force, Attack Power 4600. Chapter 24, 3 Traps. Mecha Unit Armed Force, Attack Power 4600. Ha 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 ha. This is my trump card, my strongest fit monster. You have no chance when it comes out." The Hunter of Gurus began to expand infinitely, and it seemed that making such a big monster made him feel invincible. But there is one thing to say, the monster that can make 4600 attacks in the DM era is indeed quite awesome. At that time, the game environment was not as complicated as it was later, and the means of solving games and high-attack monsters were relatively limited. The President can kill at will in the current environment by relying on the Mortal Bone Glaucoma Ultimate Dragon with an attack power of 4500. Yu didn't know much about mecha decks. He didn't expect that the enemy suddenly jumped out of such a monster with 4600 attack power. A Gundam-like monster stood on the opposite field, and a variety of guns and missiles pointed at the opponent's head, looking quite bluffing. "Attack of the mecha troops!" The hunter yelled. "The mecha shoots!" The huge robot fired at Yu's side. The powerful firepower is overwhelming, the tail flames dragged by the missiles are intertwined in the air, and the bullets are scattered like dense raindrops. The Dianguang man on the side of Yu quickly raised his arm to release the lightning defense, but it was completely meaningless. In front of a powerful monster with an attack power of 4600, his resistance is as negligible as paper, and the whole person is instantly torn to pieces by the powerful fire with a horrible hum. Yu, LP4000 LP1000. Dengguang man, MD, I know that every time the first appearance is not a good thing. In this way, your field will be empty, the hunter laughed, and I still have a War Inspector Covington who didn't attack. Supervisor Covington, 1000 attack power. Go on, Covington, attack directly. I won this duel. Open the cover card hero mark. The trap card on the Yu field was opened, and a beam of searchlights shot through the smoke screen and threw it into the air, forming a circular mark hanging high in the air, projecting the H representing a hero. The hero mark is a trap that is activated when a monster on our side is destroyed by battle. Yu pulled out the deck from the duel board. You can select an elemental hero below level 4 from the deck to special summon. Special summon elemental hero Wingman. A light green whirlwind rolled up on the field, and the green hero spread out his snow-white wings and flew out onto the field, half kneeling and falling in front of Yu, his arms staggered into a cross in a defensive posture. Elemental hero Wingman, defense power 1000. Hey, Covington's attack power is the same as Wingman's defensive power. Doesn't it make sense even if you attack? The hunter poked his mouth uncomfortably. Then I will put a card and the round is over. In the duel monster rules, monsters with the same attack power will fight each other and die together. However, it is meaningless to fight with monsters with the same attack power and defense power, and neither side will be destroyed or cause battle damage. The hunter looked at him with a sullen face. You have recovered alive. But the next round, my mecha unit will definitely eliminate you. Yu shrugged, not caring, and seemed not to panic at the overwhelmingly unfavorable situation in front of him. My turn, draw a card. He seemed to draw a card casually. However, some people seem to be drawing cards normally, but in fact the skill has already been activated at this moment. Fate draw card. If the opponent is the player, hitting this situation will definitely be careful to prevent the opponent from triggering the D-draw skill. However, the simple NPCs play cards honestly and abide by the rules. How can they understand the routines of dog players? I activate the magic card from my hand, the Curtain of Black Magic. Yu played the magic card, and the pop-up card appeared beside him, projecting the dense white bones and the dark flying curtain above his head. At the price of paying half of your LP, special summon a magician from the deck. Yu, LP 1000 LP 500. The white bone in the air opened the curtain under him with his dry arms, and a blood-red mist floated under the curtain. The slender red body leapt out, flipped dexterously in mid-air, and squatted down to the ground. He is dressed in a red robe, with silver hair under the spell hat. He stood up, the dark green staff swept out an arc in front of him, and the cyclone mixed with the wave of magic power blew away along the way the staff passed. Black Magician, call. Black Magician, attack power 2500. Pandora's card. The rare card hunter narrowed his eyes. But what if you summon a Black Magician? You only have 500 LPS left in the wind, my mecha unit the attack power is 4600. Can you still make a comeback in this situation? Place 2 cards on the cover, and the round is over. Yu couldn't help but admire this rare card hunter as a true man, and he dared to say the absolutely taboo word candle in the wind to his opponent in a duel. Throughout the history of Game Kings through the ages, anyone who dared to say the word candle in the wind to the other side in the animation, the grass on the grave has grown so that the tombstone is invisible. Even the super boss of the Destroying Evil God level can't escape this law, and now the unknown soldier on the opposite side of Gurus dares to touch this taboo. It is really respectable. My turn. After rare card hunter drew a card, he stared at the 3 cover cards in Yu's backcourt and thought about it. The LP is only 500, but he uses the Black Magician to attack it. Is it trying to lure me to attack? That is to say, is there a reversal in the 3 Gavkas? The card on the far left was covered in the last round. If it can be launched, it should have been launched during the last round of attack, so that should be just a cover, a bluff. The only thing that needs to be watched out is the 2 cards that were just covered in the last round. He chuckled and drew a card from his hand. Although you may be just bluffing, let me be a little cautious. Activate the magic card magic removal. Due to the effect of this card, I can confirm a card covered on the field. If that card is a magic card, destroy it directly. If it is a trap card, it will be overwritten. Yu raised his eyebrows. Hey, what I want to choose is the card on the far right. Yu stood calmly with his arms folded. The card covering beside him stood uncontrollably under the influence of magic removal. That is a trap card. The wall of breaking can be activated when the opponent declares an attack to reduce the attack power of all monsters on the opponent's field by the number of monsters x 800 points. It turns out that there are now 2 monsters on my field. If I attack with mecha units, under the effect of the trap of the wall of breaking, my attack power will drop by 1,600 points. The hunter turned and raised his voice. But even if it drops by 1,600 points, the mecha unit still has 3,000 attack power. The black magician only has 2,500 attack power. This blow is still enough to take away your only 500 LP, then it will be my victory. Ha ha ha, it seems that your hope of counterattack on this trap will not work. What a pity, if I summon another monster this turn, the mecha unit's attack power will drop by 2,400 points, and you can use the black magician to fight back. It's a pity, I'm better at it. Speaking of this, the short hunter feels even more awkward, and he can't wait to hang his waist on the spot for a while. At this time the magic removal effect ends. Because the confirmed card was not a magic card, the break wall was recovered back on the field to keep it intact. But the rare card hunter doesn't care at all. The final blow. The mecha troops attack the black magician. The mecha shoots. The hunter began to laugh. The black magician and your rare card, I will take it. Activate the trap card breaking wall. You activated the cover card. The attack power of all monsters on the opponent's field has decreased by the number of monsters x 800. Mecha troops armed forces, attack power 4600, attack power 3000. Supervisor Covington, attack power 1000, attack power 0. Mukta, useless, shouted the hunter. Mecha troops, continue to attack. Tear me the black magician and this stinky boy to pieces. Open the second overlay card again. Yu's operation is not over yet. A chain of trap cards aid shooting. This card can only attack during this turn when a monster on your field is attacked. Increase the attack power value of the other monster on your side. I use Elemental Hero Wingman to support the Black Magician, and the Black Magician's attack power has increased by 1,000 points. It's actually a double trap. The rare card hunter was taken aback, but he didn't fail. Then I also open the cover card and counter the trap jammer. This card can negate and destroy the trap card the opponent activates during the battle phase. The rare card hunter smiled. The activation of the aid shooting is invalidated, so the black magician's attack power will not increase, but the original 2,500 points. This is really the last blow the mecha unit. Kill him for me. However, at the very last moment of this decisive moment, Yu twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a winner-like smile. WH. What? What are you laughing at, brat? The hunter panicked suddenly. Yu chuckled. According to the effect of the hero mark, I can choose any 4-star elemental hero from the deck to special summon. Why do you think I choose to have neither attack nor defense? How about a high-strength wingman? Wingman, QAQ, the old man is difficult to dismantle . Why? The rare card hunter started to panic. This is the reason. Look good, now this is the real final blow. Yu waved his arm and opened the last card on the field. It was the card that was ignored by the rare card hunter and was already covered in the last round. Counter-attack trap whirlwind of wings. Yu shouted, you can activate it only when there is elemental hero wingman on the field, and the effect of a magic/trap card activated by the opponent is invalidated and destroyed. N.A. Nanny. Rare card hunter was shocked and suddenly thought of something. Wind of wings, this guy got this card from the last turn, so he chose to special summon wingman when he activated the hero mark. Could it be that this kid was back then? It's already calculated the current chain of counterattacks. His pupils contracted and his eyes widened in an incredible way. This kid, where is it sacred? How can it be so strong? At this time, the winged man in the defensive state has flapped his wings and flew into the air, and the flapping of his wings stirred up a whirlwind on the court. Countless white wings pierced the hunter's trap jammer like flying knives, poking the card riddled with holes and shattering in situ. Using winged wind to invalidate the trap jammer's ineffective effect. Yu waved his hand, so the activation of the aid shooting is effective. Add the wingman's attack power to the Black Magician. Feet Herman made a pose similar to the explosion in the Dragon Ball, and began to open his mouth and shout drink, like a green flame burning all over his body. His power was then superimposed on the Black Magician under the effect of the trap card. The Peak of Featherman's Life.jpg. Black Magician, Attack Power 2500, Attack Power 3500. Mecha Troops Armed Forces, Attack Power 3000. Black Magician, Fight Back! Yu shouted. The huge mecha robot released an intensive barrage offensive towards the Black Magician, but in the current situation of reversal of strength and weakness, it has long been unable to pose the slightest threat. Saw the Black Magician stretch out a single palm, and his palm released a dark red magic circle, holding the opponent's offensive lightly. Countless ammunition bounced off the circle, and the missile exploded with brilliant flame light effects and bursting thick smoke, but they couldn't shake that layer of defense. Then the Black Magician gently lifted the wand, and a magic ball of thunder was brewing at the tip of the brilliant green wand. Dark magic! The magic wave pierced the body of the robot mercilessly. The huge robot body shook, and the body was pierced out of the gap from front to back, and sparks continued to burst. Finally, after a burst of electric current, it exploded with a boom, and the whole body fell apart. Rare Card Hunter, LP2000 LP1500. Rare Card Hunter stared blankly at the disappearing three-dimensional image. No. My strongest mecha was defeated. It took him almost a minute to come back to his senses, but the whole person was already in a state of extreme chaos. But, damn it, there must be some other means. He began to check his hand in a panic, inspect the graveyard, and look for all possible means of counterattack. But it was obvious that the hunter had panicked to the point where he was unconscious. Because until the end of the round operation time defined by the rules, not only did he fail to play a card, he even forgot to turn the warlord Covington, whose attack power on the field was reduced to 0, to defensive expression. But of course, in this situation, even if he turns defensively, the ending is fine. My round. This time is the real last round. Yu gave the command, Black Magician, attack the war officer Covington. The magician flew out, and the dark magic pierced the warlord, who had only 0 points of attack power, and also took away the last remaining LP of the Rare Card Hunter. Rare Card Hunter, LP1500 LP0. Chapter 25, Damn it! The one-night duel ended, and Yu walked on the way back to the card shop, while walking through the trophies just harvested today. Yes, after winning this new Rare Card Hunter, he was not polite, so he pulled out the entire deck on the opponent's duel board. Although it sounds immoral to say you win the opponent's entire deck, but who cares? Isn't there an old saying that says so? There is no need to talk about justice with these evil demons. The mission challenge from Gurus is completed, and the reward given by the system is exactly the trump card used by this Rare Card Hunter, Mecha Troop Armed Force. However, the attack power of the panel looks a little higher. The conditions for this thing to be summoned are also troublesome, and the hand is stuck when it is drawn, but it is not easy to use at all. Yu looked through every card that he wins back. In fact, most of them are unsurprisingly Mecha series monsters and auxiliary cards, which are of no use to him. But UR and SR cards have also gained some, even if they are useless. It is a good choice to expand the card library. When these cards are squeezed into private stores, maybe they will be attracted to some mecha enthusiast players. When he returned to the store, China-chan dressed as a maid was cleaning the shelves among the rows of shelves. Noticed that when Yu entered the door, she temporarily stopped what she was doing. You are back. I am back. China tilted his head for a moment and said, when you went out today, the weird man who came in the morning came to you again. Weirdo? Talking about the players. Are they both here? No, just one here. Kiana shook his head. It's the one that is shorter and looks a little thin. Looks a bit uncomfortable? That sounds like Swalang. Yu sent him out to find a task by himself before, but he found it so soon? Did he say what to do with me? No, I only said that I wanted to find you in an urgent matter, but he left when you weren't, as if he was in a hurry. China looked at him suspiciously. Speaking of which two people, are you friends? It's not counted, I met in the Duel hall. Yu said, if you have to say something, I think it's a customer. This is also the truth. In Yu's eyes, the players are all his customers, and he will definitely patronize his business in the future. Oh. China nodded his little head lightly and said seriously, then I think you should be more careful. Hey? What are you careful? Those two, China said, especially the one with glasses, doesn't look like a serious person, it seems, as if, has an idea for you. Yu. Girl, your thoughts are very dangerous. How can you understand this at a young age? China's face is serious and doesn't seem to be joking at all. Of course the girl with facial paralysis may not understand what a joke is. The expression on her face clearly said, I suspect that those two people are greedy for your body. How does that work? Obviously I came first. I read in the news that sometimes boys are attacked when they walk alone at night. China continued to educate, now even if boys go out, they must protect themselves, especially if they are grown ups. Good-looking boys need more attention. It is rare that Sister Sanmu took the initiative to grab him and said so much today, it seems that she should be really worried. Everyone has a heart for beauty. After all, Yu's charm is so high, it is only natural that she would be worried. Such a handsome man, if he bends so casually, it would be too violent. Well, China, things are not what you think. It took a long time for Yu to persuade Qian Nai and convince her that the player is really just his customer. There is only a dirty money relationship between them, nothing else. But at this point, Yu can't help but think of the GG can't escape, can't help but think that this guy may be really a problem. I don't know if Swalang who was with him is doing anything right now. After working hours ended, Yu started to refresh the game forum after he was free. Because there are only a few people who are eligible for the game during the closed beta, there are not many people who can speak in the forum, which is far less lively than Yu remembered after the official server was opened. Wow, this game is too real, right? When have unscrupulous card sellers been so conscientious? Is obviously a post just started. Gan. This game is a bit more realistic, right? I just wanted to test the details of this game on the street to see if my pants can be taken off. The NPC the side of the road actually pointed at me and screamed. A few people have dragged me into the bureau, and now the host is still receiving criticism and education in it, vomiting. 6666, anyone who doesn't accept it will obey the original poster. Ha ha ha, deserve it, who makes you cheap? It scared me to death, so dangerous. I almost wanted to take it off at the time. Fortunately, I didn't take it off. Gan, this novice deck is too useless. Playing cards with NPCs is hammered into pigskins. Is there anyone who can say where can I get cheap and awesome rare cards? The mortal bones of a deck can't hold it. Don't bother us hanging big ones, you have to learn to think for yourself if you hang small ones. It is recommended that the original poster dream in place. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has everything in the dream. Ha ha ha, a hidden mission has been triggered and I have joined the rare card hunter gang of gurus. The membership bonus has given away a lot of rare cards. Fuck, I want to enter no matter what. Gurus? Could it be the organization of Malik, the founder of the game Wanjian Art World? The original poster joins gurus, isn't he afraid of being beaten by Wang Yang? The time to brush the forum always flies quickly. The sand sculpture players are all talents, and they speak nicely. However, it seems that players are still in the novice period, and there is nothing in the forum that makes you unexpectedly discover. Most players are still doing some daily small tasks, or at most playing cards with people in the duel arena. No one triggers any important tasks. And of course, many players immediately start searching for the residences of Muto games across the city as soon as they log in. After all, is the protagonist of the anime, and the only designated duel king throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh series. If you want to find an NPC to lick, this high school student duel king is undoubtedly the first choice. The game is not a big man, and his residence is not difficult to find. Soon players found his address. Of course, the player immediately tried to get in touch with the game, but it was not surprising that the opponent only responded as an ordinary Duel King fan, and it failed to trigger any plot. Yu was scrolling through the forum behind the counter. The store door was suddenly pushed open. One person ran in a panic and threw himself on the counter. Is this Swalang that I saw not long ago? Yu Zhang, please help. Swalang said right away, I'm the hell. Chapter 26, A Man with a Backer. See you, ghost? Yu was a little puzzled by Swalang's expression, but he didn't think it was impossible. After all, there are indeed all wonders in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! This world system includes various elements such as the underworld, gods and demons, magic, aliens, and other dimensions. There is nothing surprising about the existence of ghosts in such a world. But even if Swalang encounters a ghost, there is nothing to be afraid of. Because whether it involves gods, monsters, aliens, or ghosts, there is no basic iron rule in the Yu-Gi-Oh system, that is, nothing can't be solved by playing cards. Swalang began to tell him the ins and outs of the matter. After separating from Yu earlier, he immediately began to wander around on the street, contacting daily small tasks, actively chatting with passers-by to play cards, and trying to trigger hidden tasks. Because most of the mainstream supernatural powers in Yu-Gi-Oh are related to darkness, there are often villains who like to hide in the darkest and quiet corners in the dead of night to devour human souls. Therefore, after nightfall, Swalang specializes in running the darkest and most empty alleys. Yu couldn't help being speechless when he heard this. He has been playing games for so many years, and this is the first time he has heard of someone triggering a task like this. This reminded him of a certain old man he had seen in the post bar. He told me that countless amateurs were a bit tired and wanted to find a female ghost to try it out. However, he couldn't see the female ghost for a walk in the middle of the night every day, and he was so depressed. Most people who want to trigger the plot have to study the plot, analyze and decipher it, and research strategies to brush the favorability of a specific NPC or something. And Swalang's hand is a bit like a bait, relying on his strong European spirit to do whatever he wants. What? Hidden task? Isn't that just around the street? In his previous life, Yu was very disdainful of European players with white faces and reflective faces. Especially every time he opens the bag and sinks to the bottom, he will be incompetent and furious like countless other Africans, shouting something like European shit. But it's different now. Now he feels that his mind is obviously broadened a lot, and sincerely hopes that all the players will be lucky enough to pick up on foot. After all, now, the player's stuff is roughly equal to his. Of course his is his, this is the basic principle. It's on the bridge that crosses the river in the city over there. Swalang said, when I crossed the bridge, I heard someone calling me, saying, come here. Although the voice is very small, I am sure that I heard it correctly. I looked around several times, and I was pretty sure that I was the only one in front and back, and there was no other half of the shadow. Don't say it really has such a strange taste. Then what? Yu became interested. At the same time, his brain has started to spin quickly, trying to remember whether there was such a task in the early game of the previous life. But I can't think of it anymore. There are too many branches in the game of linking the world. Those tasks that are small in plot scale, have no effect on the main line, and are generally rewarded, will not be noticed at all. Then I quickly turned back and ran. You ran? You ran into a hidden mission, and just ran away when you turned around? Because I am afraid, Swalang was a little embarrassed. I have been afraid of these gods and ghosts since I was a child. You. If it's someone else, you're a player afraid of wool. Not to mention that even ghosts in Yu-Gi-Oh's world may not have anything to fear, 80% of them still have to play cards anyway, and what if they hang up? Will you be a hero again in a few hours? Yes, if the player dies in the linked world, they must wait for several hours to cool down before they can resurrect. Although it sounds a bit painful, but in fact, this function is not usually used at all. After all, it's a card game. Generally speaking, you can't die during the game. Only in special circumstances, including a dark game, a betting duel, if you lose, you will die. So in fact, the villains have suffered a lot from dark duels with players. For the villains, they may really be betting their lives, but for the players, their bet is actually just a few hours of not being able to play the game. However, there is a limit to the number of resurrection times a player can be resurrected each week. There are only 3 times a week. Seems to be very few, but in fact there are quite a few. After all, it's a card game, and it doesn't always cost lives. Let's lead the way. Yu stood up from behind the counter. I'll go and see with you. Swalang was overjoyed immediately. Yu Zhang is indeed a good person, oh no, a good NPC. According to the player's experience in online games, the NPCs that form a team together are either purely hindered and special to send, and their existence is to forcefully increase the difficulty of the game, or the special Thai eldest brother is killed, and there is no player with him at all. Swalang is convinced that Yu must be an NPC of the latter type. He became more and more certain that he had encountered a rare NPC in the Great Luck, and he could directly take him off to get rid of several versions of other players. Can you take me to lie down on hidden missions? You dare to believe it? China, I'll go out for a while. Yu said hello. Is it so late? Kiana's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise, and she looked at Swalang next to Yu in surprise. With him? She must be wondering now in her little head, what do 2 big men go out in the middle of the night? Something www.readaloud.com may come back very late. Yu said, don't wait for me. Oh. The place Swalang said was still in another city, and the distance was a little far away. The 2 of them walked for a while before arriving. There is a reinforced concrete bridge over the turbulent river, and the dark water flows constantly under the night. It is said that this river is a channel where sea water rushes out, and the river surface is not too wide. There used to be a wooden bridge here before the city was built, but since it fell into disrepair, no one dared to cross it. Later, it seemed that the omnipotent Haima company established the project. It dismantled the wooden bridge and rebuilt the solid modern bridge in front of him, reconnecting the 2 banks of the river. It's here. Swalang said confidently, I heard the voice here. The Swalang who came here not long ago had to turn around and run away, but it is different now. After all, now, he has a backing man. Swalang suddenly felt that he was doing it again, and he could not help but hold his head high, and even the pace of advancement began to recognize the 6 relatives. Ha, what if there are ghosts? After all, this is the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! No matter how powerful your ghost is, can you still beat the eldest brother you surnamed next to me when you play cards? Hidden mission, I'm coming. Was thinking so beautifully, Swalang suddenly stopped and let out a scream of awe. It sounds like a cat sleeping soundly being stepped on its tail. Because at this moment, a string of eye-catching red letters jumped out in front of Swalang. The closed beta is about to end. There is still 1 minute before the forced offline, please be prepared. Chapter 27, Come to a Duel. Swalang was shocked. It turned out that there was only 1 minute left in the closed beta time limit. So obviously, you can get the task reward right away. What's the matter? Yu, who noticed that Swalang had stopped, also stopped, and turned to ask. Swalang showed a painful expression. I was suddenly a little urgent, the kind of very urgent. So do you think? Yu is clear, this reaction is probably the closed beta time is approaching, right? Yu made an expression of I understand and waved his hand. It's okay, you go. Swalang automatically understood that in order to temporarily terminate the task and wait until the next time it is online, he could not help but be grateful. Thank you, brother Yu. After said, his body became transparent, and he went offline. The current Swalang feels that the game design is too user-friendly, and the tasks that have already started can be archived until the next time, so they will not be missed directly. As for when he goes offline, the NPC will go and give the task by himself? How can that be possible? How can there be any reason why NPC will grab the player's mission? Maybe? It may be that the hidden mission was triggered and Swalang had used up all the European energy of today, and it happened to be on and off the line at this juncture. In fact, Yu did hesitate to come here. Maybe he should wait for Swalang to come back and come here with him to find out what happened? After all, the quest was found by other players. Even if the leftovers are cold, I have to give him a little bit of meaning, right? Well, in fact, it's because Yu alone is not at ease. Another advantage of taking the player to do the task is that no matter what enemy you encounter, you can close the door and let the player go and let them find out for you. Anyway, the player is a consumable item, even if it hangs up for a while, it can be resurrected, which is a natural cannon fodder. The reason for following Swalang so recklessly is because he has taken a universal shield anyway, and it doesn't matter if he encounters any danger. Big deal. Swalang went up and sent him to take the opportunity to run. But now that the shields are gone, Yu really hesitated to move on. However, he immediately realized that there was nothing to hesitate, or in other words, he couldn't hesitate. Ding! The mission is triggered. Challenge from the mysterious man. Dark power has flowed into the real world from the unknown. Try to fight back the darkness. Task reward, unknown. Although it is a completely unclear mission description, the same as the previous Guru's Challenge series, this time there is no option to refuse. That is to say, walking to this place has already been regarded as triggering a specific task. It may be that someone hiding here has been eyeing him right now, and he has no turning back. Don't mention Swalang, although she looks a little courageous, but she seems to have heard it right. When Yu walked to the middle of the bridge, it seemed to vaguely heard the voice of "Come here." The voice is not loud, it is very soft and thin, and it does sound like a female voice. That is to say, it looks a little strange in the surrounding environment where you can't see your fingers, but in fact, if you close your eyes and listen carefully, the voice is pretty good, very light and crisp, giving people a smart feeling. After playing so many versions of Linked World in his previous life, Yu already has experience. The environment in the game of Linking the World is not static. The system card pool held by the player, the cards owned by the NPC, the combo and tactics that can be matched, and even the game rules of the dueling monster are constantly changing with the version of. The more version is updated later, the more diverse the card types in the hands of players and NPCs, the more deck types and tactical combinations, and the more complicated the environment. The overall strength of the environment will continue to increase. But looking at it the other way round, the game hasn't even been released for version 1.0, and the story is only in the early days of DM. The card types and gameplay are still limited, and the environment is relatively simple. So even if Yu currently only has a set of incomplete heroes and a mixed deck of Black Magician he won from Pandora, in the current environment, there are not many duels who can compete with him for a long time. After all, even the city that was the runner-up of the Duel Kingdom was defeated by him. Therefore, it is conservatively estimated that Yu thinks that his combat effectiveness should be at least within 1.5 cities. With such strength, there should be very few tasks at this stage that he can't handle. The sound just disappeared, but the sound of rushing water under the bridge was even louder. A brisk wind blew from the other end of the river and stirred the dark weeds on the shore. He raised his head and saw that there was a safety sign on the bridge contracted by Hima Company. It's just that there is a cute and animated blue-eyed white dragon painted on this brand, with a funny safety helmet on his head. Yu. From this, we can also see the deep love of President Hima for the white marriage, that is, blue eyes. The sports car the president drove was blue-eyed, and the jet plane he drove was blue-eyed, and even the construction sign had to be painted with blue eyes to emphasize its status in the palace. The president is so obsessed and even once caused the sand sculpture netizens to speculate that the president's supplies for special needs are probably not the blue-eyed brand, crossed out. But this also makes sense. The Egyptian chapter of Yu-Gi-Oh's original work reveals that the blue-eyed white dragon's previous life was actually a lovely girl with blue hair and white skin. There was a story that I had to tell about Seahorse, who was an Egyptian priest in the previous life. A huge circular drainage pipe is placed next to the pier of the bridge, and there is a constant stream of water flowing into the river. Yu frowned, as if he felt that he saw a vaguely dark gas floating out of the depth of the pipe, spinning around his body. He soon realized that it was not an illusion. The pitch-black mist gushed out from the depth of the pipe and condensed into a human entity in front of him. Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. It was a black-clothed man with an arrogant face that Zhang Liuqin didn't recognize. On the bridge of his nose was a black super that looked like an American agent. Only glanced at Yu to recognize who this person was, but at the same time he was taken aback. What is this? Mr. T? The final boss of the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX ending, the mass-produced horse under darkness? In the final chapter of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, a large amount of human darkness flows into the world and awakens the ultimate boss named Darkness. That boss intends to erase all human existence in the world. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has assimilated the consciousness of all mankind into a part of darkness. And the Mr. T who appeared in front of Yu at this time was the number one horse under the villain. This Mr. T is a bit like Smith in the Matrix. There is no entity, and hundreds of thousands will pop up after killing one, which is a consumable mass-produced cannon fodder. It's just, shouldn't darkness be the villain in the final chapter of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX? The protagonist of GX, Yuchen Jade, I don't know where to play in the mud at this moment. But after thinking about it, it seems that there is nothing unreasonable. According to Darkness's claim in the anime, it said that it was part of the rules of the world, but it was only awakened by the darkness of the human heart in the story of GX. In other words, it has always existed in this world from beginning to end. In that case, it is not surprising that it wakes up early and leaks a small part of the darkness from the inner world. At this time, Mr. Motsai under darkness has also noticed Yu. He hummed and smiled, and said, "Are you a duelist in the human world? Interesting, I have been sleeping for so long, and I don't know how far humanity has developed now." As he spoke, his eyes under the black super suddenly sharpened, and the darkness soared, and the pitch-black mist erupted like a storm, forming an astonishing force. However, Yu, who faced this extraordinary power, had no fear in his heart, and even wanted to play cards. As expected, Mr. T directly raised his arm after a burst of Dragon Ball wind, and the black mist turned a black dual disc directly on his arm. He twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled, "Come to a duel." Chapter 28, The villain will also lack cards. As expected, there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved by playing cards. However, Yu is still convinced that he has never heard of such a task in the 1.0 version of the game in his previous life. Obviously, the darkness in the animation of the game King GX is full, and even has the consciousness that can drag all mankind into darkness. The ability to let everyone fall into an infinite loop in their own illusion. Yes, it sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Version of unlimited monthly reading. If such an awesome boss appeared in version 1.0, it should cause a lot of commotion, right? The only explanation that you can think of at the moment is that the darkness at this stage should not be fully awakened. It is estimated that at best, only 1 or 2 cannon fodder can be sent to explore the way in the world. This task may be solved by a player casually, and the difficulty is not high, so even if he enters the pit so early, he has never heard of it. Duel, X2. MRT, LP4000. UU, LP4000. I haven't moved my muscles for a long time, just let me try your hand for a while, human duelist. Mr. T's mouth tilted, revealing a weird smile. Let me attack first, draw the card. I summoned the dark archetype and attacked. As the card was placed on Mr. T's duel plate, the darkness around him seemed to become restless. The pitch-black mist rolled and approached, gathered on the field in front of him, and gradually condensed into some kind of reptile entity. It was a weird monster with a white mask, and 4 thick legs stretched out from its bulky body, which looked like a with a turtle shell on its back. A low-star monster with an attack power of only 1400. It seems that it is not aggressive at all, but it gives people an ominous premonition. Yu noticed that the darkness around him seemed to be more intense. He found that he didn't even see the stars in the sky since some time. I put a card on it, and my round is over. There is an image of a card with the back facing up beside Mr. T's feet. He raised his head with a confident smile on his mouth. Well, it's your turn. Yu narrowed his eyes. My turn. Although the power of darkness belongs to the threat level in this world, his playing skills, Mr. Motsai, are not very good. Summon elemental hero Fiery Man. Sparks burst out of the dark gap, forming a blaze in the space. The hero in control of the flame showed a gesture from it, and a translucent heat wave broke out as soon as he spread his arms. Elemental hero Blazing Man, attack power 1600. The effect of the Blazing Man is activated. Yu continued. The attack power of the Blazing Man will increase the number of elemental hero monsters on our side by 200 points. Elemental hero Hot Man, attack power 1600, attack power 1800. Of course, this card cannot be in the initial deck full of mortal bones. The Blazing Man is also a new hero who Yu has been unremittingly opening packs these days and randomly drawn from the system card pool. Blazing Man's initial attack power is 1600, and he can get 1800 RBI directly when he plays with his own effects. In this version of the game, he is also very useful as a 4-star monster. Diane Guangxia, that's great, I finally don't have to go to work today. Fight! Yu waved his hand, attack with elemental hero Blazing Man. At this moment, I want to activate the cover card. Mr. T still maintained a calm smile. Trap card 0i Demon. This trap card can be activated when a monster on our side of the field is selected as an attack material. Reduce the attack power of the attacked monster on my field to 0, and then I can draw a card from the deck. Dark Prototype, attack power 1400, attack power 0. At this time, Blazing Man has also been killed. The Dark Archetype, whose attack power was reduced to 0, had no power to fight back in front of this hero. The body was easily penetrated by flames, exploding from the inside out, and a large cloud of black mist erupted from the body. The flames penetrated the monster's body and then cast off without losing its momentum, and directly impacted on Mr. T as the controller. The hot shock blasted through his body, the kind in the literal sense. Mr. T's body looked like it was briefly shattered, and the smaller half of his body was blown out by the flames of the Blazing Man. With a large cloud of black mist in the air, it was broken down into countless cards. But then the cards flew back to Mr. T's body by themselves under the guidance of the black mist, filling the part of his body that was blown up, and returning to the original shape in the blink of an eye. Yu suddenly realized something. In this duel, the monster they summoned, it seemed that it was not just a three-dimensional image, but an entity that was transformed with the help of the dark power pervading the venue. In other words, the attacks of both monsters can cause a real impact on the other side. The reduction of LP also corresponds to the reduction of real life. If you lose the battle, you may really die, or worse. MRT, LP 4000 LP 2200. Mr. T, who has drastically reduced the LP, should have suffered a considerable amount of physical damage just now, but this has no effect on him who is just a dark aggregate. He maintained a calm sneer and continued to explain, at this moment, the effect of the dark prototype has been activated. When this monster is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, I can special summon an attack power and the damage I have taken from the deck. The same monster is special summoned. The damage I took just now was 1800 points, so I can special summon a monster with an attack power of 1800 from the deck. Obviously he was just trying to trigger this effect, so he just deliberately used a trap card to reduce the attack power of his monster. Come out, Meteor Dragon! A beam of light shot into the high sky from the deck on his duel, turning into a meteor. The flaming meteor dragged an arc-shaped trajectory in mid-air, drew a huge semicircle, and swooped down towards the ground. A dragon spread its wings in the flames, crouched on the field behind Mr. T, and roared at the blazing man on Yu's side. Meteor Dragon, attack power 1800. Yu frowned. This monster was also summoned by the castle during a duel with him before, and Yu naturally still had the impression. At that time, the castle used the fusion magic card to fuse his ace monster, the red-eyed black dragon and the meteor dragon, and summoned the meteor black dragon with an attack power of 3500. In this 1.0 version, that's already a pretty great monster. So it seems that Mr. T is aiming for this purpose? But it stands to reason that such a rare card as the red-eyed black dragon should be unique. Although it is not the only one in the world, the rarity should also be the top one. Is it possible to print any rare card that exists in the world with the power of darkness? Isn't it invincible in Yu-Gi-Oh's world to have this ability? Yu, the round is over. www.readaloud.com. My round, draw cards. Mr. T looked at him and smiled strangely. This round will let you see the possibility of darkness. I activate the magic card fusion from my hand. Really came. Yu's expression tightened. Is it possible that this guy really has red eyes in his hands? It's too much to print cards casually. I'm not as arrogant as you with a system. At this moment, I want to activate the monster effect of the Devil King of the Marsh in my hand. Mr. T smiled and drew a card from his hand. This monster can be transformed into any monster at will during fusion summoning. Form, as a fusion material instead of fusion. I used the Demon King of the Marsh to transform into a true red-eyed black dragon. I saw that the Demon King in the marsh in his hand was quickly projected and turned into an entity. His body began to twist and deform like a puddle of mud, and gradually changed into a dark double-winged, dragon-like body. True red-eyed black dragon gesture. Using the Demon King transformed into the true red-eyed black dragon, fuse with the meteor dragon on the field. Mr. T shouted, fusion summon. Meteor black dragon. Yu, a little interruption. Dude, you just use this thing instead because Krypton can't afford gold and can't get the true red-eyed black dragon. Mr. T. At this time, Mr. T, the agent of darkness, the incarnation of evil, and the man who tells the truth, fell into a minute of silence. Long-winded, he said. How? Is there a problem without a rare card? Who do you look down on? Who ruled that you can't be a villain without a rare card? Chapter 29, please take care. Fusion Summon, Meteor Black Dragon. The red-eyed Demon King and the Meteor Dragon are drawn into a huge vortex of fusion, and a huge black dragon is born from it. The huge wings stirred up the hurricane, and the heat wave spread in the black fog. Meteor Black Dragon, attack power 3500. Is here again. Surprisingly, it is the powerful fusion monster that Yu only saw when he fought against Castle Ukia not long ago. Unexpectedly, even if he didn't have real red eyes in his hands, he would still be blended out by this guy. According to the rules, Fusion monsters cannot attack during the turn summoned by fusion. Mr. T smiled slightly, but now I want to activate this card, the magic card Quick Attack. This card allows the fusion monster to attack during the turn it is summoned. Fight! Mr. T's voice is dull and authentic. Meteor Black Dragon. Attacking elemental heroes Hot Man. The black dragon roared, his wings flapped and rolled up the hot hurricane. It opened its mouth in the blood basin, and a hot red whirlpool was rolled up in its dark and deep mouth. Boom! The scorching fireball engulfed Blazing Man's body, and the violent explosion tore him to pieces. A billowing black smoke burst out of the space, and the pain of the heart was mixed with the burning sensation of high heat. UU, LP4000 LP2300. UU, who was directly under the impact, couldn't help humming in a low voice. It's a real pain like a dark game, and it's definitely not a trivial touch of the stereoscopic projection level. At this moment, half of his arm could feel hot burning pain, and even the sweat oozing from his body seemed to evaporate on the spot under the burning flame. At this moment, he noticed that the darkness around him seemed to have become more intense. The deep, lingering black mist enveloped the two of them, and even the sound of flowing water on the side seemed to be fading away. It's as if this duel is really falling into deep darkness bit by bit without knowing it. Regardless of the opponent's duel level, the dark power it possesses is undoubtedly genuine. If you lose here, the consequences might be really serious. What's wrong, are you afraid already? Mr. T sneered confidently, if you are afraid, it would be a choice to give up. Darkness welcomes anyone at any time. My turn, draw a card. You didn't have him at all. He glanced at the card that he drew. It happened to be the trap card that he had winning from the rare card hunter before, or maybe it was more appropriate to grab the trap card, and the attack became weak. Although the key card is not available, the Meteor Black Dragon on the opposite side cannot be solved temporarily, but the excellent defensive performance of this card should be able to survive the next round. Yu made up his mind, I am defensive to call, Elemental Hero Clayman. Elemental Hero Clayman, defensive power 2000. Then add another Gufka, the round is over. Mr. T laughed strangely from the nasal cavity, can you only strengthen the defense? But that's right, you have no means to fight back in front of the Meteor Black Dragon. My round. Summon from the hand, Scorching Zombie, attack sign. Flames reappeared in the dark field, and a burning zombie got up from the center of the hot flames awkwardly. Its feet swayed staggeringly, and its arms were drooping lifelessly, as if its bones were all melted. Scorching Zombie, attack power 1600. Let me tell you, in the face of the power of darkness, ordinary duels are not applicable at all. Mr. T wore a dual plate with a wave of his arm, Meteor Black Dragon, attack the Clayman. The pitch black dragon opened its huge mouth again, and a ball of flame penetrated the darkness, dragging a bright-eyed hot track, and flew towards the Clayman with a hot whirlwind. Launch the cover card. Yu did not hesitate to immediately prepare to activate the trap covered on the field, but the moment his finger was about to touch the button on the dual plate, he suddenly stopped unwillingly. What? He found that his finger just stopped less than half a centimeter from the button, and he refused to move half a minute no matter how the brain gave instructions. Mr. T had a weird smile on his face, and a light blue light was faintly shining behind the dark black super, which flickered in the darkness like a ghost fire. Yu suddenly understood something. Is mind control. Mr. T is using dark power to influence his mind and prevent his intention to activate the trap card. Is this ghost darkness so boring? It is said that the Yu-Gi-Oh boss must abide by the rules to play cards with others. Using superpowers to interfere with the opponent's cards is okay. Boom. Could not activate the trap covered on the field, the Clayman on the Yu field was instantly reduced to ashes under the impact of the fireball. It's not over yet, next is the Scorching Zombies. Mr. T pushed the frame on the bridge of his nose, direct attack. The body still couldn't move, and Yu still couldn't activate the trap card covered on the field, so he could only use his body to resist the attack of the scorching zombie. The hot pain almost paralyzed his nerves, and his whole body seemed to be taken away. Yu, LP2300 LP700. The attack is over, and Yu has already begun to emit black smoke. He knelt on the ground involuntarily, and sweat slid down his forehead as he panted. The control of the body is restored. Yu gritted his teeth. There are only 700 LPS left, and the scene is also overwhelmingly unfavorable. It has already met the conditions for triggering the skill destiny draw. But if you continue to be suppressed by the opponent in a way other than duels, no matter what card is drawn, it doesn't make sense. Must first think of a way to solve the ability to deal with that trouble. Yu was thinking, a voice suddenly appeared in his ears, a girl's voice that was crisp and sweet, but also a little immature. Although it is very vague, it is difficult to hear what she is saying, but it should be the same voice as the call I heard on the bridge above. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Yu was taken aback for a moment. He looked around, there was still deep darkness around him, and there was no one except him and the Mr. T opposite. Then he looked down at his dual disc with some uncertainty. This sound, is it from his deck? Somehow, he looked at the back of the card at the top of his deck, and he had a strong premonition for no reason. My turn, draw a card. Yu drew the top card. I don't know if it was an illusion. The moment he pulled the card, he felt that the suffocation in his chest seemed to be relieved a lot, and the surrounding darkness was dissipated a little as if he had sensed something. Yu glanced at the card he pulled out, and he couldn't help being stunned. What he drew was the Black Sorcerer Girl. The only designated apprentice of the top magician Black Magician in the Duel monster world, one of the representative monsters of Muto game. More importantly, it is the first love of countless card players. Blonde, blue-eyed, cute, with long legs, cool and hot magician costume, the perfect combination of cuteness and sexy. I am afraid that any otaku will have no resistance to such attributes. However, Yu said that he understands the truth, but the Black Magician Girl, he doesn't have this card at all. What is the operation of drawing a card that is not in the deck at all? I can finally talk to you, Master. The Black Magician Girl with a translucent body appeared beside Yu, floating in the air like an intangible ghost. Meeting for the first time, I am the Black Sorcerer Girl, please take care of me. Chapter 30, Magic Girl. Black Magic, Girl. Yu was a little dazed now. Yes, yeah, the transparent girl magician nodded repeatedly, I was calling you before. I tried to contact many duelists in this world, but no one responded to me. Yu suddenly understood. That's how it turns out, so that the voice Swalang heard before is the Black Magician Girl who is an elf, so you can understand it. A woolen thread. This still doesn't explain why there are no cards in his deck. But I remember I didn't have you in my deck, right? That's right, but now I am temporarily attached to you, so the card hosting my body is automatically added to your deck. The girl shook her head while explaining. She accidentally slipped down the big magic hat, and the big brim blocked her eyes. So now you are my master. While she was talking, she quickly straightened her hat back, and the action looked a little awkward, and also a little cute. Yu understands roughly. All in all, it means that the Black Wizard Girl in front of him is a card wizard from the world of dueling monsters. Although there are countless monster cards in the Yu-Gi-Oh world, card sprites are quite rare. Not every monster card will have an elf boarding. The more famous ones are like the 3 blue-eyed white dragons in the hands of President Haima. There is no doubt that there are monsters and elves in the boarding. The Black Magician in the game's hands also has a card wizard. In the later game King GX, the winged chestnut ball held by the protagonist Yushin Tende, the 3 Brothers of Disturbance held by Wanzang Muquan, and the Jade Beast held by John Anderson are all relatively famous card elves. Of course, the black magician girl in the game's hand must also be a card wizard, but it's not the same individual as the one you encountered at this time. Even the elves of the same monster will have many different individuals. For example, in the chapter of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Academy Festival, there was an elf of a black magic girl who appeared on the stage, and that should be different from the black magic girl possessed by the game. The world of our elves is made up of the thoughts in your master and your world, but our world in turn supports your master and your world. The two worlds are one and two inseparable. The black magician girl began to explain. To put it simply, there is an evil will trying to extract energy from our world, thereby invading your master, your world. Although he hasn't fully awakened yet, once he wakes up, it will be a terrifying evil force. I am here to inform the people of this world. At this moment, the opposite Mr. T, who had been holding his arms watching the play, also spoke, and said lightly, "So, is it a monster spirit who is trying to make trouble?" The troublesome guy, in this case, it happens to be here to solve you together. The black magician girl showed an angry expression and glared at Mr. T with super fierce eyes. "Hey, the magic girl is angry, it's really scary." Mr. T shrugged and smiled indifferently. "But I would like to remind you that the duel is still going on. You have not much time left. If you continue to do nothing like this, I will count you as the end of the round." The black magician girl gave him a white look, then turned to look at Yu, holding her small fist to cheer him up. "Anyway, defeat him here first." "I will do my best." Thank you," Yu helplessly, "but even if you come to my hand, I can't summon now. Not to mention that the card of the black magus girl is a 6-star monster, and it needs a sacrifice. Yu, who is now empty on the ground, can't be summoned, and even if it is summoned, to be honest. In fact, it's not very useful. In fact, Yu's LP in the last round has been locked to 700, which satisfies the conditions for Destiny to draw cards. However, the little magician girl miraculously jumped into his hands from outside the deck. At this moment, he had already missed the opportunity to activate the skill. The black magician girl covered her small mouth and said "Yeah," and realized something. "I broke in so recklessly, didn't it? Did it cause trouble for you, master?" Yu. In fact, without her help, Yu would still be affected by Mr. T's strange dark power next round, and both sides would lose. It seems that there is really no way to blame her. Defensive means summoning elemental hero Wingman. Yu said, "The round is over. Elemental hero Wingman, defense power 1000. Hey, can't you do anything but fortify defenses?" Mr. T sneered, "Now I will get rid of you and the obnoxious elf together. My turn, draw a card. Fight directly. Scorch the zombie, kill the trash monster." The Wingman, known as the miscellaneous fish, gritted his teeth, tightened his muscles and straightened his waist, ready for the upcoming shock. Behind the scorching zombie, dragging the billowing line of fire straight to the front of feet, Herman spread his 5 hot fingers and pressed it towards his front door. Yu repeated the operation of the last round again, launch the trap. Mr. T repeated the same trick, the black super queen's eyes lit up like ghost fire, and the dark spiritual energy shot towards Yu from the air, wanting to interfere with his actions again like the last round. But this time, the energy he released hit the transparent magic circle less than half a meter in front of Yu and splashed out. The black magician girl wielded a small vortex-shaped staff, and glared at Mr. T angrily with her cheeks bulging, seeming to be very angry with him for his behavior in the duel. Counter-attack trapped the weakening of the attack. Mr. T's small actions were blocked, and Yu finally successfully launched Geika, invalidate the opponent's monster attack and force the end of the battle phase. The whirlwind rolled up by the trap card blew the scorching zombies back, and the battle phase of this round was also forcibly ended, including the meteor black dragon that had not yet attacked on Mr. T's field and could no longer fight. Mr. T snorted, "Cut, elves. But it's just lingering, and the next round will be the death of both of you. The round is over." Finally survived. It seems that no matter what, this is likely to be Yu Yu's last round. My turn, draw a card. Without hesitation, Yu Yu directly activated the skill Destiny Draw. Launch the Pot of Strong Desire. Yu Yu inserted the newly drawn card into the card slot without even looking at it. The effect of this card is to draw 2 more cards from the deck. Card. Yu Yu once again drew 2 cards from the deck. He glanced obliquely at the card he had drawn, and couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. Coming. I will sacrifice the elemental hero wingman on the field. Yu Yu glanced at the girl standing in front of him waving a staff, and then met her and exchanged glances. The superior summons the black sorcerer girl. The white whirlwind wrapped the wingman on the field, turning into a golden light and dissipating. A powerful magic wave was released, and a slender figure with unevenness was condensed in the center of the venue. The ghostly phantom floating beside Yu Yu disappeared, and then the entity of the magician girl appeared from the magic storm in the center. She skillfully turned the wand in her hand a few times, swept it lightly in front of her, and the pink skirt fluttered gently under the airflow. Yu Yu felt the pressure in his heart relieved for a moment, and the darkness brewing in the halftime on his side seemed to dissipate a little bit. Next, I will activate the magic card from my hand, the Dead Sushin. Su Sheng of the Deceased, Yu Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is a magic card with a rare level of SR. This card is also a rookie gift package from Pandora, thinking that Yu Yu Novice really took a lot of good things from him, that Mr. Magician is really a good person. Su Sheng, the dead, Mr. T chuckled, but there are only a bunch of trash fish in your cemetery. No matter what is resurrected, it is not an opponent of the meteor black dragon. Who said I was going to resurrect the monster in my graveyard? Yu Yu smiled. What? What I want to resurrect is... Yu Yu stretched out his hand and pointed straight at Mr. T's dual plate, that piece of the Devil King of the Marsh in your graveyard. Sushin of the Deceased, usually a magic card, activated by a monster in the graveyard of oneself or the opponent, and that monster is special summoned on your side of the field. Mr. T was shocked to see the golden light released from the tomb area of his dual plate, and the cards of the Demon King flew out from it, like a dragged magnet that came to Yu Yu's hand, and was immediately summoned to the field. Your omnipotent fusion material, let me use it too. Yu Yu smiled. I start the magic card fusion from the hand. At this moment, I will also use the power of the Devil King of the Marsh and use its power to transform into any fusion material. The material I want to replace with it is Elemental Hero Flame Wing Man. What? Mr. T looked dumbfounded. Flame Wing Man? What? A monster that I have never heard of. Use the Demon King who replaces the Flame Wing Man to fuse with the Electric Man in my hand, and fuse the summon. Elemental Hero Flashing Flame Wing Man. Chapter 31, This Wave of Blood. Elemental Hero, Flashing Flame Wingman, Fusion Summon. The sacred light shone on the earth, and the hero, covered in silver armor, appeared from the vortex of fusion. He is backed by a technologically sense metal wings, his body is shrouded in a dreamlike sacred radiance, his body is light and weightless and slowly falls, and a faint transparent ripples agitated under his feet when he landed. Elemental Hero Flashing Flame Wing Man, Attack Power 2500. Flashing Flame Wing Man, the ace monster in the early stage of Yuchen 10, the protagonist of U-City GX, is a fusion of the fusion monsters Elemental Hero Flame Wingman and Elemental Hero Electric Lightman. There is no doubt that this card was randomly picked up by Yu Yu in the system card pool a while ago. At that time, he was very excited when he saw the colorful light that is unique to the UR card burst from the card pool, but when he saw this flashing flame wing man, he suddenly had the urge to curse. Because UR belongs to UR, but this one, he can't call it out. The fusion material of the flashing flame wing man is the flame wing man and the lightning man, but he hasn't even a flame wing man up to now, so he can fuse with his head? It never expected that the attentive Mr. T on the opposite side actually helped him consider this issue, and so intimately helped him prepare a versatile fusion material, the Demon King of the Marsh. Yu is not welcome. He directly took the deceased Sushin and brought the Demon King Sushin from the moor in the opponent's cemetery to his own field, and directly merged and pulled out the flashing flame wing. Strange. And Mr. T on the opposite side was immediately stunned. What kind of monster is this? There will be cards I haven't seen before. Although you say so, in fact, he has never seen any of the elemental heroes summoned by Yu so far. After all, it has not yet reached the GX era. It stands to reason that the elemental hero deck has not been released in this world, and it should be the future deck. Yu, this set of elemental heroes all came from the system, of course the opponent could not have heard of it. But Mr. T quickly adjusted, although I don't know where you got this monster, but the monster with 2000 attack power and 2500 attack power, no matter how many summoned, it is impossible to be my Meteor Black Dragon. Opponent. As if to demonstrate, the Meteor Black Dragon floating behind him opened his mouth and roared, his voice resounding through the sky. Yu smiled slightly. The special ability of the flashing flame-winged man, every time there is an elemental hero in his graveyard, his attack power will increase by 300 points. Nanny. Mr. T lost his calmness again. I have 4 element heroes, Blazing Man, Clay Man, Wing Man, and Dancing Man in the cemetery. Yu raised the dual plate and said, therefore, the attack power of Flash Flame Wing Man has increased by 1200. Elemental Hero Flashing Flame Wing Man, attack power 2500, attack power 3700. Attack power of 3700. Was so scared that Mr. T hurriedly pushed his own frame, as if he wanted to take advantage of the fact that the other side was not paying attention and quickly refill his life. But it was useless. Next, I will also use the magic card Quick Attack, so that the fusion monster can attack this round. Yu directly ordered with a wave of his arm, attack with the Flash Flame Wingman. The hero in armor spreads its holy wings, so light as a feather to fly into the air. He turned into a phantom, dragging a silvery white trajectory behind him, and the glittering starlight where he sprinted was like raindrops. Meteor Black Dragon roared fireballs to greet him, but it was meaningless. Even if the difference in attack power is only 200 points, it is also an absolute difference in strength in the rules of the game called Duel Monsters. The glorious hero directly hit the fireball with his body, and the hot flame was dispersed into a hot spiral vortex under the impact. The body of the flashing flame wing man pierced the body of the black dragon like an arrow, leaving a huge hole. Lava and flames erupted like a volcanic eruption from the pierced body of a giant dragon, triggering a deafening explosion. MRT, LP2200 LP2000. Mr. T gritted his teeth. Unexpectedly, the meteor black dragon would be knocked down. I underestimated you. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Yu smiled slightly. At this moment, the black magic girl who has not attacked on his side has already clenched the staff, ready to go. The opponent's LP has 2000 left, and her attack power is also 2000. Then, as long as she directly attacks, the victory will be established. However, immediately afterwards, Yu waved his hand, the special ability of the Flash Flame Wing Man is activated. Hey! The magician girl blinked her big green eyes. Don't you need me to attack? The ability of the Flash Winged Man is to inflict damage equal to the attack power of the monsters destroyed by battle. Yu smiled. Meteor Black Dragon's attack power is 3500, in other words. Mr. T was surprised. I have to take 3500 points of damage. As he spoke, the silver hero had already landed in front of him lightly, and the sacred light burst out suddenly. Ah! With a miserable hum, the holy light suddenly shattered Mr. T's body. Under the power of the light, his whole body was blasted into a black mist, and his body was broken into countless cards and flew around. MRT, LP2000 LP0. Damn it, don't think it's over. The black mist around him began to dissipate, and Mr. T finally uttered an unwilling shout, his voice echoing in the air. This is just the beginning, human duelist. Darkness has penetrated into the human world, no one can hinder his awakening. Then you and the little fairy girl will be annihilated in darkness. After said, he disappeared completely. Although the harsh remarks made seem to be very powerful, it feels like you're done, the little woods after school. The depressed feeling finally disappeared completely. The surrounding darkness faded silently, and the sound of water under the bridge returned. Until Yu retracted the dual plate to release the card projection, the black magician girl kept looking down at the round staff in her hand in a daze, as if thinking about life. As a result, she was summoned by her master for the first time. She did nothing but watched from the side, and the duel ended. Although I won in the end, the result was pretty good. But what is going on with her feeling like a mascot? Must be an illusion, an illusion. Challenge from the mysterious man Mr. T, the mission is complete. Quest reward, UR card, Black Magician Girl. Remarks, there are cards for elf boarding, cherish it. So, is this card a quest reward? Yu took this Black Magic Girl card from the duel board and glanced at www.readaloud.com and smiled with satisfaction. Yes, this wave is not a loss. As a desperate task, this wave of rewards is really rich. The point is not the value of the Black Magic Girl's card itself, of course it can't be because the face of the card is so good looking and easy to lick. Is that the kind of person he swims with someone? The point is that there are elves in this card. This is a truly untold opportunity. Playing Link World Yu in the previous life has also heard that occasionally players have obtained cards for elf boarding, but the number is extremely small, and the odds of winning the lottery may not be much different. Having an elf in this world means that you have gained some supernatural powers. You can make the elves materialize to help you do a lot of things. In certain circumstances, you may be able to direct the elves to hit people directly, and you can also have certain countermeasures against opponents who master the power of darkness. In addition, the senses of elves are more sensitive than humans, and they are easier to perceive things that humans cannot touch. Players with elves will have a greater chance of triggering important tasks and gaining more benefits. This wave is simply profitable. Yu thought about it, and couldn't help smiling. Master! The Black Magician Girl floated beside, watching the new owner smile at her card face, swallowing drool. Master, what is he thinking? Oh, nothing. Yu put away his smile, inserted the card back into the deck. Let's go, it's late, it's time to go back. The Black Magician Girl nodded her head and floated behind to follow. Chapter 32, The Life Behind the Spirit. The distance from the mission location to the dream card shop is still a little far away. Yu walked through most of the city and returned to the card shop. It was already close to 2 o'clock in the morning. What surprised him was that the lights were still on in the shop even after this. The whole street fell into a deep sleep, the lights along the street were all off, and there was no one person on the road. Only the shop on the corner of the street is still lit with incandescent lights, like a bright lighthouse over the endless ocean at night, guiding the passing ships. Yu opened the glass door and walked in. China was sitting behind the counter in that maid costume. There is an unfolded magazine in front of her, her right hand resting on her cheek. She looks half asleep, and her little silver head is crooked, like a nodding power that has been lost in the world for a long time. Yu still remembers that he had practiced this magical skill when he was a student at the beginning of his life. I think he was able to sit undisturbed while meditating and nap, and sometimes he nodded slightly as if he had some feelings for what the lecturer on the stage said. It's nothing more, it's all a thing of the past, and the hero doesn't mention the bravery back then. China suddenly woke up when he opened the door and walked in. He sat upright in a daze. Huan, welcome. Then she realized that it was late at night. You haven't slept so late. Yu closed the door with his hand. China gave him a blank look. Why do you think I still don't sleep? Isn't it because someone ran out with a strange man in the middle of the night, which made people feel uneasy? Isn't there a saying like that recently? Lonely man and widowed man, there must be a loss. Means that if two men live alone, there is always one person who will lose. Where is that person? She asked. Yu knew that she was referring to Swalang, and only shrugged. In an urgent matter, go first. I guess I will be back in a few days. When the game is officially launched in half a month, I should definitely be back. Well, it's late today, let's go to bed first, and I'll say something tomorrow. Yu said. After a simple wash, Yu returned to the bed in his room and lay down on his back. The duel with Mr. T is no better than a normal duel. His stamina slot has been mostly empty in such a card. Although his stamina has been much stronger by upgrading than when he first crossed, it still doesn't seem to be enough. Otherwise, according to the current development trend, it may be easily squeezed out in the future. Cough cough, what are you thinking about? What I'm talking about here is that there's no shortage of betting cards to be played in the future, and more exercise is definitely beneficial. It definitely has nothing to do with a good-looking female elf he just brought back. Speaking of this, the new elven lady is floating in the room in a state close to spiritualization, looking around in a novel way. Is this the place where you live, Master? She blinked. It feels a little smaller than I thought. Yu. I'm so sorry that I can't afford to buy a house for being poor. I didn't have time to think about it before, but now Yu suddenly realized some problems when I was free. It must be a good thing to have an elf around him, which means that in addition to playing cards in this world, he also has superhuman combat effectiveness. In addition, it is well known that the spirit behind is also one of the criteria for judging the strong under the Yu-Gi-Oh!'s worldview. Throughout the history of the Game Kings, all the characters with their own spirits are all masters of card players. The spirit behind the Game King generally refers to the spiritual body that shares the same body with the protagonist, such as the Dark Game of the Pharaoh in the Muto game, and the Elfubal in the 10 Generations of the City. The name Yu starts with a spirit behind it. Yu feels that he is only the last step away from invincible, and that is to kill Matt's seafood hairstyle like the game. However, one problem that I never realized when watching anime is that it can sometimes be troublesome to have a spirit behind me. For example, when going to the toilet, when taking a shower, and when you want to browse some learning materials on the computer and release excess protein. Yu suddenly wondered how Muto game solved this problem, or said that the game and Wang Yang have been together for too long to the point where they can meet frankly and informally. If that is the case, he can only say admiration. But what you want to say? He turned his head and glanced at the black magic girl who was lying on the windowsill watching the night view. Sure enough, this is still a bit too exciting. In the past, players must have no such problem. After all, players are ruthless missions and card-playing machines in the game. There is no need to eat, and there is no such problem even with the spirit behind. Yu feels that in the future, he may still have a lot of things to adapt to. By the way, Master. The black magician girl fell back from the windowsill lightly, her face was serious, as if she suddenly remembered something. Although the enemy was defeated this time, the matter is not over yet. As expected. Yu cheered up. Just now Mr. T said darkness has penetrated into the human world before he was gone. Based on the experience of the game veteran for many years, he immediately realized that this hidden branch line must have a follow-up. I just wanted to ask. He said, what's the origin of that guy? The black magician girl shook her head. I don't know the details, but I think it should be a malicious, pure dark energy entity from some other dimension. It will use the darkness of the human heart to strengthen its own power, and become stronger by swallowing it. At present, its body should be very weak, so it can only send out its subordinates to the human world like just now to find food to supplement its own. But if left alone, it will swallow more and more duelists and become stronger and stronger. By then, No one can stop it. Yu nodded to express understanding. In fact, about the origin of darkness, Yu, who has read GX anime and played the follow-up version of Link World, may know better than her. After the development of the Link World, there is also a main storyline against darkness, but those are all the GX version of the story, and it is still far away. In other words, next we have to find out all the clones of that guy who invaded reality, and then destroy them as soon as possible, right? Yes. The black magic girl nodded vigorously. As expected, the task interface in front of Yu has been updated again. Task: with the assistance of the black magician girl, find the whereabouts of other Mr. T scattered in Tomino City, and destroy them one by one. Task reward: unknown. As expected, the same as the previous challenge of Guru's series, it is also a serial mission. For players, such tasks involving dark games and supernatural powers are all advanced tasks, and not everyone has the opportunity to trigger them. The so-called high-risk and high-yield rewards are generally the most lucrative. For example, this time, after defeating Mr. T, Yu directly harvested the elf the Black Sorcerer Girl. But then again, if Swalang, the player who initially triggered this task, hadn't come to him, he might not have encountered this opportunity. And Swalang was forced to go offline at the last minute, and he didn't even get a bit of mission experience. Yu decided to wait for him to come back next time, and give him a little bit of benefit to show his gratitude. For example, in a private store, he specially posted a discount such as 50% off. Swalang will definitely be touched by that time, should it be. Chapter 33, What did you mess with him? Somewhere, an unknown space different from reality. Unexpectedly, there would be an elf coming to get in the way. The voice emerged from the boundless darkness, and a black mist stood up, forming Mr. T wearing sunglasses and a black suit. Appearance: the duelist named Yu, and the elf, this may be a huge obstacle to our expansion. While speaking, a cloud of black mist condensed into a human form, also in Mr. T's form. At this time, the third Mr. T came out of the darkness, with exactly the same face as the previous two, and his voice was like the same person. No, after observation, the human world today does not seem to be as simple as we imagined. This is. In addition to elves, there are other things in the age, and some other people with extraordinary powers exist. That's right. The fourth Mr. T said, before officially launching the plan, we still need to observe, contact those unique human beings, and determine the threat. Agree. Agree. When sounded, Mr. T in the space had already walked into Mr. T in the middle one by one. Their bodies merged into one place as if absorbed, and finally all merged into one body. Only the last Mr. T is left in the space. As I said before, Mr. T is not an entity. He is similar to the existence of Agent Smith in the Matrix, a virus used by darkness to invade the real world. He pushed down the frame of his sunglasses, showing a weird and confident smile. Speaking of which, isn't it okay? At this moment, Yu looked at the blonde girl floating beside him with a little pain, panting and sweating like rain, feeling his body was hollowed out. The cause of the incident was that the black magic girl suddenly appeared when he passed a certain section of road, and said nervously that he felt the breath of darkness nearby, so he followed the guidance of the fairy lady all the way to the present. However, it feels as if I have only been in this area all the time. Yet. I'm sorry, because the position of the other party's breath has been changing. The black magician girl apologized, the other party is also moving fast. You don't mind. Right, Master? It's okay. Yu waved his hand, continue to lead the way, where is that now? Although Yu, who has been running for a long time, doesn't feel good enough now. But no matter what the situation, a man can't say no in front of a girl. This is a matter of principle. But at the same time Yuxin couldn't help but wonder this Mr. T didn't mean it, right? Knowing that Yu is looking for him here, Do you take him around like walking a dog? If that's the case, this dark villain is too. What's the matter? Immediately makes people feel good low. But you soon discovered that it didn't seem to be the case. Master, it's there. The black magician girl suddenly said when he ran by an overpass. He stopped. It's down there. Yu stopped and looked down from the edge of the overpass railing. Sure enough, the familiar feeling from before appeared again. The cold darkness quietly rewarded, and the depressive atmosphere enveloped the surrounding environment. The temperature in the space seemed to drop a few degrees, and darkness quietly condensed somewhere under the bridge. Mr. T, dressed in black and wearing sunglasses, walked calmly and appeared out of the darkness. Only this time, his goal doesn't seem to be Yu. Yu quickly noticed that Mr. T's goal was a high school student who was wearing a blue student uniform, carrying a backpack, short, with a colorful starfish head, and a face of harmless humans and animals. Yes, it is the real protagonist of Link World 1.0, Muto game. Yu. What should I say? This Mr. T is obviously just cannon fodder. Why is he so brave? Actually picked the most terrifying hidden boss in the world as soon as he came up, and I don't know if he should be ignorant or brave. And Mr. T still had an expression full of confidence at this time, as if everything was under control, obviously not aware of the seriousness of the problem before him. Duel King, Muto game? So you are the strongest duel of mankind? Interesting. Mr. T smiled slightly, raised his arm, and the dark miasma turned into a dual plate on his arm. Then the Duel King, do you dare to accept my challenge? The game blinked his uninhibited big eyes. Are you? I don't have a name, but you can think of me as Truman, that is, telling the truth. If you want to be called, you can call me Mr. T. He said with a smile. Gaming closed his eyes lightly. Interesting, he said. Mr. T frowned under the sunglasses. He suspected that this might be his own illusion, but he felt that the voice of the Duel King on the opposite side seemed to have changed a little. The next moment, he saw the golden ornament hanging on Muto Game's chest, releasing an incredible light. What followed was a powerful darkness that even Mr. T, who claimed to be a servant of darkness, could not help but feel fear. Mr. T couldn't describe what he felt, but the moment he faced the boy in front of him, he suddenly had the illusion of being locked in his body. He vaguely saw the boundless darkness release from behind the young man. The aura formed was like a rising peak. Wei Ran stood in front of him, releasing an absolute kingly pressure, and temporarily fixed his hands and feet in the original. The ground cannot move. For a moment, he even came up with an absurd thought in front of this vast dark power like seawater. www.readaloud.com. The little dark power he has now is like a fluorescent face. In the boundless sea of fire, it is not on the same level at all. Retreat? This is Mr. T's first thought. He instinctively felt that he couldn't fight this boy here, it would really happen. Without a second word, Mr. T immediately prepared to atomize and disintegrate his body again, turning around and preparing to run. But he soon found out in horror, he couldn't do it. The dark power shrouded in the surroundings is stronger than before, but it is no longer the darkness that his power calls. Something far stronger than him has called for a deeper darkness, overriding the darkness that belongs to darkness. Dark power. Now this field does not belong to him anymore. Mr. T turned his head in amazement and looked at the boy in front of him again. Duel King, who is it? This is definitely not a power possessed by humans, right? The game opened his eyes again. At this moment, his eyes have completely changed, his gaze is like a steel knife rushing towards his face, as if he is about to cut the person into two. Mr. T was at this moment with a stormy sea in his heart, but Yu who was watching the battle above felt completely unexpected. Now Mr. T is facing another soul in the game, from the unknown pharaoh 3,000 years ago, the true undefeated of war under this worldview. Yu looked at Mr. T below, and couldn't help but gloat. You said that you are a mass-produced cannon fodder. What do you do to provoke this plague god? You just said you want a duel, right? The dark game has opened its duel board at this time. This challenge, I accept it. Chapter 34, Duel. Duel, X2. Dark game, LP4000. MRT, LP4000. Mr. T drew out 5 cards from the deck, and at the same time, he kept looking at the boy in front of him, trying to use his special ability to perceive everything to see through the nature of the opponent. But he can't do it. To be honest, he has regretted it a bit now, and he felt that he might have underestimated the strength of human duelists. Unexpectedly, there is still a duelist with such a powerful force hidden in human beings. But that's fine. Anyway, he was just a consumable under darkness, a phantom that was meaningless no matter how many times he was destroyed. Just took this opportunity to test the strength of this so-called dual king. Thinking of this, the corners of Mr. T's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Then I will attack first and draw the card. He grinned. I want to summon from the card in the hand, Dark Archetype, in an offensive sign. Dark Prototype, 1400 attack power. Then add another Gafka, and the round is over. Yu, who was watching the battle on the overpass, couldn't help but twitched. Doesn't this guy shuffle every start? Why is this thing coming up again? However, in the original game of Yu-Gi-Oh!, it seems that everyone plays cards like this regardless of the decent villains. There are 40 cards in the card group, but the starting hands always seem to be a fixed number of cards. The so-called hand card accident basically only exists in real-life card players. Only if you play Yu-Gi-Oh! In reality will you have to consider the card hand rate and start point of the deck when building the deck. A series of questions. The characters in anime have no such problem at all. They see what cards are easy to use and what cards can play combo and throw them into the deck. They can draw whatever they want to draw when they play. There is no such thing as a card hand at all. After playing for a long time, the players in the previous life linking the world all know clearly that the player's deck can't be compared with the important story NPC, because everyone is not playing a game at all. For example, if you pack the deck of the Dueling King Muto game to a certain player, he will most likely be hammered by other players. However, the fact is that if a player challenges Muto gaming himself, then this player will be beaten by the NPC and can't take care of himself. Don't ask, because you don't have enough bonds with the deck. Because of other people's fetters, they can do whatever they want and what they want to smoke. Well, it's your turn, Duel King. Mr. T hummed, let me see, your duel. My turn. While drawing cards in the dark game, he looked sharp and cautiously at the monsters on Mr. T's field. Dark Prototype, a monster that has never been heard of. But his instinct as a duelist told him that there must be fraud. Is that monster's special ability? Or is the problem with the cover card in the backcourt? In the original game of Yu-Gi-Oh!, unlike players, you can check the effect of the opponent's card when playing cards. When encountering a strange monster, everyone can only test the effect of the opponent's monster like stepping on a pit. Dark Game glanced at his hand, and made a decision after a little thought. The fear trap can't shrink back, here he decided to take the initiative to attack. Launch from the hand card, Magic Card Pot of Desire. The Dark Game also played the magic card that players saw as the out card, draw 2 cards from the deck. 2 more cards were drawn in the Dark Game, and the hand quickly replenished to 7 cards. The grinning big green pot that briefly appeared on the field also burst. Then activate the monster effect of the cotton ball in the hand. The Dark Game draws a monster card and places it on the duel board. The cotton ball can be specially summoned from the hand card when it is added to the hand due to the card effect. A faint white brilliance appeared on the Dark Game field, and a small snow-white spherical monster appeared on his field. Cotton Ball, Defensive Power 300. Then I use Cotton as a sacrifice, Black Sorcerer Girl, summon. At this moment, the black magician girl beside Yu said and said in surprise, "This person also has the same card as me. Well, he is the king of duels in this world, and black magician girl are his trump cards." Yu explained. The black magician girl opened her eyes wide, "It feels so amazing." At this time, the dark game field has already rolled up a whirlpool, and the slim figure jumped out of the magic storm. The blonde girl held a flat-headed staff, spinning lightly in mid-air like a feather. Black magic girl, attack power 2000. The black magic girl next to Yu looked at the figure exactly like her, and hesitated for a moment. The black magic girl in the hands of the Duel King should also be an elf. But I always feel that it seems a bit different from ordinary elves. Yu was a little surprised. "Can you feel it?" "Yeah." The black magician girl tilted her head, "But I can't seem to tell the difference." Yu didn't speak, but of course he knew why. Although there are more than one black magician and black magician girl in the world, the two in the hands of dark game are absolutely unique. Because the wizard of the black magician in the game is the reincarnation of the Egyptian priest Mahad 3000 years ago, and the corresponding wizard of the black magician girl is Mahad's apprentice Mana. For the dark game of the pharaohs, they are not only servants and subordinates, but also partners who grow up and play together. They are like family members, and they are irreplaceable for each other. Of course, it's just that the current dark game doesn't have the memory of his previous life. The operation of the dark game is not over yet. Next, activate it from your hand. Magic card Sage's Jewel. This card can be activated when there is a black sorcerer girl on your field. Special summon from the deck, my strongest servant, the black magician. The black afterimage flew out of the deck on the dark game duel plate, and the field once again engulfed a storm. The power of the strong man swept the audience, and the black-clothed magician gently lowered his turquoise staff with his eyes burning like a dark torch. The black magician the field seemed very happy, and excitedly waved to the master behind her. But the latter only nodded slightly in response. "Hey, is this your trump card?" Mr. T didn't panic at all, only smiling at the wizard and apprentice in front of him. "It is indeed a pretty courageous monster. It should also be an elf, right? You? The elves he holds seem to be different." Fight. The dark game didn't mean to accompany him nonsense. Use the black magician to attack the dark prototype. Dark magic. At this moment, activate the trap card. Mr. T chuckled, Zero's Beholder. This card can be activated when your monster is selected as the target of attack. The attack power of the attacking monster becomes 0, and I draw a card from the deck. Dark Prototype, attack power 1400, attack power 0. Dark Game frowned, turn your monster's attack power to 0. My duel can't be understood by common sense. Mr. T sneered unpredictably. When the dark archetype is destroyed by battle, he can special summon attacks from the deck according to the amount of damage he has suffered. A monster with the same strength as the damage value. So, is that the purpose? The dark game smiled confidently. But it seems that you have no chance. Nanny. Mr. T's face changed suddenly. Start a magic card from your hand, Black Magic Director Land Bounce. The dark game quickly played a card. Only in this round, the Black Magician's attack power, rise to the same value as the Black Magic Girl's attack power. The Black Magic Girl's small staff was placed on the Master's turquoise staff. The magical powers of the Master and Apprentice converged, and it was as if a black stream of water climbed along the staff to the tip of the staff. Black Magician, attack power 2500, attack power 4500. Mr. T suddenly became calm. Attack, 4,500, attack power. Drink. The magician, master, and disciple both uttered a clear drink at the same time, and the sphere of magical power burst into the air. The body of the dark archetype was torn to pieces in the magic storm, and Mr. T's body was also drawn in, and was torn to pieces in a string of long grunts. MRT, LP4000 One-hit kill. Chapter 35, Nightcrawler World. Kill once. Should you say that you deserve to be a duel king? Dealing with mobs like Mr. T is a one-sided crush. Of course, it may not be unrelated to the death of the opponent's main action. After watching the show, Yu opened the task panel and wanted to check the situation of the series of tasks again, but suddenly froze. The task description in the panel has been updated, and the following is marked task cancelled. Follow-up explanation is that the evil consciousness that darkness has invaded into reality has been severely damaged, and now it has returned to a dormant state, waiting for the next opportunity to invade. Yu. So it means that because the power held by the dark game is too strong, so the previous round of OTK directly beat darkness back to sleep? What about his reward? Yu suddenly felt a toothache. Darkness, the boss, is really too unbelievable. Even if he is not strong in a sleeping state, it seems to be a bit too out of hand. Yu seems to have finally guessed why he hadn't heard of Darkness's mission in Linking World 1.0 in his previous life. Now I think 80% of it is probably because Darkness woke up from sleep, and just had time to explore the way in the world, but the face was too dark and I hit the full-scale boss Muto game with a trumpet, and he was hit directly without a chance to make trouble. NS. The player's mission was intercepted by the NPC, dare you believe it? Someone completely forgot the fact that this task was originally the fact that he intercepted nonsense from the player. Yu originally expected to be able to swipe this little boss several times, and get more experience to change to a Spar draw card pack. It seems that he can only give up. But it doesn't matter. It's just a small episode. The task of hitting darkness was originally outside of his plan. If you have to say it, you have already earned blood after harvesting a monster elf, so there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. It's about half a month away from the public beta. He still has a lot to do in half a month. An hour later, Yu came to the other end of the city, and came in an empty alley without the slightest bit of life, almost seemingly weird. It seems that there are always places like this in every city. Dim, lonely, poorly lit or no light source at all, every breeze blowing from the alley is like someone exhaling gently behind your neck. These are often the corners forgotten by the people in the city. The more serious people will never come to such a place all year round, and most of those who are not serious know that the more such a place, the more you need to stay away. Yu walked through the dark alley, which looked like a dead end. But near the end, there was a rusty iron door on the wall. The only lighting light is very bad, the iron gate is just rightly hidden in the shadow that the light can't illuminate. If you don't pay attention to it, you can't notice it at all. He stepped forward, tapped the iron gate 3 times with his knuckles, then stepped back and stopped moving. After a while, the door panel slid open in front of him squeaky. Behind the door was a big man with a burly stature. He was wearing a black leather coat, with silver non-mainstream ornaments hanging around his neck, black tattoos painted on his sturdy muscles, and the words "I'm not easy to mess with" on his full-faced face. This guy is more than half a head taller than Yu. He looked down at Yu, and narrowed his eyes somewhat displeased. "This is not the place where your little white face should come," he said grimly. "Go away, before I want to beat you." Yu raised the dual plate on his left arm and motioned to him. The strong man raised his eyebrows. "Duel? I don't know where you heard about it, but ours is not an ordinary dueling hall. If you are familiar with it, get out of here." While he was speaking, the expression in his eyes staring at Yu suddenly changed. It was something close to killing intent, and a pure darkness burst out from the depths of his pupils, forming an aura that was invisible to the naked eye, and pressed toward Yu like a mountain. Yes, this man is also a dark duel. He is trying to use the dark energy he has at his disposal to scare away the naive boy in front of him. But never expected that Yu would stand in front of him so calmly and without being scared at all. He raised his head and looked straight at the burly man's gaze, and his pupils seemed to be lit up with weird red lights in that short moment. Immediately before, the strong man felt a stormy wave-like momentum released from the body of the young man in front of him. The image of the opponent suddenly rose up like a mountain in his eyes, and he immediately pressed the dark energy he released back and brought him back. There was a sense of tension as if the heart was held by someone. The brawny man was startled in a cold sweat, and at the same time he realized one thing. This boy is a hidden master. He tried to use the dark energy of his three-legged cat to suppress the opponent, and now it is ridiculous to think about it. Yu Yu stood in place with his arms, the red light in his eyes gradually disappeared. The brawny man gasped like he had just finished a long-distance race, wiped his sweat, and smiled wryly. "I'm really sorry, I didn't see it." Yu Yu smiled disapprovingly, "Then can I go in now?" "Of course." The strong man said. Yu Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com stepped aside. "I will take you to see Mr. Xiao." Yu Yu nodded and walked in. The strong man let him go first, and then creaky closed the old iron door. Behind the door is a long series of stairs, which seem to be a few years old. Every step down will make some sounds that sound like metal rubbing. There are no lights in the narrow passage, but two strings of torches hanging neatly are lined up on the walls on both sides without going far. The orange flames beat lightly, and the shadows cast by the two on the wall also changed like jagged ghosts. The strong man walked to the front and led the way, and Yu Yu tended to follow. The phantom of the black magician girl floated out of the deck in Yu Yu's hand again, reminding, "Master, it seems a bit weird here. There is a lot of dark energy in this place. Although it is not strong, the people here they are all special." "Well, I know." Yu Yu smiled slightly, "Thank you just now." Of course he doesn't have any supernatural ability himself. Just now, Yu Yu counterattacked the dark energy of this brawny man with mental power, and made the other party mistakenly think that he is a high-level dark duelist, relying on the wizard power of the black magic girl. If an elf is possessed, the holder can also exert a power similar to that of a dark duel. This is also the reason why Yu Yu dare to come to this place to rely on. Through the long corridor, they finally came to the end. The strong man stepped forward, stretched out his hand and pushed open the last door in front of him, and the almost dazzling light suddenly spilled over. A luxurious hall with a completely different style of painting and people coming and going, suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The strong man turned his head and smiled at Yu Yu. "Welcome to the Nightwalker world." Chapter 36, Underground World Disturbance. As mentioned before, the world of Yu-Gi-Oh is actually full of magical colors, black technology, magic, aliens, etc., everything weird and strange things. What is shown in the anime is just the tip of the iceberg of this world. The holders of the artifacts for thousands of years in the DM animation are the leaders among the dark duels, and they belong to the most powerful group of strong men. But this is by no means to say that there are only thousand-year artifacts in this world that are the source of supernatural power. For example, Mr. T, whom Yu met just before, the darkness hidden behind him is a dark power with a completely different system from the thousand-year artifact. Another example is the mysterious group 7 stars that appears in the chapter of the 3 magical demons in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Everyone in this group is a dark duelist of different origins, including elves, descendants of vampires, alchemists, and so on. This Nightcrawler world that Yu found at this moment is the place where such people gather. To put it simply, this is the club of the dark duelists, a bit similar to the Killer League. Members here sometimes accept some commissions through the club as a platform to complete some grey tasks. The loser in the dark game must obey the winner's words according to the established rules, and those with high enough ability can completely become their own puppets. With this kind of power, it is easy to force people in important positions or with important values to obey, and to help people easily achieve some special purposes. And if you want to erase someone with a dark game, you can completely drag the person into the darkness from the body to the soul, leaving no clues at all, and there is no way to find out with conventional means. Even if some dark duels have powers like darkness, then he can even use dark games to completely erase the existence of a person, including the memory of relatives and friends, and no one will even notice that such a person is from the world has disappeared. Nowadays, many upper-class people who know the secrets in the world actually know the existence of dark games. The organization of the dark duelists has no nationality or power restrictions. If you must say, they maintain a neutral attitude and never deliberately favor which power. They will act for any country or individual that makes the right bid, and maintain a good cooperative relationship with many countries and forces. It feels a bit like a mercenary, but it's different. The people outside the circle take the attitude of staying away from the dark duels, because the dark duels with extraordinary powers are mysterious and unpredictable from the perspective of ordinary people. However, in the GX period, there seemed to be some ordinary people who used to pretend to be dark duels using some tricks such as blind hypnotism to cheat money. Just like the Uncle Titan, who was hired by GX in the early days and came to the Duel Academy to fight the 10 generations of Yushin, pretending to be a dark duel by means of light refraction and hypnosis, but in the end it was demolished by the 10 generations. Yu is now in an era before the opening of Yu-Gi-Oh! DM's Duel City. Before this, the unique king of the Dark Duelists' underground world was the founder of the card game Duel Monsters, Bekas Jakrafad. Bekas has the Millennium Eye, one of the 7,000-year artifacts of ancient Egypt. It has strong dark power, and is accompanied by the ability to see through the opponent's mind. Mind scan, there is absolutely no doubt that it is the top class in the world. The capable person. Bekas visited Egypt to obtain a 1,000-year eye, and obtained a terrifying and powerful strength. At the same time, under the guidance of the 1,000-year eye, he carved the stone slabs of monsters handed down thousands of years ago into cards and invented a card game called Duel Monsters. And became one of the most famous upper-class people in the world. As a game designer, he specially printed a set of invincible cartoon decks for himself. Coupled with the Millennium Eye mind-reading ability and powerful dark power, Bekas easily ascended the throne of the underground world. For a long time, he became the only recognized king of dark duels all over the world. During that time, Bekas's International Vision Society Consortium and its affiliated hidden forces also basically dominated the wind direction and trend of the underground world, and it was a powerful force that could secretly influence the world structure. This pattern did not end until Bekas lost to an ordinary high school student Muto in his own Duel Kingdom contest. Not only that, but after the war, Bekas didn't know who had poached his Millennium Eyes, and his strength plummeted, and he no longer had the domineering dominance of the heroes before. From then on, Bekas took his own forces and withdrew from the fighting in the underground world, and began to live in seclusion for the elderly. Because of this, Muto Game, an ordinary high school student, now has a high reputation among duelists in the underground world. Although the game is not aware of it. Dark duelists all over the world generally believe that if this boy named Muto Game is really just an ordinary person, it should definitely be impossible to win Bekas. In addition, the game holds the Millennium building blocks that are said to have the highest status among the Millennium artifacts. So many people believe that the game should be the most powerful dark duelist in the world today. But there are also quite a few people who believe that the real strongest in the underground world is someone else. That is the new group Gurus who has just joined in recently and broke a large number of unwritten rules of the underground world but has helpless strength, and the leader of the group, Malik Ishtar. The Tum Shao clan that Malik belongs to has always been a family that all forces have been quite jealous of for many years. It can even be said that the Tum Shao clan may become the leader of the underground world at any time if they want to. The reason is very simple, because the legendary 1,000-year artifact possessing the top power of the dark game, and the most powerful card in the dueling monster world, the 3 fantasy gods, have been kept in the hands of the Tum Guard for many years. It's just that the Tum Shao clan has been strictly abiding by the legacy handed down from the ancestors, and never abused the power of the 1,000-year sacred tool and the card of illusory god. However, Malik, the descendant of the Tum Shao clan, was clearly the first person determined to break this rule. He arbitrarily took away the 1,000-year artifacts and illusory cards that were supposed to be kept for the pharaoh, opened up various conditions that could not be denied, recruited a large number of dark duels, and formed the rare card hunter organization Gurus. The underground world occupies a place. Due to the brutal and tyrannical style of Gurus, he broke many of the rules that the dark duelists had defaulted for many years. Therefore, in just a few months, many organizations have had friction with Gurus, and many people think that Malik is not great pleasing to the eye. Fortunately, Malik doesn't seem to be interested in any fame, fortune, or status. www.readaloud.com. His only purpose is to enter the battle city and take revenge on the unknown pharaoh in Muto's game. Therefore, most of the forces have adopted an attitude of keeping away from Gurus, allowing him to fight with the Muto game god. If the game can pull this madman off the stage, it won't be better, then the power of Gurus will naturally fall apart. But this Nightcrawler world that Yu is planning to join now is an exception. Because it is different from others, the headquarters of Nightcrawler world is located in Tosino City. The regional awareness of the Dark Duel organization is very deep, and it stands to reason that this area should belong to their territory. The president of the organization is still a violent temper. He stubbornly thinks that being killed by the gang of Grus bandits and doing mischief on his own turf is quite a shame. He made it clear that if Gurus dared to kill the whole army with a big fanfare, then they would directly declare war on the spot in Tongshi City. If it weren't for the fear of Malik himself, he might have really forced him to do it on his own, but the president might have taken people to the base camp of Gurus at this moment. But thanks to the tough attitude of the chairman of the Nightcrawler world, Malik did not move the entire Gurus to Toshino City. After all, his goal is only Muto game, or the pharaoh in the game. Although he didn't pay attention to anyone other than games, he also wanted to avoid extraneous branches if possible. This is why Malik only selected a few relatively optimistic subordinates to participate in the Battle City chapter. At this moment, what Yu is going to do is the hidden mission of the camp type related to this. Join the world of Nightcrawler. Chapter 37, So Handsome. Maybe no one would have thought that there is a cave under such a dim and lonely alley. After passing through the dark stairwell, the last door reveals an open hall. In the center of the hall, a bright crystal chandelier is hung on the roof 10 meters above the ground, the circular wall is painted red, and the arc-shaped staircase extends all the way to the second floor. The duelists who control the power of darkness scattered in this hall in 2s and 3s. Some of them are drinking, some are bragging, and of course some are playing cards, maybe they are learning skills with their peers. Yu tilted his head when passing by a table. Faint. Why is this table of dark duels playing poker around the table? Could it be that you got tired of duels and started changing to fight the landlords? In principle, any game with rules can satisfy the conditions of a dark game. As long as there are rigorous rules and clear conditions for victory and defeat, any form of game can be used as a vehicle for dark games. Yes, so Daodazu and Mahjong are all eligible. Even if you want to, you secretly play a dark game when you play League of Legends on your computer. Maybe after the opponent is defeated, the whole team will die suddenly. However, only dueling monster games can maximize the effects of dark games. It is much more difficult to take the lives of losers through other games. Yu followed the burly man of the gatekeeper and walked through the circular stairs to the second floor. The brawny man went straight to the door at the end of the corridor. Yu noticed that the door was hung with a President's Room sign, and it was plated with a layer of gold with great care. The goalkeeper stretched his hand to push the door and walked straight in. Yu was very sure that the moment he entered the door, he saw the president behind the desk panically turning off a certain page on the computer, and quickly switched back to the desktop. The action was like watching a small movie secretly on the computer when he was a student, and being attacked by an adult who suddenly entered the door. Mother Shang was just a slap on the head and face. Who would believe that you have been staring at the computer desktop in a daze? Mr. President is angry, very angry. He patted the desk next to him and wanted to get up from the seat, but just a few centimeters away from the seat, he suddenly realized something was wrong, and then sat down again in embarrassment like rewinding. Go back. Knock on the door before entering the door, which word do you not understand? Mr. President sat in a chair and roared at the soul of the gatekeeper, next time you do this, you will go directly to me as a sacrifice to the dark game. Do you understand? Yes, I understand the President. Mr. President gasped angrily, took a sip of tea angrily, and seemed very upset that Zheng Xing was interrupted by someone on his head. Is like the moment when the last sentence of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau is about to be shouted, the fire suddenly goes silent, and it is indescribably uncomfortable. Yu knows that the name of the president of Nightcrawler World is Tang Zima, who is a type of character as long as you meet once, you will never forget it. The reason why he described it like this is not that he is domineering and mighty, but because he is really distinctive. Although it may be a bit rude to say that, when Yu encountered the character Tang Zima in the game, the first reaction that popped up in his mind was, isn't this person afraid of an accident during character modeling? Because no matter how you say this face, these five senses, are they uncoordinated? The small eyes were almost narrowed into two slits, and they were squeezed together with the big nose. Then there are those thick lips that look like cooked sausages. I can't help but admire, how careless was the modeler to create such a character. That's not counting, the President Mikuro is even, still bald. It is said that Mr. President was actually not like this in his early years. At that time, he still had fluffy, thick black hair. Until one day, he played a dark game with another strong man who was also on the road, but he lost because of a small mistake at a critical moment. And that game, President Mikuro lost as a losing bet, it was his thick hair. And according to the stakes, his hair will never grow out forever, and it's useless to use hair tonic. After drinking a sip of tea, President Tang Zimuku noticed Yu who was on the side, and raised his eyebrows. The first reaction in his head was, "What a handsome boy! Who is this?" he asked. "A powerful dark duelist." The gatekeeper said, "I personally confirmed that I am not his opponent at all." "Oh." The president put the teacup aside, crossed his fingers and sat upright. "Then what's the matter with this little brother coming to me? If they are dark duels with each other, they will lose face when they walk around each other's land. Strength determines status, this sentence also applies in the underground world of duelists." Yu smiled lightly, "It's just because I have been admiring my name for a long time, I hope I can get the opportunity to join the Nightcrawler world." "Oh? Do you want to join us?" President Tang Zimuku raised his eyebrows. He thought for a while, frowned, and said, "Well, it's not that I don't want to accept you. But you have to know that our Nightcrawler world has rules. Joining our organization generally requires someone to recommend, or has helped the organization in business. In fact, the rules are not absolute. As long as his president gives permission, the members will naturally have no opinion. If it is normal, President Mikuro welcomes capable dark duelists to join his organization. But the problem before me now is, this kid is a little too handsome. Few people know that President Mikuro also has a strange illness. That is, he will feel uncomfortable when he sees handsome men." Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has a symptom similar to allergies. If he followed this principle, he should now reject it immediately and turn this kid out. But what is even more weird now is that he thinks this kid seems so good looking, so that he can't even feel annoying. In short, it is so handsome. So President Tang Zimuku fell into entanglement. Should I let him stay? However, Yu is a little wrong now. Because he actually knew that coming in straightforwardly was not in line with the process. The reason why he knew this place was also because he had seen strategies posted by other players in his previous life. Some players completed a series of pre-tasks and ran the ring for more than half a month, and finally joined the Nightcrawler world under the recommendation of a dark duelist. This kind of guild is actually similar to the common faction system in other online games. Joining the faction means more benefits, more opportunities to obtain missions and rare cards. But after reading the guide, Yu has already remembered where the entrance of this Nightcrawler world is. Then he naturally didn't bother to do the complicated running task before. As for how to join without a referral, there is always a way. But in the world of duelers, you have to speak with strength, right? Yu raised the duel plate in his left hand. Why don't you consider giving me a chance, Mr. President? President Tang Ziemukuro thought for a while. Okay. He finally agreed, so that's it. As long as you can defeat 3 opponents sent by us in a row, your assessment will pass. How? Yu nodded. Okay, it's a deal. Chapter 38, See the Strength of Tan Hujiao. After a while, Yu has already come to the duel arena specially set up by the Nightcrawler World headquarters. The 2 sides of the ring are already densely surrounding the audience. A group of big men shoulders next to their shoulders, enclosing the 3 and outside 3 levels of the ring. Is like a scene of illegal black punching underground. Standing across from Yu is another man with a sturdy figure. Yu has already begun to wonder why the members of this Nightcrawler world seem to be all hunks. Looking at the bottom of the ring, it is really called a Manhan Chuan feast. False. No girl can be found, and even the air seems to be filled with the rich breath that is unique to brothers and nobles. This gives Yu the illusion that he has walked into some strange set. I didn't expect that such a kid would also want to join our Nightcrawler world. The guy opposite sneered, let me show you a little bit. The world of the dark duelist is very cruel, not everyone. You can join whatever you want. Yu smiled, then I would like to ask Senior Kuroda for advice. He didn't recognize the duel on the opposite side, and the name Kuroda was also heard by the audience nearby. At the moment, the onlookers are still chattering. You said, Kuroda can't beat this kid, right? Who is right then? A duel is more of a brain than a muscle. A guy like Kuroda with full-length muscles in the brain may not be able to do it. How about a bet? Betting on the outcome of Kuroda and this kid. Yet, when I heard that I was going to bet, a group of people suddenly became interested. Even if it is a dark duel, it is of course impossible for everyone to fight for their lives on weekdays, so the internal team often takes a duel between card friends to play. The bet does not necessarily have to be money, it can be of various kinds. For example, according to the agreement, the loser must pour 2 taels of white wine, then a glass of red wine, and gargle with beer at the end. I'll bet on Kuroda. Then I will also Kuroda. Then I will charge him too. Even though he was distrustful, even the guy who complained about Kuroda's muscles in his head chose to bet on him. After all, everyone is a companion in the meeting, and the level of each other is still clear. They didn't think that this little white face who emerged from nowhere could beat Kuroda. At that moment, the president Mr. Tang Ziliu appeared. What? Are you placing a bet? Everyone immediately became clever. Someone hurriedly said, No. No, everyone is talking about it, the president. It's okay, as long as we don't bet on cards, it doesn't matter if we play occasionally. The president said that his management policy is very open and does not prohibit gambling, and said, I will play too. Let me see. Then I'll bet Kuroda. There was an embarrassing silence. After a while, someone took the lead, then I should be the new kid. I thought about it for a while, I'd better bet this newcomer. There is an iron law in the world of Nightcrawlers that no one dares to say clearly, but no one knows it. That is, as long as any project involves gambling, absolutely, not on the same side as the president. Because according to incomplete statistics, at least as far as all members know, the president has never won once in his life, regardless of whether he bet or bet. A guy next to also hurriedly wanted to say, then I will also be charged. Hey! President Tang Zi cast a skeptical look, as if to say, what do you mean by not following when I came? Do you look down on someone? The guy had a cold on his hips, his body was shaking, and he hurriedly changed his words, I'd better take Kuroda. At this time, the brothers who had just said that they were going to hold Kuroda, but had not had time to change their words, suddenly felt pain. I want to change to Yu, but I am afraid of offending the boss. But since the boss is betting on Kuroda, the money will definitely be dwindling. Is really a man of right and left. At this time, Kuroda on the stage didn't even know that he had been debuffed by a mysterious force, and still smiled arrogantly, since you know where this is, you don't need to talk more nonsense, right? This duel, it will be a dark duel. But rest assured, although it is a dark duel, we will not kill you. It's just that if the bet is too small, it's boring, then I think about it, why don't it be like this? Kuroda sneered, how about people who have lost, who want to strip tease in public on this ring? Yu inserted the washed deck into the slot, and launched the dual plate, just to my liking. The elves of the black magic girl appeared behind him, covering his mouth in surprise. Master, it turns out that you have such an interest. The surprised expression on the cute little face is like saying, the owner is so handsome and I didn't expect the taste to be so strange. Yu's expression froze, no, I didn't mean that. Don't worry, I can't lose to this kind of opponent. Ah! Master, you want to see the other side jump? That's not what I mean. Yu's face hurts. I just said casually. Why is it so serious? Kuroda looked puzzled, what are you talking to yourself? Only a handful of people in the Yu-Gi-Oh world can see the existence of monsters and elves. The more famous ones are like the protagonist Yuchen Tende and Wanzang Muzan in Yu-Gi-Oh GX. When elves appear in a spiritized state, most humans are invisible. It's nothing, it's going to be on. Yu said. Duel, X2. Yu, LP4000. Kuroda, LP4000. Since you are a challenger, I will take the first strike according to the rules, draw the card. Kuroda glanced at his hand, as if he thought it was a good hand, he couldn't help but smile. I summon Sea Scale Snake, attacking. Splashes appeared on the ground in the field, and a snake with a red body emerged from the water. Following the splashes, it twisted its body and spit out a deep purple snake letter. Sea Scale Snake, attack power 1800. Then cover a card, and the round is over. The crowd below began to commotion. Kuroda, this guy is lucky, he is such a powerful monster. The rules of the dual monster game have recently undergone tremendous changes under the promotion of Haima Company. The most representative one is the 4-star or higher monster requires sacrifice before it can be summoned. Such rules make many duelists feel very uncomfortable. In this environment, even many people think that high-star monsters are already difficult to use. The kind of high-attack monsters below 4-star it is the mainstream in the future. A 4-star monster with 1800 attack power like Sea Scale Snake is now a very expensive and rare card in the market. My turn. Yu maintained a calm smile, draw a card. Although I don't know what the opponent's hand is, but Yu's hand, he thinks it should be considered a humiliation. Sure enough, Yu-Gi-Oh animation does not deceive me whether it is the protagonist or the villain. The probability of starting Tianhe when playing cards with miscellaneous fish seems to be much higher. Summon from the hand, Elemental Hero Flame Man. Yu started the operation. A storm of flames was rolled up on the ground, and the brand new Elemental Hero that had just been opened from the system card pool last week immediately appeared on his field. Elemental Hero Flame Man, attack power 1200. When the Flame Man is successfully summoned, you can add a fusion magic card from the deck to your hand. Yu took out a fusion from the deck, and then fusion launch. Combine the Elemental Hero Flaming Man on the field with the Elemental Hero Wildman in your hand to merge and summon. Elemental Hero. The Man of the Earth. The Earth split in an instant, and the impact of the three-dimensional image was mixed with dark energy, making the whole ring seem to be shaking. The pitch-black huge metal outline drilled out of the cracks in the ground, as if an impenetrable mountain was rumbling up from the cracks in the ground. A metal giant 7 or 8 meters high drilled out of the ground and stood on Yu's field, with rubble splashing all over. Elemental Hero Earthman, Attack Power 2200. Earthman is a new card he just issued yesterday. The fusion condition is the monster with the name Elemental Hero plus the monster with the Earth attribute. Elemental Hero Wilderness is a land attribute, so it can be used as a fusion material for the Earthman. The people who ate melons began to be surprised. It is a monster with an attack power of 2200, this kid is a bit good. Kuroda was also stunned by the vigor of the Earthman for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. Calm down and don't panic. Fusion monsters can't attack during the round they are summoned, and even if there is a case, his Kaforka is a universal mine broadsword type, which can destroy the opponent's highest attack monster on the field when the opponent launches an attack. The situation is actually still in his favor. The effect of the Earthman is activated. Yudeo, Elemental Hero Earthman in the round of fusion summoning, can half the attack power of a monster on the opponent's field, until the end of this round. Half part of the attack power is added to the attack power of the Earthman. What? Sea Scale Snake, Attack Power 1800, Attack Power 900. Elemental Hero Earthman, Attack Power 2200, Attack Power 3100. Attack 3100 Attack Power. Then I activate a magic card from my hand, and merge it. Yu's operation continued. Recover a fusion magic card in the graveyard and a monster that was sent to the graveyard as a fusion material. Withdraw the cards from your hand. I added Fusion and Elemental Hero Wilderness to my hand. The tomb area of the dual plate in Yu's hand lit up with golden light, and the 2 cards were automatically bounced back. Then activate the magic card fusion again. The people who ate melon were shocked again, 2 fusions in 1 round. The Elemental Hero Wingman in the hand card merges with the Elemental Hero Wildman that has just been recovered in his hand, and the fusion summons. Elemental Hero Wildman Wingman. There was a strong wind on the ring, and even the surrounding audience subconsciously raised their hands to block in front of them. The whirlwind visible to the naked eye swept across the field, and the wild and rugged hero with white wings fell from the sky with flapping wings. Elemental Hero Wild Wingman, Attack Power 1900. This is also a new element hero that Yu has drawn. It's just that the Wilderness Wingman is only an R card in the system card pool. The rare value is not high. As a 3-for-1 fusion monster, the attack power is only 1900, which is not easy to use. The effect of the Wingman of the Wild: discard a card from his hand. Yu sent a card from his hand to the graveyard www.readaloud.com and destroyed a magic or trap card on the field. What I want to destroy is your cover card on the field. That's it. Kuroda was shocked. The Wilderness Wingman screamed, his wings flapped, and the feathers on his wings shot toward the opponent's backcourt like arrows. Kuroda's backcourt covered the universal landmine broadsword that was instantly smashed into a sieve by feathers, and after automatically turning it over for confirmation, the crack broke into countless fragments. The one covered is the broadsword style. Yu chuckled lightly, it's really dangerous. If I attack directly, the landman with 3100 offensive power on my field will be destroyed by the broadsword style. Kuroda gritted his teeth and snorted, however, the fusion monster cannot attack during the summoned turn. Your Earthman's attack power will return to 2200 at the end of the round, which is a shame. Is that really the case? Yu asked with a smile. Kuroda's face suddenly changed. Could it be that you? Yes, this round will be the winner. Yu said, playing the last card. Now let you see the strength of Tenhu Zhao. Activate a magic card quick attack. Yu said, this card allows the fusion monsters on the field to attack during the turn they are summoned. Earthman. Wilderness Wingman. Attack. Take a total of 5000 attack power damage. The 2 heroes launched an offensive at the same time. The earth shattered, the storm swept, and for a while, the ring seemed to have been swallowed by the elemental storm. The sea-scale snake on the Kuroda field, whose attack power had been reduced to 900, was instantly wiped out, and the remaining impact castrate and engulfed Kuroda's body. Kuroda, LP4000LP0. Chapter 39, The President. Kuroda, LP0. Kill once. The audience was stunned, and no one even reacted and cheered for a while. Even though Kuroda has debuff on President Tangzi Imikuro, everyone has determined that he will definitely lose, but this is too exaggerated. To be reasonable, in the first round, a monster station with an attack power of 1800 was summoned, plus a powerful trap such as the Universal Mine Broadsword that blasted the opponent's attacking monster. Good. But even this kind of start was broken by Yu Yu's understatement. For the duelists whose cognition of these duels is still in the you shoot one, I shoot one era, it is simply outrageous. Kuroda, who had returned to 0 health, also stayed in place, sitting on the ground in a daze, looking at the teenager in front of him in disbelief, and the two domineering side leaks on his field that had not disappeared. Powerful hero. Too strong. Kuroda muttered to himself, it's not an opponent at all. Even Yu Yu's own elf black sorcerer girl appeared, clapping with her transparent hands. Wow! Master, you are so amazing! The elf girl's eyes were bright, and she admired this beautiful master. Yu Yu coughed slightly. Low profile. Isn't it just a fiddle, it's not a big deal. And he didn't think it was so great. After all, in this round, he has consumed no more of these 6 cards in his hand. In case this round of offensive is solved by the opponent or this field, it may be difficult to play next. But of course, this is the playing habit brought by the previous life. Yu Yu also knows that playing cards in this era cannot be completely based on the experience of the previous life. The early game king card pool environment is very different from later. The current deck neither has the strong expansion ability as later, and most of it does not have excellent battery life. The superior summon or the fusion summon is destined to lose the card. This can be regarded as the law of the environment in the era of Yu-Gi-Oh! You only need to consume 2 or 3 cards to exchange for a higher level monster with high attack power. Like later generations, there are more and more cards in the hand, and the ability to constantly jump high and attack the effect of the powerful card deck. Now this era does not exist at all. Then there is a bigger problem. Yu Yu reluctantly pulled out the magic card Quick Attack from the dual plate, with a pain on his face. If it weren't for this moth rule set by President Seahorse, saying, you can't attack during the round when the fusion monster is summoned, who would bring such a painful card? Yu Yu wondered if he rushed directly into the Haima Company building and asked to change the rules, it would definitely not work. I have never heard of a game where players are dissatisfied with the planning, went to the company headquarters to complain to the chairman, and readily accepted the opinions of the players. But if the subject is Seahorse, it is not hopeless. Because it is well known that President Haima is a true card madman. Want him to listen to you? In fact, it's quite simple. As long as you can beat him at cards, it's over. Or even if you can't beat him, at least you have to impress him enough in the duel. The question now is how to find a chance to play cards with the president. But that can be released first. At this moment, Mr. Kuroda, as the loser of the dark game, even if it is only an entertaining dark game, he has to accept the game punishment he set himself. Striptease on the ring. The punishment of the dark game is mandatory. Unless there is a dark power far above the opponent, no one can rely on it. At this moment, the hunks in the stage who came back to their senses have already begun to yell loudly, some of them are full of red and excitedly shouting, and I don't know what's so exciting about watching a muscular brother and his colleagues dance. The black magician girl blushed and said yet, turning into a light and retracting back into Yu Yu's deck, where there was no movement. Such a scene may be a bit too exciting for girls. Even Yu Yu couldn't help but block his eyes, otherwise he felt that his spirit might be contaminated. 1 minute later, the punishment game of the spicy eyes is finally over. Mr. Kuroda, who was sweating profusely, hugged his clothes and slipped off the stage with an ugly face amidst the unbrotherly roar of his colleagues. Well, according to the agreement, I still need to beat the two, right? Yu Yu stood on the ring and smiled, then which senior will enlighten me next? The noisy crowd just became quiet. He glanced, and the strong men avoided his gaze one by one, and no one said anything. The scene is like a barrage who keeps scrolling. I'm sure it will work, but when it turns out to be true, he pulls his hips again. A few seconds later, a steady and low voice rang, I'm coming. Everyone followed the prestige and was surprised to see their president Tang Zima himself, who had already passed through the crowd at this time, and stepped onto the ring. Mr. President, want to go there himself? This is surprising. Since the establishment of the association, I have never heard of any newcomer who has been audited by the chairman himself. Although President Tang Zimikuro looked rather sorry and his gambling luck broke through the sky, no one dared to question his playing skills. Whether in terms of the dark power he possesses or the level of the duel, President Mikuro is a well-deserved first person in the community. Because the president seldom team up with other people on weekdays, and when accepting commissions, he also accepts high-level commissions individually, so even members of the same society rarely have the opportunity to see him work with others. The people who eat melon are already excited at this time. It seems that there is going to be a good show to watch today. Yu Yu looked at the short president who came onto the stage wearing a dual plate, and smiled softly, Mr. President, do you want to do it in person? I'm really flattered. It's been a long time since I haven't moved my muscles and bones, so I just came to practice hands. Tang Zima grinned, besides, if I don't go to the old guy, I'm afraid no one in this room can cure you. The president is too acclaimed. When spoke, the two of them had already changed their deck face to face, and inserted each other back into their respective dueling boards. Then they turned around, walked back to their designated positions on the ring, and opened the dual plate. Duel, X2. Yu Yu, LP4000. Tang Zimikuro, LP4000. I will give you the first strike, kid. President Tang Zimikuro hugged his arm. Yu Yu smiled, can you? Of course it can. Tang Zima waved his hand, showing a masterful demeanor of let you 3 tricks. Someone in the audience whispered, Mr. President, are you afraid of being killed like just now? Tang Zimiku's eyes swept over coldly. The speaker was cold, and quickly shut up and said nothing. Then I will attack first, draw the card. Yu Yu glanced at his hand. It's not realistic to expect to be able to use every hand. But you don't have to rush to attack anyway. Summon Elemental Hero Wildman, attack. Elemental Hero Wildman, attack power 1500. Place a card on the cover, and the round is over. My turn. What I want to summon is, Demon Cavalry. A demon in a red armor appeared on the field, and under Yu Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was a dark steed that seemed to come from the underworld. He has a skull-like white head, scarlet eyes, holding a spiral spear, and the horse neighs with his hair on his back. Demon Cavalry, attack power 1900. Let's see the suppressive power of the demon deck. I will take the initiative of this duel. Tang Zimiko shouted, Devil Cavalry, attack. The demon pulled the reins, and the horse roared to the sky. He sprinted towards the barbarians on the Yu Yu field at high speed, pointed his spear straight forward, and his horse's hoof beat on the floor clearly and rhythmically. Yu Yu stood still and snapped his fingers gracefully. Trap card Breaking Wall. When the opponent attacks, it can be activated to reduce the attack power of all monsters on the opponent's field by x800. The transparent wave was released from the trap card, hindering the momentum of the knight's charge. The spiral gun in the latter's hand seemed to be unstable, and the horseshoe began to become a little messy. Demon Cavalry, attack power 1900, attack power 1100. Wildman. Yu ordered, fight back the devil's attack. The rugged elemental hero got the order, and he greeted him with AHA. With precise dynamic vision and superb skills, he sideways avoided the demon's stab shot, and slashed back with a backhand. The blade slid down the spiral gun body, and sparks spattered from metal friction. The light of the knife flashed, and the devil's head flew out in a whirl, his body turned into fragments with a bang. Tang Zima, LP4000 LP3600. Cut. President Mikuro gritted his teeth, then I will build a card and the round is over. Chapter 40, The Strongest Demon. My turn. Yu drew a card from the deck, summoned from his hand, Elemental Hero Flame Man. The flame hero who had just been brightened in the last game appeared again. When he landed, he placed a superhero landing pose, and a circle of translucent flame exploded under his feet. Elemental Hero Flame Man, attack power 1200. I just saw the hero's ability in the game against Kuroda, and everyone is no stranger to it. President Tang Zimiku narrowed his eyes. Do you want to add fusion to your hand again from the deck? Yu smiled slightly. No, Flameman also hides other special abilities. Elemental Hero Flameman can freely choose one of his 2 special abilities to activate in one round. When the summon is successful, add magic cards from the deck and add them to the hand. This is just his first ability. This time I want to use his second ability. Yu stretched out his hand and waved. The special effects of the Flame Man are activated. Send any elemental hero monster from the deck to the graveyard. Until the end of the turn, the Flame Man's attack power, defense power, and attributes become same as that monster. He pulled out the deck from the duel board. I sent the elemental hero Golden Blademan to the graveyard from the deck. He said that he drew a card and placed it in the graveyard area. Same. I saw the back of a golden hero appearing behind the Flame Man on the field, as if his power had also been absorbed into the Flame Man. The Flame Hero spread his arms and let out a long and low growl similar to when gathering chi, and the flames around him burned. Elemental Hero Flame Man, attack power 1200, attack power 2600. The crowd eating melons under the stage became noisy again. Summon a monster with 2600 attack power so easily. This is too strong too. Hey, no, won't the president be dealt with at once? At this time, there is a Flame Man with an attack power of 2600 and a Wild Man with an attack power of 1500 on the Yuya field. The total output is as high as 4100. But Tang Zimu's field was empty, and his LP was only 3600. If the attack passes, the duel should come to an end. No mercy, Mr. President. Yu smiled lightly. President Mikuro narrowed his eyes, making his already small eyes squeeze even more pitiful. Battle phase. Yu gave an order, Elemental Hero Flame Man, attack directly. The flame curled up behind the Flame Man was pushed like an engine, and the burning afterimage flew out. He flew into the air, circling flexibly, using his hand as a knife, drew a hot and gorgeous arc in the air and cut it down. Hit straight. President Mikuro snorted and took the blow firmly with his body. The scorching flames really burned his body under the blessing of the dark game, causing the president to kneel on the ground. Tang Zi Mikuro, LP3600 LP1000. The final blow, Yu shouted, Wildman, attack directly. Wilderness took the order, yelled, and drew his knife to charge up in a straight line. President Mikuro knelt on the ground, gritted his teeth and yelled, flip the jika. Perpetual trap, the call of life and death. Choose a monster in your graveyard, and special summon it on the field in attack mode. When that monster is destroyed, this card is destroyed, and when this card is destroyed, that monster will also be destroyed. Resurrect, Demon Cavalry. A dark storm was rolled up on the ground, and the demon rode a horse back to the arena of the duel. Demon Cavalry, attack power 1900. Devil Cavalry. Tangzi Imukuro shouted, "Fight against the wilderness!" The demon cavalry burst out, and the spiral spear pierced out. The wilderness in the sprint has no time to evade. He can only hold the blade in front of him to block it, but it is meaningless. The devil's spear smashed the blade in his hand violently and hit his body severely. The latter snorted and disappeared on the court. Yu watched this unfolding for a while and was speechless. Fight back, forget it, he is too lazy to complain. At least before the opening of the Dueling City tournament, he had to find a way to find President Haima to change this awkward duel rule. Yu, LP4000 LP3600. A card is covered, and the round is over. He said, adding, at the end of the round, the special ability of the Flame Man ends, and the attack power returns to the original. Elemental Hero Flame Man, attack power 2600, attack power 1200. Tang Zima, then continue to my round, draw a card. Added the drawn card to his hand, he suddenly hummed twice, then couldn't stop laughing. You are indeed quite powerful. You are also one of the best among all the duelists I have played against. He took out a card from his hand and turned the card back towards Yu. I admit you, kid. Your words are absolutely qualified to see this card. The crowd eating melons under the stage became excited. Are you coming, that card? The president's trump card. That super rare high-level demon. I can actually see the president using this card, this wave is not a loss. Tangzi Imukuro took this card towards the duel plate. I took the devil cavalry on the field as a sacrifice. Come on, my trump card, the strongest demon. Thunder Demon King Bone Demon, summon. A thick rolling cloud was brewing over the ring, and a golden thunder fell on the black cloud. Countless electric currents scrambled to fall, clustered among a huge black shadow, as if welcoming the arrival of the absolute king. The devil descended from the sky, coming with the pressure of contempt for everything. Sensen's white bones seemed to be connected to form armor covering it, and the golden electric snake lingered around it like an elf, showing an indescribable evil spirit. Devil of Thunder Bone Demon, attack power 2500. There were cheers and shouts from the audience, and all the dark duel seemed to be calling out such a powerful demon for the president. Bone Demon, attack the Flame Man. Tang Zima directly ordered. The demon on the ring burst out with a roar, and a golden high-voltage lightning was released from the rib-shaped armor on the chest. Wanzhang thunder rushed towards the opposite half under the guidance of the devil, and the dense thunder flew towards the Flame Man like a silver dragon roaring. Open the card. Yu pressed the button on the duel plate. The attack is weakened. Target a monster attacking the opponent, invalidating that attack, and forcibly ending the battle phase. Humph, it was within my expectation that you would counterattack with traps. Tang Zima laughed, but the Bone Demon is the highest level demon leader, and traps won't work for him. Yu's face was calm. The special ability of Bone Demon is that when selected as an effect object, he can have a chance to roll a dice. If the number of dice rolled is 1, 3, or 6, then my attack weakening launch will be invalidated and destroyed. But if the number of dice rolled is 2, 4, or 5, the activation is valid. Yes, 1/2 the probability. Tang Zima said, if I am lucky, I have absolute self-confidence. The audience in the audience couldn't help covering their faces. Boss, it's all right for others to say this. You, a guy who must lose every gamble, are qualified to say that. Everyone has always felt that the Bone Demon, such a powerful monster, is really a violent thing for the boss, because if you have to roll the dice, the boss may not be able to encounter 1, 3, 6 a few times in your life. Also President Tang Zi can maintain the winning rate under such a painful character. It can only be said that even if the special effects are ignored, the 6-star Bone Demon with 2500 attack power is already powerful enough. If the owner of this Bone Demon is not Tang Zima but within the legendary city of gamblers, the combat power will at least double. At this time, the power released by the Bone Demon has turned into a flame dice in the field. The huge dice flew high in a whirl, and then fell vertically along a trail of flames. Tang Zima swallowed, staring straight at the flame dice that was turning over without blinking. 6. Ha 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 ha, I was hit. Tang Zima was so excited as a 500 Jin child. The launch of the weakening of the attack is invalid. The whirlwind released from the trap card dissipated instantly under the impact of the devil, and the card split into pieces. The electric current swiftly penetrated the body of the flame man on the field, and immediately hit Yu himself without any loss. Yu, LP3600 LP2300. More than 1000 points of dark energy damage caused Yu to bite his teeth. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com also slid backward half a step. The people eating melons were shocked at this time. Boss, just now, is this a bet win? Fuck. This is a record breaking? Everyone cast a surprised look at Yu. What is the origin of this boy? There are people whose faces are even darker than our boss, which is simply unscientific. Yu smiled helplessly, and glanced at the painful 20-point lucky value on his data panel. Lucky blame me. Hey, did you see this kid? This is the strength of me and the skeletal demon. Tang Zima started to fart. I'm here for the end of the round. Come on, if I can do it, try my best to defeat me. Try it. Yu smiled slightly. Then as you wish. Draw a card. I start a magic card from my hand, the survival of a soldier. Yu played a magic card. This card can add a warrior monster in the graveyard to my hand. I want to add a card to my hand. It's Elemental Hero Golden Blade Man. Tang Zimikuro suddenly realized something. Use the special ability of the Flame Man to throw the Golden Blade Man from the deck into the graveyard, and then use the warrior's survival to retrieve it from the graveyard, which is equivalent to freely choosing a monster from the deck and adding it to the hand in disguise. What a great combo! President Mikuro suddenly felt like opening the door to a new world. Then launch the fusion from the hand. Yu played a magic card, the fusion of the Elemental Hero Golden Blade Demon and the Elemental Hero Wingman in the hand card. Elemental Hero Dragon Scroll Man, Fusion Summon. Chapter 41, Join. Elemental Hero Dragon Scroll Man, Summon. The warrior controlling the storm appeared in the center of the field, bringing a tornado of anger. The pitch-black storm that was visible to the naked eye rushed straight into the sky, and the ring was shaking under the strong wind. The slender hero is floating in the middle of the storm, and his dark cloak is flying up and down in the wind. Elemental Hero Dragon Roll Man, Attack Power 2800. This is the last new hero fusion monster that Yu has. The fusion condition is Elemental Hero Monster and Wind Attribute Monster, so you can use the Golden Blade Man to fuse with the Wind Attribute Wingman. Attack Power of 2800? Surpassed the Bone Demon. Tang Zimikuro looked incredulous. Moreover, the Great Dragon Scroll Man also has special abilities. Yudeo, when the summoning is successful, all the monsters on the opponent's field will have their attack power and defense power reduced to half of their original value. Tang Zima was even more shocked, such a powerful effect. In the eyes of duelists of this era, the attack power of 2800 is already a powerful monster. Not only that, it also has the terrifying special ability of having the attack power of the opponent's monster. This monster, isn't it invincible? The hero of the storm raised his palm, and the tornado swept forward as if consciously. The demon's thunder was briefly dissipated by the wind, and the bone demon was dragged into the center of the storm. The skeletal demon roared unwillingly, and released the lightning with all his strength to hit the wind that restrained him, but it was useless. Its stamina was rapidly weakened, and the thunder and lightning it released was not as good as before. Devil of Thunder Bone Demon, Attack Power 2500, Attack Power 1250. There are duelists under the stage and start to be surprised. Wait a minute, when receiving the effect, shouldn't the President's Skeleton Demon be able to roll the dice, and decide whether the activation is effective or ineffective based on the number rolled? That's right. It makes sense. Why didn't the special ability of the Bone Demon be activated? Is it a system bug? More than one duelist had this question, and many people were surprised. President Tang Ziemyakuro himself has a slightly better understanding of the rules of the duel. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's it. The effect of the Bone Demon will only be activated when he is selected as the target of the effect, but the effect of the Dragon Scroll is to reduce the attack power of all the opponent's monsters. Didn't choose the object, so the ability was not triggered." Yu chuckled, "Exactly. To put it simply, this principle is like this. My Dragon Scroll is not aimed at anyone today, but all the monsters in the room. The attack power must be halved for me. In fact, these are common sense rules for later card players. In the Game King's rule system, there are many card effects that need to be activated by specific objects. Need to select the object to activate the effect. However, in an age where duelists are still trying to adapt to the simple rules of a superior summoning requires sacrifices, the rules for selecting objects are a bit too advanced and complicated, and most people really don't understand. President Tang Ziemyakuro is one of the few duelists who can understand this rule. But the more he understood, the more he looked at the boy in front of him with admiration. He actually considered the weakness of the Bone Demon King. This boy. Whether it is the use of cards, the choice of tactics, or the understanding and awareness of dual monster games, they are terribly strong. Although the duel was not over yet, Tang Zima realized that deep down in his heart, he had actually accepted his defeat. Or rather, he even faintly began to look forward to the way he would be defeated next. The corner of his mouth twitched and he snorted, "Fusion Summon, can indeed summon a monster that is powerful enough in an instant. It is a powerful trick that can immediately dominate the duel. But this method also comes with certain restrictions. You must have taken it into consideration, right? The fact that fusion monsters cannot attack during the turn they are summoned. Indeed, Yu feels that this rule is extremely painful every time he plays a card in this era, especially since his initial deck is still an elemental hero with fusion as the core. But it doesn't matter. He played the last card that ended the duel, Quick Attack Magic Dissolved Fusion. Oh, it turns out that this trick is still hidden. Tang Ziemyakuro grunted. Remove the fusion of the Dragon Scroll man on the field, and special summon the monster as the fusion material from the cemetery back to the field. 2 cards have popped up in the cemetery of Yu. Come back, Elemental Hero Wingman, Elemental Hero Golden Blade Man. Elemental Hero Wingman, Attack Power 1000. Elemental Hero Golden Blade Man, Attack Power 2600. Everyone knows what will happen next. Golden Blade Man, attack the Bone Demon. Yu gave the final order. The Golden Metal Hero charged towards the demon. The engine on his back spewed out golden flames, and his figure turned into a long golden afterimage, like a sharp knife popping out of the scabbard. The Bone Demon, whose attack power was halved to 1250, was unable to stop the Golden Blade Man's offensive. The golden sword light cut through the demon's body from top to bottom. www.readaloud.com. The bones of the armor screamed and shattered, and its body also shattered in an unwilling roar. Tang Zima, LP1000 LP0. The audience fell into a strange silence again. Although I have foreseen the result of the president's loss before, more or less. But seeing it with my own eyes like this is still a bit too shocking. Because this is not just a simple loss of a duel, but the overall pace of the duel seems to be firmly in the hands of Yu. Even Tang Zima summoned his ace monster, the top rare card in the demon world, Devil of Thunder Bone Demon. It seems to be completely futile. The rhythm of the duel from beginning to end is in the hands of Yu. He defuses the opponent's offense lightly, sees through the opponent's tactics, and gives a beautiful counterattack. It seems that they are all at ease. Where did such a powerful duelist come from? Why have you never heard of it before? It was I who lost. Tang Ziemyakuro stood up. I lost completely. There is no place to be unconvinced. This way I can join you too, right? Yu smiled. If you still have this willingness, of course there is no problem. Rather, it is the honor of our Nightcrawler world to have a powerful duelist like you join. The strong is respected, and strength is the last word. Seeing you use superb skills, Tang Zamul even felt that this overly handsome face became more pleasing to the eye. Thank you, President. Yu nodded and turned to the onlookers at the side of the ring. Then I would like to ask you more in the future. The hunks all over the house gave out cheers of welcome. Chapter 42, 4-Star Monster. 10 minutes later, Yu soon felt the enthusiasm of the new companions from the Nightcrawler world. Although the name of Dark Duelist sounds a bit wicked, it does not mean that they are villains, it is nothing more than a name for the users of Dark Force. The world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is different from the world view of many other works. Here, light does not always mean justice, and darkness does not necessarily mean evil. If it must be said, the dark game used as the protagonist is also dark power, but no one would ever think that he is a villain. In addition, the protagonist Yushin Tende in the follow-up game King GX's work is also a representative figure with dark power, but this does not prevent others from being a sunny and upward youth. Power is just a simple weapon, and the key depends on the person who uses it. After the trial of the duel passed, President Tang Ziemukuro announced on the spot that he had accepted Yu as a new member of the Nightcrawler world. Yu quickly received a card from the president, an ornamental card that could not be used in actual combat and was purely self-made by the guild. However, the design of the card surface is very delicate, and there will be a special effect of fluorescence when facing the light source. Painted on the card surface is a black dual plate, which is shaped like a pistol. President Mukuro explained that this is the representative logo of their Nightcrawler world. This card is equivalent to a membership card, so he can keep it properly. After the brief registration procedures are completed, Yu is regarded as officially joining. The faction information of the Nightcrawler Association has also been added to his own system panel, which means that he has officially changed from a non-faction person to a member of the association. Next is the warm welcome time of the seniors. This evening, I traveled to the universe entity to have a taste of what is called a man with a big head. A group of brawny men enthusiastically gathered him in the middle, toasting and drinking. They drank oolong tea. Because Yu refused to say that he could not drink before he was an adult, although a group of brawny men showed frustration on their faces, they did not force it anymore. Actually, Yu is not a lie. After all, he has been reborn for less than a month, so it stands to reason that he should be less than a month old. Although everyone is talking about dark duels, they all abide by the rules unexpectedly. After drinking it to the heart, someone naturally asked, "Brother Yu, why are you so strong? Can you reveal the secret?" Yu smiled slightly, and answered concisely, "Without him, only the gods are drawn." Someone asked again, "What happened to your elemental hero card? I don't seem to have seen it before?" Yu only replied that he had his own way, and he did not answer this question directly. But when he said this, he patted his forehead as if suddenly remembering something, indicating that he had a big treasure to show everyone. All the big guys are looking forward to it. I saw Yu took out a spare card box from the inside pocket of his jacket, opened the card box, and took out a stack of cards from it. He took out the top one and put it on the table. "Hey, it's City Guardian Pterodactyl, a rare card." Someone recognized it immediately. "It's a good card. I got it out of the card package half a month ago, but I can't use it myself." Yu shrugged, "Recently, I am considering finding a suitable price for it, just if any old man thinks his deck can be used, it's cheaper to fold it in half, it's like making friends." All the duelists suddenly became agitated. Buy an SR with a 50% discount. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After passing this village, there will be no such shop. There were many people bidding immediately, expressing their willingness to buy this city-defending pterodactyl. Yu thought for a while, and finally handed this card to Mr. Kuroda, who was against him in the first round in the crowd. It was a beautiful duel before, thank you for your advice just now. Yu smiled politely, this card is a little bit of heart, so I'll accept it for you. Kuroda was overjoyed and hurriedly accepted this SR and nodded again and again, okay. Then I would like to thank you first, and the money will be charged to you soon. Everyone will be brothers from now on, if you have something to do, just ask me for help, oh, if you want to have another game, please feel free to accompany you. Hearing what he said, he looked at him with excitement, and what he didn't know thought he had unlocked some strange attributes and was infatuated with the public dance. Although it is only half the price, you have already made blood for the price of selling an SR for a whiteboard with zero value in Yu's opinion. Of course, it's not his real goal to make a pterosaur at half price, it's just a pavement for his next plan. He immediately took out the second card. Cow Demon. He recognized it at the first moment with sharp eyes, rare card. Many people are more interested this time than just mentioned. City Guardian Pterodactyl is just a simple rare card, but is a mortal bone with an attack power of 1400, in fact, this card has no other use except for showing off wealth. But Neo Demon is different. This is not only a rare SR card, but also has an attack power of up to 1800. 1800 attack power is not uncommon among 4-star monsters. The sea-scale snake summoned by the Kuroda duelist before is such a rare card. But there are only 2 sea-scale snakes in Kuroda's entire deck. It is good luck to draw one in the last hand. As mentioned earlier, these low-level and high-attack monsters are gradually becoming the mainstream among most duelists. Because the monsters with high attack power can be summoned directly without sacrifices and can easily occupy the initiative of the game, this monster is even more popular than some high-star monsters. 30,000. Someone immediately said after a moment of silence, I gave out 30,000, how about this card for me? Even Yu, who originally planned to come here to sell cards with a profiteer, was a little surprised. He guessed that these duelists would be very enthusiastic, but he didn't expect the enthusiasm to be so high. Buy a mortal bone for 30,000 yuan? As expected, he doesn't understand the world of big guys. 50,000. Someone immediately increased the price. 60,000. 80,000. 80,000, 1,000. The bidding stopped suddenly, and countless people looked contemptuously at Kuroda, who was shouting www.readaloud.com. Mr. Kuroda's face hurt. Then what can I do? Can't afford to blame me? Even if he had been mentally prepared, Yu still underestimated the obsession of these duelists for 1800 low-star management. After a fierce competition, the SR Bull Demon, who had made Yu feel blood lost, was sold at a transaction price of 100,000. Yu looks as stable as an old dog, but in fact, he is happy inside. MDZZ, a mortal bone that no one wanted in a previous life, was sold for 100,000, dare you believe it? It's too easy to make a fortune, right? Well, it's not that easy in principle. City Guardian Pterodactyl or Bull Demon, the reason these cards are SR is that they are indeed quite rare. Yu opened the 2 cards out of the card bag in one breath. That time, it might be regarded as a European one. Although he only wanted to open a pot of desire. But the card he will take out next is different. Yu said nothing, and silently took out another card and placed it on the table in front of him. Everyone's eyes focused again. No one exclaimed for the first time this time, because none of the people present had seen this card. Electric Blade Worm? What kind of monster is this? Never heard of it. Everyone continued to read down the card surface. The star rating is 4, the attack power. Attack power is 2400? Lying in a big trough? PS Linked World is a parallel world different from reality, in which currency is the unique currency of the world. Please do not link with the currency of any country in any period in reality. Chapter 43, I and number 039, LOL sit here and watch you raise the price. A 4-star monster with an attack power of 2400? Don't talk about this kind of thing, I have never heard of it. 2400 attack power, even the legendary ultra-rare card and the true red-eyed black dragon possessed by Neek, the runner-up of the Duel Kingdom, only has 2400 attack power. And the red-eyed is a 7-star high-level monster, it needs 2 sacrifices to summon it. For the current Duel environment, it is still a bit difficult to gather sacrifices to make such a high-level monster. As a result, you told me that this 4-star monster in front of me was a real red-eye if I took a quick photo? This card is too supermodel, right? You told me that this special cat is not a fake card? It is natural that some people doubt the authenticity of this card. Although no one can speak out because of Yu's face, it is natural to have such an idea. But everyone present is Dark Duel, more or less possessing some abilities that ordinary people don't have. The power of the Dark Game and the Duel Monster card are closely connected. The real Duel Monster card has some supernatural characteristics that the imitation card does not have. Even a low-level Dark Duelist can tell the difference on their own. Soon someone took turns using their dark power perception to detect the authenticity of this card, and Yu also greatly expressed permission. Then soon everyone naturally came to the same conclusion. This is definitely a genuine Duel Monster card, such as a fake card. Even if the strength of this 4-star monster appears to everyone to be self-made with its own card printer, its attack power seems to be handwritten as the player likes, but it is a real card. Of course, is a real card, after all, Electric Blade Worm is a card drawn by Yu from the system card pool. System products must be high-quality goods, this is something that Yu has confirmed in the game in the previous life. The cards drawn from the system card pool, even if they are not available in the DM era, they are definitely real cards that can be recognized by NPCs. Actually, selling system-produced cards to NPCs has been thought of by players a long time ago. It's just that the system prohibits players from selling cards to NPCs, and the other is that the currency that links the world is not very useful to players. So apart from Yu, the NPC with the system, no one really sold the system card to other NPCs. And from Yu's point of view, this electric blade bug is actually used, that's it. This card is not unfamiliar to Yu-Gi-Oh! Real card players. Although the 4-star has an attack power of 2400, this card has never been banned or restricted in history, and there is almost no human card. The group will bring this card. The reason is very simple, because its side effects are too big. The special effect of the electric blade insect. When this monster is fighting, the opponent player draws a card from the deck at the end of the damage settlement step. Give the opposite card for free. The Pot of Strong Desire can only earn 1 card. After activating the Pot of Strong Desire, I draw 2 cards from the deck and consume 1 Pot of Desire, which is equivalent to earning 1 card. The gadget actually gave away a piece of the opposite each time it fights. So this kind of side effect is often greater than the net profit, and basically no one will use it. However, in the eyes of DM, who has no concept of cha-cha at all, this is a card that has no side effects and is roughly equivalent to a black dragon with red eyes. What? What are the side effects of the other party drawing a card? These are all small flaws that can be ignored directly. In fact, 4-star cards are close to such a high attack. This era is not completely absent. The most well-known of these is the Goblin Assault Force. Goblin Assault Force, Star 4, Attack Power 2300, Defense Power 0. Effect: when this card attacks, the end phase becomes the defense mode, and you cannot change the form until the next end of your turn. This side effect is still not small. Only 0 defensive power means that this monster can only be summoned once, and then it will be solved in the next round. It will only take a moment, just like taking Viagra. Even so, the Goblin Assault Force is still a popular high-level rare card in the market. Compared with the side effect of you must switch to defense after playing, the side effect of letting the opponent draw the card of the Electric Blade Worm is almost nothing. No one dared to make an offer immediately. Because no one has ever heard of such a powerful monster in the world, naturally no one knows how much it should be worth. But what is certain is that this kind of card, which is unique in the world, is almost certainly the 4-star monster with the highest attack power in the world, and the price is not excessive. May I ask, Yu Zhang, where did you get this card? Someone asked. This is also a problem that many people are concerned about. In their opinion, such a card should be marked as the highest rarity USR, maybe even more than that. Some personal channels. Yu couldn't explain the existence of the system card pool, but he didn't need to make up any strange excuses, but what I can guarantee is that this card is a fake replacement, absolutely not a fake. This point does not require him to guarantee that everyone present can confirm it himself, no one will doubt it. As for the channel, since Yu doesn't want to talk about it, it's not good for everyone to continue to ask. After all, there are all dark duels. It is not surprising that anyone has some private channels and ways. Most people may not be willing to share their secrets with others. After a while, someone finally tried to bid. This card is 1 million, no, 1.5 million, can you give it to me? Someone always has to start this. In fact, as a dark duel, everyone present is more or less of a family background. The reason why Yu just took out the 2 cards and no one went on to bid was because everyone felt that the higher bid was not worthwhile. Like City Defender Pterodactyl, it's just simple and high in rarity. Bull Demon itself is also high in rarity, and its attack power is as high as 1800. It is very valuable, but that's it. Although low-star monsters with an attack power of 1800 are rare, they are not completely absent, and they can still be bought if they are willing to bid. But now this electric blade insect has a different nature. This is one of the kind of super powerful cards with a single card that is so strong that you may not be able to buy it on weekdays even if you are willing to spend more money. 2 million. Someone immediately increased the price. No one thinks it is accidental or excessive, or it is better to say that everyone thinks this should be normal. For dark duelists, cards are not only game items but also weapons. In the event of a last resort, the duel may even be a gamble on their lives. So it's worth spending more money for a stronger card. This is also one of the reasons why Yu plans to sell cards here. No one is more suitable to be a sales target than dark duelists who are rich and have an extraordinary desire for powerful cards. 2,200,000. 2 and 5 million. 5 million. The calm and majestic voice rang in everyone's ears, which surprised everyone present. Everyone turned their heads, only to see that it was a man in a black dress and a high hat, with a distinctive scar on his face, which gave people an intuition that was extremely awkward. Someone was surprised. Nanmu manager. Yes, there is a management officer in Nightcrawler world. It is the most trusted subordinate directly appointed by the President Tang Ziqiu to manage the daily affairs of the members. Gambling and private transactions among members are not prohibited in Nightcrawler world, but the leadership, including the management officer, never personally participates. Is not a rule, it is just a convention. But today's convention is obviously about to be broken. Everyone is still surprised. The Nanmu manager has already squeezed into the crowd, and at the same time said lightly, 10 million. All the members were in an uproar. Deserves to be the manager, the spirit is different. Do you dare to believe in bidding with yourself? Spending money is not the point. The point is that the money must be spent with aura, and it must be stinky enough to give people a sense of this thing is decided by labor and capital. Yu happily watched from the side, feeling like watching a large-scale costumed scene in an auction house in a fantasy novel in the front row. Sure enough, it seemed that he was shocked by the manager's momentum, or his position, and for a while, no one dared to bid any more. The Nanmu manager passed through the automatically separated crowd and walked in front of Yu, with a tick at the corner of his mouth. Then 10 million, give me this card, no opinion. Yu shrugged, as long as no one else has an opinion. Okay, then now. I have an opinion. A powerful voice sounded. Everyone's complexion changed, and their eyes quickly followed the sound. Eh? How nobody Who pretended to shout and ran away? Oh, it turned out to be Mr. President, sorry that this one is too short and was blocked by the crowd just now. Does even the president have to participate in the auction in person? President Tang Zima held his hands. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Small body slowly approached step by step, and confronted the manager of his subordinate. 20 million. As the president, Tang Zima spoke with an extraordinary bearing. He smiled and said, Mr. Nan Mu, this card, can you give it to me? 22 million. As the manager Nan Mu spoke, he asked blankly, President, didn't you say that you only play the pure demon deck for life? I think this bug is not your food. Oh, all our duelists need to trust their deck. As long as you believe it is a demon, it is naturally a demon. When the president spoke, his face was not red and his heart beat. The Nanmu manager rolled his eyes to show his disdain for the president's unreliable scumbag behavior in front of the high-powered coquettish bitch. Although it is a subordinate relationship, the manager Nanmu and President Tang Zima have been in friendship for many years, and there is no psychological pressure to raise the price. The two here haven't reached a result yet, and another person's voice rang from the entrance, 30 million. Everyone in the audience took another breath, and contributed to the global warming process, and Chi looked towards the door in surprise. I saw a man in a straight suit at the door, with a tall nose, slender figure, confident and powerful steps. That is the manager of Matsunaga. Is today's auction destined to be a battle of the gods? As the bidding initiator and card holder, Yu sat there quietly from beginning to end, without saying a word. I just sit here quietly, watching you bid up the price. Chapter 44, This is okay. After a night of fighting, the electric blade insect that Yu took out was finally taken back by President Tang Zima at a transaction price of 50 million. It may be that the president's face has played a role, or it may be that the price has indeed reached the limit of the psychological tolerance of the two managers. The two eventually withdrew from the bidding and gave this 4-star monster with the world's highest attack power to the president. President Tang Zimikuro is in a good mood. He even felt that he had earned the 50 million photograph of this electric blade insect. Apart from anything else, he waved his hand on the spot and directly issued a check for 50 million to Yu, and he was not in arrears. As a seller, Yu feels even better. During the whole process, he, the seller, just sat here without saying a word, just took this electric blade bug out and threw it on the table, and then it was 50 million yuan. This time I really made a fortune. An electric blade worm sold for 50 million. Tell other players about this kind of thing, and they might be envious of it. Apart from high attack, it has no advantages, huge side effects, or even just broken bugs of the R card, ratings given by the system. You told me that the special cat can sell for 50 million? Are you kidding me? But is this a profiteer? Yu feels that he is not a profiteer at all. After all, he didn't say anything the whole time, and he didn't bother to sell or fool others to buy this electric blade insect. He just silently took out the card and sat next to the theater. The price was being bid up by the buyers themselves, and it had nothing to do with him. I must say what Yu did in this process, I am afraid that at best, it is just a check of the last 50 million from the president. What's more interesting is that President Mikuro handed over the 50 million to him, and solemnly patted Yu on the shoulder, saying that in the future, if you have any problems in the organization or in life, you can contact me as president. The president will help you solve it. It was clear that he was the one who paid the money, and he acted as if he owed Yu some kind of favor. Yu is so embarrassed to collect the money. It is obvious that Yu has attracted the attention of everyone including the president. Formidable dark power, super high duel technique, powerful and rare cards. If you say that this young man does not have a strong background, I'm afraid no one will believe it. The auction is over, and the storm tonight will come to an end. It was not too early at this moment, and Yu immediately said goodbye to these new friends and set off to go back to the card shop where he lived. Actually, there are not only so few cards that Yu can sell. He has been unremittingly opening the bag for more than half a month in the system card pool, and he has really opened a lot of 4-star high attack mortal bones. In fact, there are some magic and trap cards that may be of little use to players, but NPCs may be very interested in them. These cards should also be able to sell for a good price. But in line with the principle of long water flow, Yu now does not intend to let these cards out in one breath. Things are rare and expensive. Something like an electric blade bug will make everyone feel amazing if they take it out occasionally. But if Yu digs out an electric blade worm in a week, the price will undoubtedly plummet, and it may even make the customers who bid first feel that they are being scammed. I will accept it when I see it. Tonight, one card sold for 50 million is enough blood to earn. In the short term, Yu does not plan to sell this kind of supermodel card from the system card pool for the time being. Among other things, he first went back to his store to open a pack of 3,000 to 5,000 cards, and filled up all the charity of the pot of desire angels that could be opened. In addition, there are some cards in the DM world, such as Bitter Choice, Delan, Harpy's Feather Sweep, Hurricane, and other cards. These are all he is ready to see. There is no chance to open something. The above mentioned in the development of Yu-Gi-Oh! In later generations are either completely prohibited cards or restricted cards, and they all have the horror ability that the game environment cannot bear. And many of them are not very popular with duelists in this era. No one thinks how powerful. In the current environment, these things are either only marked as N cards or only R cards. The rarity is not high. In case the character is good and I get a rare card on the way to open the package, I can take it to Nightcrawler World and sell it back. Well, of course the probability is not high. 3 rare cards were issued in 10 consecutive shots, although they were useless. Yu felt that it might not be surprising that he could not open the rare cards for a long time. Early the next morning, China looked at the stack of banknotes that Yu had handed over to him in a daze, with a face full of doubts. Your first month's salary should not be sent yet, right? Yes. Yu nodded. Then how do you? I took the rare cards I opened last time and sold them. Yu smiled. You know, rare cards can be sold at very high prices. Because I don't need those cards anyway. Superior. Oh. Kiana nodded and accepted the statement. While putting away the money, he whispered, I thought you were doing strange things every night to make money. Yu has a black line on his face. Is this girl trying to make things happen again? Then there is no way. Who made Yu run out with other weird men in the middle of the night? Especially the guy with glasses who came to the store to look for Yu last time. He was not a serious person at first sight. China felt that her worries were justified. www.readaloud.com. After a while, China went into the house to pack up. There were no customers right now, only Yu was left behind the counter, and he simply took a stack of card holders to prepare to open the bag. Anyway, he is temporarily lavish now, and some are money. If you are bored with nothing to do, it is better to open a few packs of cards to play. Then after a dozen consecutive shots, it sank to the bottom unexpectedly, and none of what I wanted was out. But it doesn't matter. 10 consecutive shots is drizzle to him now, and he doesn't care about the sinking of the ship. Yu Shun took a few more bags and was about to open it again, not wanting someone to come to the store just now. Yu temporarily put down the card holder in his hand. Welcome. He looked up and found that the person here was actually an uncle. This uncle has a grey beard, a pair of sunglasses, a printed red short lining, shorts just over the knee, and a pair of flip-flops underneath, as if he had just returned from a summer beach. In short, he is an irritable old man. This is still relatively rare. It's not uncommon for grandpas who like to play cards such as the game's Grandpa Muto's Double Six. However, most of the customers visiting the card shop are mainly young people. This is the first time you have seen this kind of Uncle Yu. What I didn't expect was that the uncle didn't go shopping after entering the door, and he didn't look like he was going to buy something. Come. The uncle looked at him with a look that looked like a baby, and then nodded again and again. Well, it's okay, this is okay. Yu. Sir, speak clearly, what can you say? Chapter 45, Sulky Old Man. As soon as this uncle came up and unfolded, Yu was a little dazed, and he couldn't figure out what route it was. Is it harassed by this weird man from Hawaii? What's more weird is that the words favorite degree +8 popped up on the forehead of this uncle. This made Yu feel a little frustrated in his heart. China sauce just came out of it at this time, and was stunned to see this uncle. The uncle turned his head and saw Xiao Qiana in a maid costume. His eyes lit up again. It seemed that he suddenly lost interest in Yu, and walked towards Qiana quickly. Then he hugged her in his arms. Ha ha ha, my little granddaughter of China, she is still so cute after so long, not growing tall at all, it's great. The uncle squinted his eyes with joy. Yu. China, the little granddaughter? He turned to China, this is, your grandpa. China-chan turned her head blankly while being held, I don't know. Although she said so, she couldn't be wrong from the fact that she did not resist at all. This old man with Hawaiian wind and flip-flops, who behaves strangely and without formality, is her grandfather by sight. Yu soon realized something again. He couldn't help but ask, then China-chan, what you said before, the store manager. Yet. The girl looked away with a paralyzed face, it's him. Yu. That's why the shopkeeper who said to eat tofu before China, is this the old gentleman in front of me? Don't tell me, if it's this old man, it's not hard to imagine. If this is the case, it doesn't seem surprising that China asked the store manager to agree to stay at Yu for a part-time job as soon as he called. After all, China is not only a working student girl, but also the granddaughter of the shop manager himself. It is not surprising that she has the right to speak in this regard. Ahem, China, the uncle let go of his granddaughter, and coughed slightly as if to save his face. Did you say something strange to others when I was away? Yeah, I said it. China nodded and repeated calmly, I said you have a tofu heart with a knife, but you are full of thoughts about how to eat tofu, although your mouth is mean. The shopkeeper nodded slightly. Deserves to be my granddaughter, but unlike some glamorous outside, there is another set behind the scenes in front of people. My granddaughter is different. She talked ill of me secretly, and she said it in front of her face. She is very pleased to be a grandfather. AP. The shopkeeper's uncle was struck by lightning. So it turns out that my image in my granddaughter's mind is already so unbearable? Yu, an outsider who looked at the side and couldn't insert his mouth, only felt that although the relationship between the grandfather and grandson seemed quite close, there was always a strange sense of subtlety. China quickly introduced Yu and the shop owner to know each other. It turned out that the uncle's name was Ito Shinobu, and the store opened here only in the past 2 years. China usually lives in school most of the time, and will come to the shop to help Uncle Xin when he has time on weekends and holidays. By the way, I heard that your kid is also a Duel. Ito Nobaya turned around and began to look at Yu carefully. China introduced next to him, Yu is amazing. The runner-up in the Duel Kingdom before, Cheng Naik also came to the store to fight him, and he was not his opponent at all. Is that so? Ito Shinobu looked at Yu's gaze more and more admiringly, as if a collector had found a gem of a lifetime. Friendship degree +5. Yu. Oh little China, I told you it was really dangerous to go out this time. Old man Xin had a lingering look on his face, your grandfather was almost lost, you might never see your grandfather again. China was unmoved, as if he was not interested in what he was about to say. Old man Xin continued self-consciously, let me tell you, it was really tight at the time. I was already on the train back, but I couldn't find where my ticket went. But I was anxious. Will it be enough to make up another one? You didn't feel that this was a big deal. Losing tickets on a train is a common occurrence, and he hasn't done it himself. But generally speaking, this is not a big deal. The conductor will generally allow passengers to make up the fare. Idiot, is the problem with the ticket? Uncle Xin scolded angrily, the problem is that the ticket is gone, so I can't remember where to get off the bus. It's really unfortunate. China still behaved calmly, as if it were not surprising at all. He has always been like this, just get used to it. Ahem. Uncle Xin tried to change the subject. His gaze fell on the card pack that Yu Zheng was planning to open before entering the door, and he laughed. Are you going to buy a card to replenish the deck? Yeah. Yu nodded. The Duel City competition is coming, I want to buy some new cards to build a new deck. Preparing to participate in the Duel City conference? Oh, ambition is not small, it is a big competition where strong people from all over the country gather. Old man Xin smiled and waved his hand. Check out my collection library. My collection is quite large, and you can get whatever card you want. Yu was a little surprised. Is this uncle so generous? Grandpa used to be an employee of the International Vision Company, and was a card designer for dueling monsters. China explained, although he doesn't fight people very much, Yu reads www.yunsha.com, but he has collected a lot of cards. Yu is in awe. It turns out that this unscrupulous uncle used to work under Becca's. Is really disrespectful. Thank you, the store manager, then. Just call it Grandpa. Old man Xin waved his hand generously and smiled, it's all trivial, but you have to give me a good deal of China sauce in the future. Yu. What is the old man saying suddenly? China suddenly panicked, and even the three attributes seemed to show signs of failure. Grandpa, what are you talking about nonsense? We just met. Hey. The old man blinked his eyes a little puzzled, he's not you. No. China blushed slightly and said angrily, when did I say this? Hey? Then you said so many good things to this kid on the phone before, and what do you want me to do with him staying? The old man was puzzled. Is it difficult to achieve success because the parents are handsome and greedy for their bodies? If this is the case, Mr. Xin feels that it is not incomprehensible. After all, he can't walk when he sees a swimsuit girl with long waist and thin legs on the beach. China was a little anxious, and his face looked even redder. I never said such a thing. Okay, if you don't have it, then there won't be. Old man Xin shook his head and said that he couldn't understand it. He thought for a while, then turned to Yu. Oh, kid, I just said about finding the card for you. I suddenly remembered that the warehouse key seemed to be lost. I'm sorry. Yu. No, sir, are you too real? Chapter 46, Special Task. There is still one last week before the Duel City begins. Special Mission. Yu asked strangely while standing in President Tang Zimakuro's office. Tang Zima nodded. You seem to have told someone before that you had a festival with gurus. Yes. Yu said, I met the rare card hunter of gurus when I first came to that city, the magician named Pandora. Oh? Pandora is a general. His black magician is quite a master. It is said that many well-known duelists in the underground world have been defeated by him. Tang Zima raised his eyebrows. You beat him NS. Yu didn't speak, but silently took out his own black magician to show him. Tang Zima gave a thumbs up. Awesome. I only heard that gurus robbed other people's things, and the rare card hunter was robbed of the rare card. Mr. President, this is the first time I have seen you. Later, they sent someone to attack once, but I solved it. Yu shrugged, it's a hit with them. Tang Zima smiled, and patted his shoulder. "It's okay. It just so happens that our agency has some holidays with them, and this is actually the case for this mission. You know that this city will host a Duel City convention next, right?" Yu Yu nodded. "This should have been a good thing. The function of the entire city is suspended. For such a large-scale duel competition, I am afraid that only the Haima group can do such a thing in the world. Of course it should be a good thing for our local dueling association. But some people are planning to take advantage of this convention to make trouble on our territory." "Gurus?" Yu Yu quickly reacted. "Not bad." When the name was mentioned, President Mikuro was angry. The named Malik holds the card of illusory god and thousand-year artifact in his hand and does whatever he wants. He almost broke all the default rules of the Dark Association in the world for many years, robbed the duelists' rare cards around the world, and copied a large number of forged cards to destroy the environment of the dueling monsters. Not to mention that they still often use some disdainful means, and they use whatever means to achieve their goals. The reputation of our duelists in the underground world has been defeated by this group of people," President Mikuro said with resentment, and that reaction made Yu Yu even think that the president in front of him was not a duel who controls the power of darkness, but a decent head. "Then are we going to do something with them?" Yu Yu guessed a little. "The official declaration of war will not be enough, but those guys have been found in a hidden stronghold in Tongshi." Tangzi Mikuro snorted and said, "Just tonight, we are going to take people to the raid. At least give Malik a warning, let him know that Tongshi has a master, and let him at least be jealous when he does it, so that when the Duel City opens, it won't cause too much movement." Speaking of this, Yu Yu has fully understood it. "To put it bluntly, I was showing my muscles to gurus and sending them a message that all your actions in Tongshi are under our supervision. You'd better just relax and don't be too arrogant. It stands to reason that only members with long enough membership experience and good enough can participate in this task." President Mikuro continued, "But you are a special case. If you are willing to join, I can specifically approve you to participate this time." Action. After talking about the cause and the process, the system finally gave Yu Yu a reminder of the task. Task: raid the stronghold of the Guru's group. The Guru's group is already lawless, and more rare card hunters are appearing on the streets of Tongshi. Someone must take action to frustrate their spirit. Attack the stronghold of Gurus together with the raid team of Nightcrawler World. You can choose to accept or reject this task. Sure enough, this time is the type of mission that the player can choose to accept or not. Accept, of course accept. Apart from anything else, looking at the large series of experience and spar in the task reward below, Yu Yu felt that he was really sorry for his conscience if he refused. "Where do you usually find such a rewarding task?" Yu Yu nodded without hesitation. "It is my honor to be able to contribute to the organization." President Mikuro grinned happily even though that made his shaky face even more apologetic. "Okay. I would be more relieved if you were there." Having been in the underground world for so many years, President Mikuro is quite confident in his own strength. However, with his dual level in front of Yu Yu, he was completely vulnerable, which made him quite optimistic about Yu Yu. In his opinion, as long as it is not for the top masters in games like Bekas, Seahorse, and Muto, ordinary people are not your opponents at all. That night, as the sky just darkened, a group of dark duels began to act. The destination address is an abandoned warehouse in the dock. Of course, there is nothing particularly surprising. As we all know, the abandoned warehouses of the wharf contain all kinds of weird forces including but not limited to underworld elements, terrorist organizations, aliens, supercriminals, etc. Anyway, no matter what country or background, bad guys will always love the abandoned warehouses of the docks. It's almost time. The Nanmu manager who was in charge of the team made a gesture, gave the order, and everyone set off. Dark duels dressed in black and burly physique entered through all the entrances. They broke the door, smashed the window, rushed into the warehouse like a devil entering the village, and immediately raised the duel plate as a weapon. You thought this picture was a bit funny for a while. Can you imagine a group of brawny men wearing black super clothes that look like CIA agents breaking into the door, only to raise the duel plate one by one and have to play cards with you? That is probably the picture he is seeing now. www.readaloud.com. But unexpectedly, when they broke the door and broke the window into the warehouse, it was empty without a ghost. Everyone looked at each other. Is the information wrong? Nanmu manager took the lead and walked inside, and the others followed immediately. Darkness enveloped the entire warehouse, and there was a musty smell in the space, without the slightest breath of life. The moon cast a pale gleam from the window on the zenith, and dust particles fluttered gently under the light. After passing through most of the warehouse, they finally saw a figure in the deep corner, but it's hard to even say if it was a living person. That was a bald-headed man, sitting on a dusty seat with his body slumped like noodles, his head tilted to one side. He opened his eyes without blinking, his muscles seemed to be rigid, and his facial features looked a little distorted. He looked like a dead body in every way, but the slight ups and downs on his chest showed that the body was still doing its last breath to sustain life. Just when a group of people were confused about which one they were singing, their limp body suddenly moved. He jumped on the chair like an electric shock, then his limbs started twitching uncontrollably, startling everyone around him. The back of his bald head suddenly straightened like a stick, his eyes widened. And a golden third eye opened on his forehead. Then his lips moved mechanically, and he made a voice that did not belong to him, "Welcome, everyone in the world of Nightcrawlers. My name is Malik Ishdar, and the one you see in front of you is one of the dolls I control. 1. I am very glad to meet you." Chapter 47, Seahorse Seti. Malik Ishdar, an important villain in the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh!, a descendant of the Tomb Guard, the founder and manager of the Rare Card Hunter Gurus Group. More importantly, he is also the holder of the 1,000-year pewter rod, one of the 7,000-year sacred weapons, and the strongest phantom card of the three illusions, the winged dragon of the sun god. The pterosaur here is not a waste of unclear significance of the Shillelagh effect. The pterosaur in this world has a powerful ability worthy of its strongest god name. If the effect of the animated pterodactyl is directly copied into the real card environment, even in the future 20 years later, it can be regarded as a powerful monster, and it should not be underestimated. In contrast, the pterosaurs of the real card have no attack power and no resistance, and their special abilities are also called sinkholes. Not to mention being a phantom god, as a big loser who needs 3 sacrifices to be summoned by superiors, the strength of the Wing Shenlong simply cannot afford the price. Now what they are facing in this ruined warehouse is not Malik himself, but Malik's puppets remotely controlled by using the mind control ability of the Millennium Tin Rod. As for Malik himself, 80% of them are not even in this city at the moment. "Hello, everyone in Nightcrawler world," Malik said slowly to everyone through the mouth of this bald puppet. "For most of you, I believe we will meet for the first time." "Malik." Nanmu narrowed his eyes. "What do you want to do?" By this time, all individuals should be able to see that their actions have been seen through. Gurus had long foreseen that they would come here, had already withdrawn and abandoned this stronghold early, leaving only this puppet to act as Malik's microphone to talk to them. "What do I want to do? I think you all should know the answer." Malik said, "This is my war. My goal is only the nameless pharaoh from beginning to end, and it has nothing to do with you. If I can, I don't want to conflict with you, but if you insist, I only hope that you know that gurus will not be afraid of challenges. So this is just a small warning today. I advise you to not interfere. If you dare to stand in front of me next time, what you will face will be the wrath of God." "What did you say?" A group of people was about to have an attack, but saw the bald body in front of him tilted, and the people had fallen softly from the chair, like a doll with a battery pulled out. "Malik is gone, there is only an empty shell left here. This guy is too arrogant." Someone in the team said angrily. He didn't put us in his eyes at all. Tell me to say that we should simply go and take out Guru's lair, and let this tomb-guarding brat know what endless darkness is. Wake up, he has the card of illusory god in his hand, and it is impossible for ordinary duelists to win. A group of people were chattering and arguing. The Nanmu manager frowned and said, "Wait, something is wrong." Everyone suddenly became quiet. Indeed, Yu now has the same view. Since Malik saw through their actions in advance, he emptied the entire warehouse and left such a puppet here. Is it just to threaten them with a few words? No matter what I think, I feel unrealistic. Malik just mentioned this is just a warning. So what exactly does the warning refer to? There was a roar from the outside of the empty warehouse, which sounded like a heavy buzzing. The light was transmitted in from all the windows and cracks, and the whole warehouse was instantly bright as day under the crossed light. Walking out of the warehouse, the dark duelists were shocked to find that they had been surrounded for some time. The black car blocked the only way out like a barricade, and the dazzling white light surrounded the warehouse from all directions like a staggered array of swords. Standing behind the car were a large number of men in black clothes and sunglasses. They stood one by one with their waists straight, their sturdy bodies joined together and looked like a dark high wall. Although no one has the meaning of coming up to make trouble, it is obvious that they will not easily let the person in the middle leave. Turbine-like beeps approached from the sky, and a beam of light cut down like a brilliant sword, dividing the dark night into two. The black helicopter with the KC mark slowly descended, and the cabin door was pulled open from the inside. A slender man in a white windbreaker stepped on the helicopter's landing pole with one foot. The black windbreaker inside and the white outside looked like a king. The cloak fluttered under the strong wind stirred by the propeller. That man is the legendary duelist, the man at the apex of the world of dueling monsters, Seahorse Seti. At this time, where did everyone still not understand what happened? Obviously, Malik deliberately let the Haima group to inform the Haima group, and deliberately took advantage of the Haima group. In fact, it is reasonable to say that Nightcrawler World and Seahorse Group are also childlike ground snakes, and although one is in the light and the other is in the dark, they are also closely related to the game of dueling monsters. There should be some contacts. After all, according to common sense, this large group should be more or less related to the local underground forces. However, the Haima group is an exception, because the president of the group, Mr. Haima Sito, is extremely disgusted with everything that involves dark games. Is not to say that he does not believe in the existence of dark games at all, because he has seen it with his own eyes and even became a victim of dark games. In the story of the Duel Kingdom chapter, Kai-hei, the younger brother of Seahorse, was captured by Bekas, and his soul was sealed in the card. Haima fought hard to go to the Dueling Kingdom to try to save his younger brother, but he was no match for the power of the Millennium Eye. You Kanshu. Kam itself was also defeated by Bekas, and the soul was sealed into the card. In the end, Muto Game defeated Bekas, and the souls of the brothers were finally saved. Because of such unpleasant memories, President Haima is quite resistant to things like dark games. Furthermore, he is a firm scientific thinker. He believes that supernatural forces including dark games are things that can be explained by science, so he always sneers when he mentions these things. So although Nightcrawler World and Haima Group have had contact, the ending is often not very happy. While the helicopter was still in the air, President Haima stopped waiting and jumped off the plane. I saw that the white windbreaker was full of wind and spread out behind him, like spreading wings. The hippocampus squatted to the ground, his clothes fluttered down, and he looked like a superhero in the next Dormammu studio. The dark duelists looked at each other, and then the Nanmu manager took the lead to walk up. President Haima, I haven't seen you for a long time. Hippocampus held his arms and squinted his eyes sharp as a knife, and he didn't mean to say anything politely. What are you doing in a place like this? We got information that the Guru's group has a stronghold here, but unfortunately they came too late and they have already left. Nanmu explained, "We are on the same front, Mr. President, as we have said many times before." "Humph, I don't remember when I agreed," Haima said coldly, raising the duel plate on his arm. "But since you all pretend to be duelists, then give you this opportunity," he said in a deep voice. "If you want to get past here, try your complacent dark duel." Chapter 48, Not as Good as Mortal Bones. Sure enough, you guessed it. Don't look at President Haima's battle, that seems scary. It's the plane and the bodyguard. A large group of black super-secret agents surround this place strictly. It looks like the aggressive ones are not good. Actually, I still have to play cards. On card addiction, I am afraid that no one in the world can compare to the president of Shanghai Moss. The president's card addiction is really a breakthrough in the sky. Later, he even did everything to develop black technology and try to break the world with the power of technology. Run to the boundary of the underworld to find the king to play cards. A team of Nightcrawler's world rushed to the dock and warehouse like a rainbow, and was emptied. Not only that, but also was placed by Malik. Most people must be a dog in their hearts. At this moment, they have already greeted the horses in their hearts. Lick's family. But you didn't. You saw this posture outside, and saw President Haima jumping off the plane like a Batman. Not only did he not get the slightest anger, he even wanted to say something. Molly Keenus, nice. Recently, he happened to be thinking about how to find a chance to play a card with President Haima before the opening of the Duel City, telling him that there were serious flaws in the card game rules that needed to be corrected. As a result, the opportunity came automatically. Thinking about this, Yu suddenly felt that the little brother Malik didn't seem to be that annoying. Who said Malik is not a kind person who can't do good deeds? If Malik is not a good man, who sent the Sky Dragon to the game? In the animation, Malik sent a special trip to send the Osiris Sky Dragon from Egypt to Japan to the game, and even the postage of a dime was confiscated. You said that he is not a charity who believes? Facing the provocation of Seahorse at this time, all the duelists in Nightcrawler world hesitated. President Haima still has a big name in the circle of dueling monsters. I think if it hadn't been for 1,000 years to cheat, even Becca's would not be his opponent. Many people in the circle have rumored that the only person who can defeat the Seahorse is the Duel King Muto game, and the Seahorse is also regarded as a real one-person under 10,000 boss. However, duelists who mix in the underground world will naturally not be frightened because of their reputation. I'm coming. Someone asked immediately. No, just leave it to me here, let him see how good my mechanical deck is. Of course, you didn't miss this opportunity, let me try it. The Nanmu manager glanced at everyone, followed with a snort, took a step and started the duel plate in his hand. With me here, naturally there is no reason to let the subordinates go first. He said in a hoarse voice, and the gloomy face with scars appeared full of momentum. I have long heard of the powerful card group of President Haima. Wushuan, that's a coincidence, I am also a powerful deck that is good at suppressing with strength. Just right, let's take this opportunity today to try and see, who is the stronger one of us. Seahorse hummed confidently, acting as if he didn't pay attention to the opponent at all. Duel. 1 minute later. The dark duels watched their managers fly upside down under the impact of incandescence. After landing, they slid far away unabated, and their bodies slammed into the outer wall of the warehouse like a cannonball. A group of people hurriedly surrounded. Boss! Boss, are you all right? Boss, wake up, think about your Mimi, and Mimi. What should you do if you die? President Seahorse is holding his arm, and behind him is the white silver dragon with arrogance. The legendary monster blue-eyed white dragon floats behind him, and the aura of the Dragon King seems to have broken through the shackles of the three-dimensional image, and the dominance like a beast suppresses the audience. Ha 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 ha! President Haima gave out a classic three-stage laugh. Even if the real Yu-Gi-Oh fans don't need the picture, they can tell that this is the president himself when they hear this voice across the street. Humph, that's why you are not worthy. Seahorse snorted disdainfully, what dark duelist? It's a laugh. You third-rate duelists use a fourth-rate deck, and your strength is not even as good as that. The mortal bones, referring to the inside of the city, that only move forward with luck. The road to battle never ends, and the world of duelists does not need the weak. The innocent castle is lying on the gun, what does MMP have to do with labor and capital? It is also strange that President Jaime's prejudice against the castle. No matter how much the castle is said to be the runner-up of the dueling kingdom, the world will even be recognized as one of the legendary duels in the future. However, in the eyes of President Jaime, the inside of the city is always just a useless mortal bone. There are only two types of duelists in the world based on the standards of President Jaime. Even if the level is higher than that in the city, it's okay, but those who are lower than or equal to the level in the city are all spicy chicken. This standard seems a bit harsh. Everyone dared not say anything about the ridicule of the president. Because no matter how annoying Seahorse is, his strength is genuine. This kind of overwhelming power, everyone waited in his own heart, and guessed that he would only be killed by a spike. Yu stepped forward. Mr. President, he raised the duel plate, then can I give it a try? Hey! Jaime raised his eyebrows, his tone was slightly softened, are you new here? Nightcrawler World is a local guild after all, and there is still a rough impression of what Seahorses the resident personnel have. He is very sure that he has never seen this young man in the organization's information. If he did, he would definitely have an impression. This boy looks completely different from the others. www.readaloud.com. The charm and temperament seem to be compared with his hippocampus himself. Of course it is still a little bit worse. Mr. President who feels good about himself. Interesting. It can be possible, but there are conditions. Jaime sneered, if the miscellaneous fish are on one by one, it will be endless. Then you represent all the rest of your team. If you lose, you will fight the city next. During the event, your association is not allowed to take any action in Toshino City, do you understand? Yudeo, we are on one side, President. Our goal is also the Guru's group. The Guru's Seahorse Company can handle it on its own, and it doesn't need a group of so-called dark duelists to intervene. Seahorse is not polite, you lower your head for me, just watch it and it's over. Yu turned his head and gestured at the crowd behind him. The Nanmu manager who was panting in the arms of a group of strong men hesitated, then nodded and gave him an affirmative answer. Although he is a newcomer, they can see the strength of Yu. If Yu couldn't beat it, it wouldn't make sense to switch to anyone. Okay, then we accept your terms. Yudeo, but correspondingly, through this duel, I also have a little suggestion that I hope the president can consider. Oh? You still want to negotiate terms with me? No conditions, just a personal opinion on the current dueling monster game, I just hope to discuss it with the president. Humph, let's talk about it if you really can win. Jaime was obviously extremely confident in himself, and he didn't even consider the possibility of will lose. That's it. Yu reinserted the washed deck into the duel plate. Duel, X2. Chapter 49, King of Mouth. When Yu and Jaime walked towards the two ends and pulled apart the field, the dark duels had already discussed them. Can this newcomer beat the hippocampus? Who knows? Even President Mikuro is not an opponent at all, maybe. But the opponent is the Seahorse City, there are only a handful of people in this world who can win him, right? Just watch it quietly. At this moment, the Nanmu manager who had just fallen and had a swollen nose has also sat up. Fortunately, he was witty. The duel with Seahorse was only a dark game at the lowest level. Even if he lost, he would just endure a relatively strong impact and fall a little bit miserably. The low-level dark game only makes a small part of the attacks of the monsters of both sides concrete into entities, and its level is not fatal. The reason why only this level of dark game is started is that Nanmu does not want to hurt the seahorse, but just wants to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. As for the reason too, and the main reason, it was because he estimated that he might not be able to beat. Isn't that stupid X when he knows he can't beat others and plays dark games? Forcibly send a blood? Although I was beaten badly, I still have to be a manager. Nanmu coughed twice and wiped off the nosebleed that was about to drip while the attention of others was on the court, and said in a deep voice, if you can win this game, there will undoubtedly be more underground worlds of dark duels in the future. A resounding name. Let us take this opportunity to see where his limits are. At this time, Yu had already walked to his half of the field to start a duel. Can you win the seahorse Seti? At this stage, 80% should be a bit difficult. It is the early days of DM, and President Haima probably doesn't have any messy white vests like the blue-eyed sub-white dragon, blue-eyed chaos extremely dragon, blue-eyed double burst dragon, deep-eyed white dragon, etc. The cards and tactics used are relatively simple. But even so, he is also the main plot character and the legendary duelist. When they first entered the linked world in the previous life, a large number of real card players felt that they could rely on their advanced game understanding and mainstream card construction to beat the duels in the original game, but found that they were thinking too much. In fact, until the end of the Duel Link version 1.0 and the end of the main storyline of Yu-Gi-Oh! DM, it seems that no player has beaten the Duel King Muto game. Because they can draw a card at any time in a duel, they can always draw a card that just happens to be turned over. They can also print the card in time, and if a situation cannot be solved, then print a card that can be solved on the spot. After all, everything about the strongest duelist is inevitable, even drawing cards can be created. Opening declaration. The tactical awareness of players playing real cards just doesn't work in front of these plot NPCs. Before, there was a great player who got the opportunity to play cards in the game during the mission. He worked hard, earned cards, and pulled cards. He lost 3 cards in one round of the game and he earned 3 cards in one round. It's hard to stick to the game empty-handed, and the big player's side is full of 5 big monsters. When the player thinks that he is about to win the achievement of linking the world's first kill duelist, the game is a treasure of heaven. The hand draws 6 cards directly, and in the next round, a Hanno's noble power, that is, the sacred shield mirror power, blows up the opponent's monsters completely. Uza that descends from the sky, usually a magic card. Both players draw 6 cards in their hands, which is a unique animation effect. Sacred shield in the mirror, trap cards. When the opponent declares an attack, all monsters on the opponent's field are destroyed. Is because according to the requirements of the Haima company in the game King DM, the cards that directly destroy monsters and inflict LP damage on the opponent player are prohibited cards, so maybe the game gave some face and only printed a mirror power. Otherwise, he might simply and rudely take a lightning strike to clear the field. Lightning strikes, usually magic cards, destroy all monsters on the opponent's field. So although players can sling passers-by in the linked world in the later stage, it is still very difficult to beat these NPCs. Yu, LP4000. Hippocampus Ceto, LP4000. Just let you go first. President Haima hummed confidently, let me see what you are capable of, and don't let me down too much. My round, draw a card. This guy is the first to be summoned, Elemental Hero, Lightning Man. Attack said. The blue lightning warrior flew out of the 3-dimensional card, shining with beating electric light all over. The hero driving the lightning gave a clear shout and put on a fearless pose. The action seemed to say, I must be the cannon fodder to be the first to play anyway. Elemental Hero Electric Man, Attack Power 1600. Place a card on the cover, and the round is over. Hey, is it over without any surprises? Seahorse hummed softly, then my round, draw cards. This round will make you understand that there is no point in putting this kind of miscellaneous fish monster in front of me. Come on! Blood Axe Demon! A demon holding a huge battle axe appeared on the table. He grinned, with sharp fangs. He was a head taller than Dian Guang Man, and the giant axe in his hand was bigger than Dian Guang Man's entire head. Blood Axe Demon, attack power 1900. Dian Guangxia put on a face-to-face pose, seemingly ready to bravely die. Blood Axe Demon, attack! Haima directly ordered, smash that kind of fish directly. Yu smiled confidently. Win or lose in this duel is secondary. But he will take this opportunity to let President Haima take a good look at the unscientific aspects of the existing game rules. Flip the cover card. Yu pressed the button on the dual plate and waved his arm. Magic card fusion. Take the electro-optic man who was selected as the attacker on the field, and the card in his hand. Elemental hero Clayman's fusion. Seahorse's eyelids twitched, and he said in astonishment, unexpectedly, it merged at the moment I attacked. Fusion summon. Yu took out a card and slapped it on the dual plate. Elemental hero, Earthman. Dian Guang Man, oh yeah, I didn't even give a blood today. A fusion vortex appeared in the space, and the clay man with the earth attribute in Yuyu's hand appeared as a three-dimensional image, and was drawn into the whirlpool with the electric man, like two stones disappearing in the middle of the rapids. A strong light emerged from the center of the whirlpool and plunged into the ground. The three-dimensional image projected the special effect of the collapse of the earth, with countless cracks all over the ground, and a huge steel body rising from the ground, like Weiran's mountains. Elemental hero, Earthman, summon. Elemental hero Earthman, attack power 2200. The special ability of the Earthman can absorb half of the attack power of the opponent's monster during the round of fusion summoning. Yu ordered, Gaia Impact. What was the name of the monster skill? He couldn't remember it, after all, he didn't write it on the card. This name is now made up by him. The earth trembled, and the rubble was splashing, ignoring that the pieces were crushed into powder by the invisible air pressure in mid-air. The Blood Axe Demon in the charge crooked his feet, half of his foot was inserted into the crack, his body fell involuntarily, and the axe he swung out was crooked and twisted. Blood Axe Demon, attack power 1900, attack power 950. Elemental hero Earthman, attack power 2200, attack power 3150. There is nothing to say with such a huge difference in attack power. With a fist, the Earthman blasted the Blood Axe Demon into the ground together with the human and the axe. The latter's body was embedded like a cardboard, and he couldn't pull it out. Hippocampus Ceto, LP 1800. The face of the hippocampus who lost 2200 LP in the first phase changed slightly, and his footsteps slid half a step after the impact of the three-dimensional image, and the windbreaker behind him was also pulled straight by the wind. He gritted his teeth, squinted his eyes and looked at Yu, as if he finally started to pay attention. The dark duelists next to him were stunned. This kid, is it a powerful monster with an attack power of 3150 in the second round? I actually got off the seahorse in a city first. If this goes on, maybe you can really win. Nanmu manager's gaze also became suspicious. www.readaloud.com looked at Yu in disbelief. Is this kid really so strong? The huge Earthman landed slowly next to Yu. Yu half wrapped his arms, keeping a smile and looking at the opposite President Seahorse. He was quite satisfied with the start of the first round. In the opponent's turn, the normal magic card was launched for fusion summoning, and the battle rollback that should have occurred when the attacking target was lost did not occur. The Blood Axe Demon was forcibly killed by the Earthman, and the President was slapped with 2200 LP points. Yu thinks this should always make Mr. President realize how outrageous the rules of the duel are now, right? Sure enough, you see, the President Haima on the opposite side has already begun to tremble with anger. In the next second, I saw Haima raise his head, and a series of classic three-stage laughs, almost not scaring Yu away. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. President Haima's eyes were burning. Sure enough, my vision is correct, you are indeed different from the other trash fish. I deliberately covered the fusion and used it in my turn for fusion summoning, which not only avoided the risk of low-level monsters being attacked and counter-attacked beautifully, but also beautifully avoided the restriction of cannot attack during the turn of fusion summoning. You are indeed extraordinary, and you are the only duelist who is worthy of being my opponent. You. Is not the president, are you not angry at all if you are fooled by me? Chapter 50, The Strongest Servant. I'll cover 2 cards. 2 more overlay cards appeared on the table in front of Seahorse. The round is over. Come on, let me see if I can call it over. At the end of the round, the special ability of the elemental hero Earthman has also been invalidated, and the attack power has returned to its original state. Elemental hero Earthman, attack power 3150, attack power 2200. My turn. After Yuya draws the card, he glances at the 2 cards on the Seahorse field with some care. Because the opponent is a duelist who will never get stuck such as Seahorse, we can first rule out the possibility that the opponent has built a fusion bluff. In the official competition of linking the world in the previous life, there was a case where a contestant covered a fusion magic card in the backcourt to pretend to be a trap to scare the opponent, and it was actually successful. Therefore, the backcourt fusion became one of the best players in the world. Love to see this talk. But since it's President Haima, it shouldn't be possible to do such a thing, right? But even if you say that, Yu doesn't have any cards to play right now. The only 2 monsters drawn in his hand have merged into the Earthman on the field, and there is nothing in the remaining magic traps that can clear the backcourt. Then it seems that the only option now is to harden it up front. Even knowing that the opposite backcourt is covered by a trap, there is no better way to step on it. Even if you have been cautious not to step on it, the pit will not disappear by itself, and sooner or later you must find a way to deal with it. Lord of the Earth. Yu directly ordered, direct attack. The big elemental hero launched a charge forward, crossing the empty field of the Seahorse, and smashing the Seahorse with a huge metal fist. Humph, this level is completely expected. Seahorse waved his hand, the trap card is activated, counter-attack the door. Let the opponent's direct attack invalid, and then I can draw a card from the deck. The huge black fist slammed into the transparent barrier like the iris of the water, and the domineering fist was completely absorbed. Earthman pulled away and returned to Yuyu's half-time, while Haima drew a card. The round is over. It's my turn. Seahorse glanced at the card he had drawn, and inserted it directly into the duel plate. Activate the Pot of Desire, and you can draw 2 more cards from the deck. If it were Yu who was a player at the beginning, he would have jumped with anger now, but his mood has changed at this time, and his heart is calm and without fluctuations. After all, this thing is now full of 3 cards in his deck. From your hand, activate the effect of the Thunder Dragon. Haima showed a Thunder Dragon to Yu, and immediately discarded it into the graveyard. Discard this card, and you will receive up to 2 from the deck. Only Bronze Dragon is added to the hand. I add 2 Bronze Dragons to the hand. Next, activate the magic card, Rules of the Ancient. Seahorse inserted the card, and a primitive yellowed scroll appeared in front of him. This magic card can be used to special summon a normal monster with 5 stars or more in the hand without sacrifice. I want to summon this guy. Evil Night Dragon. The curvy body of the black dragon flew out of the ancient scroll and stretched out its huge body. It has scarlet eyes, a pointed and long mouth, and short wings. It is not so much a dragon, but it is closer to a giant python. Evil Night Dragon, attack power 2350. It's not over yet. Hippocampus pointed to his feet. Here I am going to activate Gwevka, magic card fusion. Yu almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. So the president is really special, so he built a fusion. The 2 Thunder Dragons in the hand are fused. Seahorse raised his right hand, come on, fusion summon. Two-headed thunder dragon. The images of the two dragons disappeared in the fusion vortex, and a fierce thunderbolt fell on the field. The red double-headed dragon flapped its wings and fell from the thunder and lightning, and both heads roared into the sky. Two-headed thunder dragon, 2800 attack. The duelists who watched the battle were not calm anymore. Call a monster with 2350 ATK and 2800 ATK in one round. It really deserves to be the seahorse set. Is this the duel of the top duelist? Seahorse began to swell again. Ha 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 ha. Look at it with wide eyes, this is absolute power. The evil night dragon, attack the Earthman. The hero of the earth quickly fought with the black dragon. The Earthman tried his best to resist, and the giant fists kept hitting, but the dragon dodged lightly. The black dragon took advantage of the flight to launch a stab, biting through the hero's dark iron armor with sharp teeth. Soon the Earthman's body was torn apart and disappeared on the court. UU, LP4000 LP3850. The UU field instantly became empty, and on the other hand, two powerful superior monsters had spread out on the seahorse. But he didn't panic at all, instead he smiled. It's a pity, President. Hey! Haima frowned. What do you want to say? I want to say that if your double-headed thunder dragon can attack this turn, my LP will only be 1050, and the gap between our LPs can be reversed. He shrugged, but the fusion monster is in the round of summoning. It's a shame that I can't attack. Haima snorted and ignored it, only coldly announcing, the round is over. Then it's me, draw a card. I launched Angel's Charity. I draw 3 cards from the deck, and then discard 2 of them. What? Why did you touch the ban card again? That's right. If your deck is also full of 3 strong desires and 3 angels, you will also find that you have all these things in your hands, which is simply too cool. Yu smiled slightly, and said to the seahorse, the fusion summoning can quickly call out powerful higher-level monsters without sacrifices, so the restriction of cannot attack during the summoned turn needs to be added, right, President? Hippocampus. But as a price, fusion also needs to consume multiple cards in one round. If you can't attack immediately, you will be passive. Yu said, drew a card from his hand, because no, there are far more ways to summon higher-level monsters immediately if you need sacrifices. At this point, Yu's dual disc cemetery area flashed, and a monster card was bounced out of the cemetery. Activate the effect of the elemental hero, Necromancer in the graveyard. This card can only be used once in the graveyard. You don't need sacrifices for summoning elemental heroes of level 5 or higher. So I don't need sacrifices to summon directly from my hand Elemental Hero Golden Blade Man. Elemental Hero Golden Blade Man, attack power 2600. That's it, the effect of Angel's Charity abandoned the Necromancer into the cemetery to quickly summon high-level monsters. Haima snorted, it is indeed a beautiful tactic. But this level of attack, the power is not enough to defeat my two-headed thunder dragon. It's not over yet. Starting a magic card from your hand, H-Fire Heart, the Elemental Hero Golden Blade's attack power increases by 500 points until the end of the turn. Elemental Hero Golden Blade Man, attack power 2600, attack power 3100. Oh, does the attack power exceed the two-headed thunder dragon? Golden Blade Man, UU reading www.uugonshu.com attacks the double-headed thunder dragon. The golden hero took the command and sprinted straight, and the engine jetted out a golden tail flame behind him. The sharp metal blade cut open the huge body of Thunder Dragon, a large amount of electric current spilled out, and the two-headed dragon exploded into huge fireworks in mid-air. Hippocampus Ceto, LP1800 LP1500. My turn is over. Yu said. At this moment, the effect of the fiery heart disappears, and the attack power of the Golden Blade Man returns to its original state. Elemental Hero Golden Blade Man, attack power 3100, attack power 2600. Some onlookers swallowed. it's a breathless duel. Summon higher level monsters so easily and continuously, and no matter which side can quickly defeat the higher level monsters summoned by the other party. The people who eat melon say it is unimaginable. It's as if the two people on the field are not playing a game with them. My turn. Seeing the card drawn, Jaime narrowed his eyes. It looks like this guy wants to fight you too. You. Seahorse smiled. Then let you see again, the legendary super rare card, my strongest servant. Yu's face turned straight. Is coming? Activate a magic card from your hand. The cost is reduced. By discarding a card from the hand, the level of the monster in the hand is lowered by 2 levels. Jaime drew a card and opened his eyes wide, his expression almost sullen. Lifted above the head. I took the evil night dragon on the field as a sacrifice. Come down, my strongest servant. Blue-eyed white dragon. Chapter 51, I can open it. Blue-eyed white dragon, call. The pressure of the dragon swept across the earth, and the storm that rolled up was like the sky itself venting its anger. Flying sand and rocks in the duel field, even dust particles seemed to be swept clean by the gust of wind, making room for the appearance of the Dragon King. The white dragon slowly landed, and the flapping wings stirred up the hurricane. It stretched its neck, raised its head, and let out a roar that shook the sky, and even the dense clouds seemed to recede in fear in the soaring dragon's roar. That is the coercion of Beilong. Perhaps only Yu, who stood on the court and faced the white dragon in person, could best appreciate the tremor through the virtual image at this moment. That is definitely not the oppressive force that ordinary monsters can match. The power of monster elves cannot be judged solely by attack power or practical value. The blue-eyed white dragon is the best example. Although it is only a whiteboard with an attack power of 3000, the suppression power can easily give people the illusion of facing a beast. Ha 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 ha. Come down in front of the power of the blue eyes. The president continued to expand, the attack of the blue eyes white dragon. Destroying bursting blast. The silver white dragon opened its mouth, and powerful and surging energy brewed in its mouth. A burst of energy sphere dragged the lightning trajectory and bombarded out, engulfing the body of the golden blade man in an instant. The white light that seemed to swallow all the darkness shattered the body of the golden blade man and rushed to the other side of the night with great strength. Yu subconsciously blocked him with his arm, and under the influence of the impact, he took a half step back. Yu, LP3850 LP3450. Hey, it's worth marrying for nothing. He smiled and said to himself, it just feels different. Set up another Gafka, and the round is over. Seahorse clenched his fists. Come on, if you can defeat my blue-eyed white dragon, let's give it a try. Yu stood up straight again. Draw a card. The blue-eyed white dragon with an attack power of up to 3000 points, any opponent can be crushed, and its destructive power is immeasurable. Description on the card surface. Who can stand this special cat? So Yu decided to learn from the president as well, and Zhangqiang wanted to suppress his shock when he was undecided. The pot of strong desire is activated. Yu continued to take out the forbidden cards, draw 2 cards from the deck. He glanced at the card he drew, and suddenly had the urge to laugh. Then the second pot of desire, draw 2 more from the deck. As long as all players who have played cards should know that the most cool thing in the world is that the obsessive desire pot has passed the obsessive desire pot. For example, now, Yu is in such a state. Then I'm going on, President. Yu shouted, the first thing I want to summon is this monster, skilled black magician. A magician in a black robe appeared in the field with the light and shadow effect of the 3-dimensional image. He was wearing a bowler hat and holding a black staff. His body was tightly wrapped in the robe. The shadow covered half of his face, making it difficult to see his true appearance. Seahorse frowned. Magician? It turns out that this kid's deck is not all of the Elemental Hero series. And the magician, it is easy for President Jaime to have some special associations. Next is Magic Card Fusion Recovery. Yu played the next card, recover the magic card fusion in the cemetery, and the elemental hero dancing man that was sent to the cemetery as the fusion material to the hand. Haima held his arms and watched him operate. Fusion recovery, are you planning to use fusion to attack it? He noticed the skilled black magician on Yu's field. At this moment, one of the 3 indicator lights on the staff was lit. Next is the magic card Urgent Call. Choose a hero monster from the deck and add it to your hand. The card I want to add to my hand is Elemental Hero Wingman. Yu sent the magic card to the tomb area of the duel board, found the wingman from the deck and added the card to his hand. Seahorse noticed another light on the wand in the hand of the skilled black magician. Yu then inserted the next card into the duel plate. Magic card fusion is activated, the element hero in the hand card, the electric light man, and the element hero with the wind attribute wingman fusion. Fusion summon. Elemental hero dragon scroll man. The violent wind horn, the image of dark clouds was projected in the air. The inverted funnel-shaped tornado descended with thunder and lightning, the hero of the storm descended from it, and the cloak swayed in the wind behind him. Elemental hero dragon roll man, attack power 2800. The effect of the dragon scroll. Yu waved his arm. In the case of fusion summoning, the attack power and defense power of all monsters on the opponent's field will be halved. The attack power of the blue-eyed white dragon has become half. Seahorse gritted his teeth gently. Blue-eyed white dragon, attack power 3000, attack power 1500. At the same time, the 3rd indicator light of the wand in the hand of the skilled black magician has also been lit. You should have noticed it too. Yu chuckled. The special ability of a skilled black magician, whether we or the opponent, will place a magic counter every time a magic card is activated. And when the magician's staff gathers 3 counters, his true power will be released. Coming. I put the skilled black magician with 3 counters as a sacrifice, and special summoned it from the deck. Black magician. What? Haima was taken aback. The body of the magician disappeared from the field with a burst of blue fluorescence, and the red shadow flew out of Yu's deck. The magic power rolled up a misty vortex on the ground, the red afterimage rose into the air, the green staff flew flexibly in the hand, and the magic power released was like dividing a domain of magic in the space, and white the dragon's coercion chamber resisted. Black magician. The moment Seahorse saw this monster, there was a brief loss of consciousness. There is no doubt that Mr. President must think of his friends. It's a dark game of old enemies. But he quickly turned his attention back to the current duel. Although it is a card with the same name, the one in front of me is obviously not the black magician in the game's hands. The black magician in the game's hands is Xiao He, and this one is Xiao Hong. The president said that he is not colorblind, of course he can tell the difference. Black magician, attack the blue-eyed white dragon. Yu ordered directly. The blue-eyed white dragon hissed and roared, as if he wanted to fight back against the shadow of the enemy in front of him. But now its attack power has been halved due to the effect of the Great Tornado, and it is simply unable to counterattack in front of the black magician. The black magic impact easily dissipated the light waves spit out by the white dragon. The dragon's body was penetrated back and forth, and fell down with a mournful cry, and the fragments that turned into images dissipated. Hippocampus Ceto, LP1500 LP500. Fuck, so strong. The friends who were onlookers began to feel calm again. Hey, this kid seems to really be able to beat that seahorse man. Can even a legendary monster like the blue-eyed white dragon be defeated? That guy's LP is only the last. www.readaloud.com. We still have more than 3,000 lives here. It's already one-sided. But Yu is not as optimistic as them. Place 2 cards on the lid. Yu said, the round is over. In the eyes of Yu and even most of the Game King real card players, LP actually doesn't matter at all. The blood volume of this game is actually very confusing. Sometimes you look at the other person's life like a candle in the wind, but you just can't kill the other person anyway. Sometimes even if you have 8000 LP, you think you are too stable, but you are killed by the opponent in one turn. So even though it looks like there is a huge difference in blood volume, you didn't take this difference in mind at all. But he does feel that he has an absolute advantage, not because of LP, but because of hand resources. Hippocampus is now completely consumed with one card in his hand. According to the actual card experience, this situation can basically surrender directly. But considering that the opposite is Haima himself, Yu has an ominous hunch. My turn, draw a card. Haima pulled out the next card vigorously, and let out a standard 3-stage laugh. Ha 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 ha, as expected, the goddess of destiny has taken care of me again. I activated the magic card Life-Cutting Boza. Due to the effect of this card, I draw until the card in my hand is refilled to 5. Only the 5th one after activation in my preparation phase, I must discard all the cards in my hand. Animation effect. You almost got a bit of old blood again. This is why the player has tried so hard to pull the card in front of the NPC, calculate the resource gap, and so on. It is meaningless. Because they can open it. Chapter 52, Trust Your Deck. The Life-Cutting Treasure, one of the cards of the DM animation Heaven Guards, has a super ability to draw cards, and has the ability to bring the duel back from the edge of death to life with one card. The real card is not without this card, but the difference with the animation effect is simply heaven and earth. The actual carded Life-Cutting Boza can only allow players to fill up 3 cards in their hand, and there are also special summons that cannot be performed in this round. All damage caused to the opponent player in this round becomes 0, and all the items at the end of this round the side effect of the hand that must be discarded. According to the animation effect, the Life-Cutting Boza is regarded by the players as a terrifying card with the same power as the Heaven-Dropping Boza in Wang Yang's hand. It may even make all the efforts of the opponent so far in the entire game become useless. For example, Yu watched President Haima fill up 5 cards one by one, and now he has an urge to scold his mother. MD, when this card is finished, he will go back to the entire 3 Heaven Fall Baoza, Fate Cut Baoza or something. Compared with this kind of forced card, even the pot of that makes a net profit of 1 card without the brain seems to be just as strong. Black Magician, I didn't expect to encounter a duel with this card in such a place. Seahorse was full of warfare, raising the volume, but are you a duel who is qualified to control this top magician? Let me try it myself now. Activate a magic card from your hand Susheng of the deceased. Resurrect, my strongest servant the blue-eyed white dragon. Seahorse inserted the magic card into the dual plate and raised his arm while hissing loudly. The life symbol of ancient Egypt appeared on the field behind the seahorse, with white dragon wings spread out on both sides. A dragon chant seemed to penetrate through the barriers of the underworld and reality, and the huge body soared into the air from the ground. The white dragon of light hissed toward Yu's side of the field, as if venting endless anger. Ha 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 ha, succumb to the endless power of the blue-eyed white dragon. Seahorse waved his arm, and the invisible wind blew the hem of his windbreaker. At this moment, open Jaka Tyrant's wings. After this trap card is activated, it can be used as an equipment card to equip dragon monsters on your field. Increase the attack power and defense power of the equipped monster by 400 points each. This monster can attack at most 2 monsters in the same battle phase. The silver-white wings of the blue-eyed white dragon became pure gold, shining with sacred light. The power of the white dragon, which was already strong and oppressive, was further enhanced, as if the aura of the king's lord was suffocating. Blue-eyed white dragon, attack power 3000, attack power 3400. Attack of the blue-eyed white dragon. Hippocampus roared, and at the same time began to tactically chant the president's iconic line, Smash! Jade! Cheers! Destroyed blast bomb! Yu! He listened to the president's hoarse voice and couldn't help but worry a little about the opponent's throat. It's just a card game, and the president is too deep into the play. But of course he is prepared to respond, open the cover assist and shoot. When a monster on your field is selected as an attack target, you can activate it to increase the attack power of the attacked monster and increase the attack power of the other monster on your field. He waved his hand at the Dragon Scroll Man beside him. I support the Black Magician with the Dragon Scroll Man. Add the attack power of the Dragon Scroll Man to the Black Magician. The hero controlling the storm let out a low growl, and a faint green flame ignited on his body. At the same time, the Black Magician's body is also wrapped in the same power, and the two powers are superimposed on each other under the effect of the trap card. Black Magician, attack power 2500, attack power 5300. Attack power 5300. The onlookers are boiling. For them, the true red-eyed black dragon with 2400 attack power is already the leader among the dueling monsters, and the higher attack power is almost invisible when playing cards. The attack power value of 5300 is simply an unimaginable peak. If a monster that can control this attack power is almost invincible. However, for a duel of the level of President Haima, it is completely worthwhile. Hey, little trick! This level is completely within the calculation. Seahorse yelled, quick attack magic is activated. Shrink. Reduce the original attack power of a monster on the field to half until the end of the phase. Oh! It's actually this card. Shrinking this card is certainly not unfamiliar to you. This is a very powerful and practical magic card in the environment of Yu-Gi-Oh! DM. President Haima is indeed a local tyrant, and there is no shortage of rare cards with strong single card capabilities in his hands. Game Ace guys know that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is actually a card game that likes to play word games. The description of shrinking the card surface is half the original attack power, but when you go to the actual operation in the game, you will find that it actually turns the monster's attack power into half the original attack power. No matter what special means you use to increase the monster's attack power, it will be invalid in the face of shrinking. In other words, the attack power of the Black Magician increased by the effect of assistance shooting will be invalidated, and the final attack power of the Black Magician will be calculated by having the original value of 2500, which is 1250 points. The duels of first-class duelists are 2 steps ahead, and I, 3 steps ahead. Seahorse started to fart again, wishing his nostrils turned to the sky. I had expected you to use the card that strengthened the Black Magician. But this kind of trick simply won't work in front of the invincible blue-eyed white dragon. You couldn't help but feel ashamed. So, how did you know, President, that I built a card with increased attack power? What if I build the magic tube of holy defense? And the President, does this mean that he admits in disguise that all his cards were just printed on the spot? Because he expected that he would increase his attack power, so I printed a contract on the spot? That really deserves to be a real duelist. Even the cards for actual card games are created on the spot. But it doesn't matter. The President thought he was on the 3rd floor, and Yu was on the 1st floor, but he was on the 5th floor. Open the cover card. Yu opened the 2nd cover card on the field, trap card Black Magic Illusion. After this card is activated, a Dark Magician with an attack power of more than 2000 on the field during this round. Monsters of the clan are not affected by any card effects from the opponent. What? The Seahorse finally showed a look of surprise. The Black Magician is the top magician, and magic is not effective for him. Yu shouted, so the magic card's shrink effect cannot affect the Black Magician, and the effect of aid shooting is still effective. So the Black Magician's attack power, maintain 5300 points. Black Magician, attack power 5300. Blue-eyed white dragon, attack power 3400. You can no longer stop the attacking command of the blue-eyed white dragon, President Haima. Yu smiled, this duel, I won it. The audience started to boil. Really, this kid seems to be really going to win. No way. Can you really beat that Seahorse man? Seahorse gritted his teeth, it's not over yet. I launch a quick attack magic subspace material transfer device from my hand. The dark green magic card appeared on the field, and a white metal device was projected in the center of the field. This card can choose a monster on the field and remove it from the game until the end of the phase. I remove the blue-eyed white dragon. The white mechanical device was activated, and the energy released enveloped the blue-eyed white dragon on the field. The wormhole opened in the sky, and the blue eyes turned into a ray of golden light and flew into the wormhole and disappeared from the field area. Blue-eyed attack was therefore cancelled at the very moment of the shot. At any rate, it barely saved the remaining LP of the hippocampus. It's just that the trap card of Tyrant's Wing loses its effect because the equipped monster leaves the field. Yu pouted his mouth. Is worthy of being a duelist in the protagonist system, just as difficult as Xiao Qiang. No matter what the situation is, there must be a card in hand that can just handle it. And the real card's subspace material transport device seems to be a trap card? It seems that this quick attack magic may be a special edition for the president, and Haima printed it for himself. Note, in the animation, the seahorse used this card in the Sky Arena battle game. The animation version is the quick attack magic. Well, it seems that the president may still be stronger. It is estimated that this wave of President Haima should be in the atmosphere. Put a card and the round is over. Seahorse hummed, then the end of the round, the blue-eyed white dragon who left the field due to the effect of the subspace material teleporter will return to the field, again roar, blue-eyed white dragon. The entire space was once again ruled by the storm raised by the dragon's wings, the wormhole opened, and the powerful and incomparable white dragon returned to the field through the tunnel of different dimensions, protecting the seahorse president behind him with his body. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Blue-eyed white dragon, attack power 3000. At the end of the round, the effect of the black magic illusion also disappeared, and the black magician's full immune resistance also disappeared. But the effect of the trap card shooting aid does not disappear at the end of the round, so the attack power of the black magician in the Yuya field is still maintained at 5300. With this attack power, the next round can be won with just one blow. If the opposite is the player, Yu has a high probability of winning at this time. The probability of hitting the opposite backcourt in this kind of endgame is just to frighten people by putting up a card. However, since it is President Haima who is facing him, he can't have such a fluke. After all, a true duelist always has the right cards in his hand. Yu must assume that the president's backcourt must be covered by something that can help him through this round safely. And there is a high probability that an attack will trigger a trap. After all, Yu-Gi-Oh! DM has the most traps of this type. At this time, as a true duelist, all Yu can do is trust his deck. Wang Yang doesn't always put this sentence on his lips. As long as the bond with the deck is enough, the deck will naturally respond to you. He put his hand on the deck, closed his eyes and muttered in his heart. Can you come to Zhang Xianfeng? Come to Zhang Xianfeng to blow Haima's backcourt, this one will win. Draw a card. Everyone said that there is a miracle vigorously. Yu learned the magical pose of the protagonist of the past, and pulled out a card at the top of the deck. He opened his eyes and saw, his expression suddenly became hard to say. He drew the Black Sorcerer Girl. Chapter 53, The Scent of the Graphics Card. Yu looked at the Black Sorcerer Girl he had drawn in his hand, and couldn't help falling into a long and weird silence. You have to say that the bond with the deck is not enough, it seems to be wrong. After all, the deck really responded to him, and the only card in the entire deck with an elf on board came into his hand extremely spiritually. But what he wants is a whirlwind. I'm sorry, Master. The elves of the Black Magic Girl appeared beside him, a standard 90 degrees bowed and apologized, and his small hand held the staff nervously. Yu sighed softly, but there was nothing to blame for her. After all, she didn't mean to appear at such an unlucky time. The Black Magician Girl who was shuffled to this position during the shuffle was also very helpless. I can only blame her master for not being a real duelist and not being able to draw the card she wants at a critical time. And even if she apologized so sincerely, and because she bent down, the neckline of her clothes was so big and white, Yu certainly couldn't blame her. I really can't go back and spank for a while. Crossed out. In that case, it can only use the simplest and rude way no matter what the pit it is, just step on it. Fight. Yu chose to enter the battle stage directly, use the Black Magician to attack the blue-eyed white dragon. The Black Magician with an attack power of 5,300 raised his wand, and the particles of magic power seemed to converge from all corners of the air, like iron filings drawn by a magnet. The pitch-black electric current is clustered with the deep black light waves visible to the naked eye and condenses into a sphere on the Black Magician's wand. The wave of magic power surrounds the magician's body like a whirlwind, like a layer of dark iris. And the card in the backcourt of Seahorse was activated at this moment. Open the cover card. Seahorse yelled, Trap card Messenger of Harmony. The trap card was flipped, and 3 kind women appeared on the field. They blocked the front of the blue-eyed white dragon with their weak bodies, closed their eyes and prayed softly. The magic power released from their bodies was connected together and transformed into a transparent spherical barrier, protecting the entire half of the field on the hippocampus side. The impact of the dark magic hit the transparent barrier, and was blown away like a stream of water hitting a rock. Seahorse chuckled, for the round initiated by the Messenger of Harmony, the battle damage taken by your side in that round is 0, and the monster will not be destroyed by the battle. Yu is clear, and he is actually a Messenger of Harmony. This trap is also an artifact produced in Yu-Gi-Oh! DM, and the contract that it activates is invincible. And unlike the weakening of the attack, this card does not even require the opponent's attack declaration, and can be activated freely at any point in the entire turn. From this point of view, it doesn't make sense to get the Whirlwind just now. Even if Yu uses the Whirlwind to destroy the backcourt of Seahorse, Seahorse can still activate this fold in advance. In any case, Yu can't kill Seahorse in this round. Unless it is a magic card Yashay, it is meaningless. And Yu's current inventory obviously doesn't have Yashay. Spell card Night Shot, destroy a magic trap card placed on the opponent's field, and the selected card cannot be activated at this time. So the Black Magician girl who looks like him really can't hold back. The round is over. There is nothing to do, and Yu directly concluded the declaration. My round. The right to operate came to Seahorse again, but he did not rush to draw the card, but stared at his deck. His eyes began to heat up. At this point, he has completely discarded his previous contempt, and he is really trying his best to deal with the opponent in front of him. He found that his fingers on the deck were trembling slightly, and every cell in his body seemed to be mobilized. An enthusiasm for fighting was rising uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart, and it was boiling in his veins. The blood rushed to the brain together. Haima said he hasn't felt this way for a long time. The last time there was this kind of enthusiasm, the fighting spirit of every cell in the body was mobilized to the utmost extent. This kind of thrill of being hot and full of hunger seemed to be playing against Muto. Although the previous battle with Bekas also made him into a bitter battle, after all, Bekas used the power of the Millennium Eye to cheat, and also threatened the soul of Haima's brother Kaihei, so he did not have this at all. Feeling. Hippocampus once thought that only Muto games in the world could bring him the pleasure of being forced to the limit and full body potential being exploited to the maximum. Now he found that he seemed to be wrong. And this time, the opponent was even the driver of the Black Magician, which made him even think for a moment that he saw the shadow of his old enemy. Seahorse's eyes gradually heat up. This time, he will work hard, and must defeat the monster in front of him. He wants to draw that card. Draw a card. Haima raised the pitch, and at the same moment he drew the top card from the deck. Then he opened his eyes, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he was already holding the victory. I activate the magic card Silent Dead. Seahorse began to operate. Defensive from the graveyard means resurrecting a normal monster, but the monster resurrected by this effect cannot attack. Come on! I will resurrect another blue-eyed white dragon. A beam of light soared into the sky, and another white dragon with blue eyes flew out from the ground, and its wings protected in front of him like a shield. Blue-eyed white dragon, defensive power 2500. Yu Yu narrowed his eyes. The second blue eye, was it dropped from the hand when the cost reduction was activated before? But even if there are more blue eyes, the situation on the field will not change, and the black magician with 5300 attack power cannot be defeated by the blue eyes and white dragon. Haima should know this too. Next is another magic card, Stupid Burial. Haima played another card that is famous among Yu-Gi-Oh players. Because of the effect of this card, I can choose a monster from the deck and send it to the graveyard. What I want to choose is the Dark Master Peter. Seahorse selected a monster card with a picture of a clown from the deck and sent it directly to the graveyard. Then activate Peter's effect at this moment. When this card is sent to the cemetery, remove it from the cemetery, and then special summon a Darkness Master Peter from the hand card or deck. 2 Peters are special summoned from the deck. Dark Taoist Peter, attack power 500. At this time, Seahorse had already had the Dark Daoist Peter and 2 blue-eyed white dragons on the field, a total of 3 monsters. Yu Yu suddenly had an ominous premonition. Seahorse's eyes suddenly widened, and he showed a slightly hideous smile. Keep your eyes open and see it, this is God. He held up the card in his hand. Take the Dark Taoist Peter and the 2 blue-eyed white dragons on the field as sacrifices, come down. God of Destruction, the giant soldier of Obelisk. The billowing black cloud did not know when it covered the sky, and the pale blue thunder tore the clouds and fell down. A dark phantom appeared on the horizon, as if a huge palm pushed away the clouds. Scarlet eyes lit up behind the clouds, like a overlooking the world. A giant shadow that is so huge that it cannot be added appeared from behind the clouds, accompanied by a deafening thunder. The pale lightning that pierced the sky illuminated the blue giant body, and the giant with the power of destruction appeared heavily on the field behind the seahorse. For such a short moment, Yu Yu felt as if his body was locked. It was an illusion, as if the soul was being grasped, a strong sense of oppression rising from the deepest part of the body. His hands and feet seemed to be numb, and his brain refused to think. It wasn't until the black wizard girl in the elf state blocked Yu Yu with her body and wielded a small staff to activate a certain ability, that Yu Yu felt the pressure in her heart relieved. "Master, are you okay?" she asked hurriedly. "It's okay, thanks." Yu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. www.readaloud.com. As expected, it is indeed a phantom god. It would be a huge burden for ordinary duelists to fight against the coercion of this god. Yu Yu's attention returned to the duel. But even if it is Obelisk's giant soldier, the panel attack power is 4000, according to the rules of the game, it is still impossible to defeat the black magician on Yu Yu's side. Unless the hippocampus has another move. For example, think of a way to gather 2 sacrifices and activate the special effect of the abnormal animation version of the giant soldier. Destroy all the monsters on the opponent's field, and inflict 4000 points of damage on the opponent's player. If the president still has this hand, then Yu Yu is convinced, he really can't handle this trick. If you don't say a word, you will deduct 4000 blood from the audience. This special Meow can withstand the king, who forcibly use the chestnut ball to block the damage. Who can withstand it? However, in such a situation, to gather 2 sacrifices, it should be impossible, right? Unless the president can give him another card on the spot. But it's a pity that he doesn't seem to see the next move of the president. Because within a few seconds after the destructive obelisk appeared, the dual plate in the hands of President Haima jumped out of the electric current. The 3-dimensional images of the audience shook like a erratic flame, and then disappeared in an instant. Even the giant soldier that covered the sky and the sun flickered, and then disappeared as a phantom. The dual plate in the hands of President Haima emits black smoke, accompanied by a faint burnt smell. This taste is familiar to Yu Yu. That is the scent of the graphics card. President Jaime's newly developed dual plate seems to be unable to withstand the pressure of the visualization of the phantom image. It burned. Chapter 54, Harvest. Yes, that's right. At the moment when Seahorse shot his lore ace, Obelisk, one of the three illusion gods at the apex of the dual monster, his dual plate seemed to be unable to withstand the power of the gods and burned on the spot. Lost. Yu. So. President, is this a screw? In the 5DS animation, the protagonist Feudo Yuxing once was about to lose the duel and the D-round malfunctioned and the duel was aborted. Netizens ridiculed that Yuxing deliberately pulled out the screw on the D-round when he saw the situation at the time. He has since become a famous stock. Could it be that the president found that he could not beat him, and quickly called a giant soldier to pull the screw? No, right, the president is not that kind of person. In any case, it seems that this duel cannot continue. However, for Yu, the goal should have been achieved. After all, his original goal of playing this card was not to win. Jaime glanced at the burning dual plate in his hand, and frowned. This kind of thing was the earliest he got Obelisk. It happened during the dual disc test. However, after many modifications and improvements to the trial-made dual plate, the dueling plate that is now officially on sale should basically be able to carry the power of the gods. This is unlikely to happen. But even if the odds are low, this possibility does still exist. This is like forcing a computer to run a large program that is just at the limit of its performance. In theory, the computer may indeed be able to drive it, but it is not surprising that the host computer is overheated and shut down at any time. Jaime snorted and put away the dual plate. He looked up at Yu. What's your name? Yu. President Jaime thoughtfully, he seemed to have remembered this name, maybe he was still thinking I'm a traveler again in my heart. You said that you had an opinion about the game of dual monsters. Some personal suggestions. Yu also put away the dual plate and said, because as you can see, I am also the most loyal fan of this game. I believe that the president and I also hope that it will be better. Humph. Hippocampus turned around, and the windbreaker slapped Sheikley before he left. He didn't forget to pretend to be forced. This Saturday, if you are interested, come to Jaime Company. After he finished speaking, he left without looking back. The helicopter flew away from the scene, and the people in black returned to the car without saying a word, and the vehicles that surrounded the port gradually left. It's finally over. Although tonight is completely different from what was planned in advance, for Yu, the result is still quite good. Although the mission of raiding gurus was completely wiped out, he also triggered the camp mission of battle the Seahorse City in the process. On behalf of the world of Nightcrawlers against the Seahorse Settlers, no matter whether the duel is won or lost, you will get a lot of rewards of course. If you can win, the rewards will be even more generous. However, this duel was not finished at the end because of an accident, and the result was neither a victory nor a defeat. For rewards, experience and spar are given a lot, which is much richer than the rewards for ordinary tasks. It's just that Yu is a little bit curious about what the additional victory rewards will be if this game can be won. Since winning Pandora gave a black magician to the system, wouldn't it be true that winning Seahorse, Blue-Eyed White Dragon? Maybe not. The wife who gave Zhang Haima is too exciting. Could it be Obelisk's giant soldier? If that were the case, it would be too painful. In Yu-Gi-Oh's setting, phantom gods are all temperamental. If it weren't for their approved masters to try to use the cards of the gods, not only would they be unable to make the gods work for themselves, they would even lead to the wrath of the gods and be executed by the gods. In the DM animation, it is mentioned that the cards of the three phantom gods were made up and down several times. After the stone slabs of the three magic gods were unearthed, the work of card making was once handed over to many world-renowned card designers. However, none of these designers succeeded in making the magic slate into a card. Each of them either died suddenly in the middle of the night or suffered from a mental illness, and spent the rest of their lives in a state of extreme fear. In the end, Bekas, the father of dueling monsters with thousand-year eye power, took the initiative to produce the card of the three illusion gods. There is no way for players in the linked world to get the three magic cards, because these three cards will neither be given to the player as a reward for any task, nor can they be opened in the system card pool. Even if the player manages to grab these three cards from the NPC, the cards are only equivalent to quest items for the player, and they cannot be used in duels. As an NPC, you shouldn't have this problem, but he doesn't have the confidence to control God for the time being. If it directly caused the wrath of God to violently die on its own, it would be too cheap. But in addition to these personal rewards, Yu's reputation in the Nightcrawler world has also soared thanks to the assists of the Malik brother. There is no doubt that Yu instantly became the focus of attention of the whole organization. A duelist comparable to the strength of Seahorse. This is the pinnacle of the world of dueling monsters. Although it was not possible to tell the winner due to a little unexpected situation in the end, but from the scene, Yu did temporarily suppress the Seahorse SETI. But this is already strong enough. The world of duelists is respected by card skills, especially in the world of dark duelists who need to play cards and bet their lives. The absolute strength immediately made Yu, a newcomer who just joined, attracted the attention of the whole society. That night, President Tang Zimiku immediately announced that he would be promoted to the rank of Nightcrawler World Coder. Newcomers who have just joined a few days as coders are unique in the history of the organization, but no one in the entire organization has shown the slightest dissatisfaction, because everyone knows that Yu won it by strength. In addition, President Tang Zimikuro himself also showed a high degree of concern about the fact that Hime SETI invited Yu to talk to the company headquarters, and had a dialogue with Yu specifically on this. Because they are also the head snake in the world of duelists in Tono Mishi, Yu reading www.yuyukonshu.com. Hime company has always been very unwelcome to their organization. One is because Seahorse itself has a hatred of things like dark games, and the other is because Seahorse SETI only has duelists in his eyes. In the eyes of President Seahorse, the card skills of this group of duelists who play dark games are just like that, even if Tang Zimu is a relatively good cannon fodder in front of his Seahorse. The card skills of a member of the card game organization are not good, and naturally they can't attract the attention of Seahorse. However, Haime's attitude tonight seems to at least acknowledge Yu's strength. President Tang Zima attaches great importance to this. He thinks this may be the beginning of a friendly relationship between his organization and the Haima group, and now the key lies with Yu. In other words, Yu going to Haima this weekend not only needs to propose to Haima President the standardization of dual rules according to the original plan, but also shoulders the diplomatic responsibility. But even a few days after joining, Yu said that he still has a sense of collective honor. Since he has this opportunity, he will naturally go all out to fight for the rights and interests of his own society. All of this stems from his sense of responsibility and honor as a member of the Nightcrawler world. Absolutely nothing has to do with the 3 million bonus that President Tang Zamul gave him tonight. Even if there is, there are only so many billion points. But this way, Yu's harvest tonight is really a bit rich, so rich that he can't help but want to go back and open a 300 to 500 packs of cards to celebrate. Yu discovered that after the battle with Seahorse, the deck of 3 Pots of Desire and 3 Angels seemed not enough to satisfy him. Now he plans to open 3 Treasures from Heaven first. Chapter 55, Boza from Heaven. Boza from Heaven, usually a magic card. After activation, both players can draw cards from the deck until they replenish their hand to 6 cards. If it is used empty-handed, the player can replenish 6 cards in the hand in an instant, which is equivalent to earning 6 cards per card. It is simply an artifact with the ability to change life against the sky. Life-cutting treasures, usually magic cards. After activation, the player can replenish the hand with 5 cards in one go, and all 5 cards in the hand need to be discarded in the preparation phase after 5 rounds. This thing is also needless to say, it is an artifact of the same level as the Baoza that descended from the sky. There is no need to introduce this point, it is not difficult to see from the previous card that Yu played with President Haima. At that time, the hippocampus was empty-handed, his health was like a candle in the wind, and there was only one covered trap card, Wings of Tyrant. According to common sense, ordinary Yu-Gi-Oh players must have surrendered directly at this time, and this situation is impossible to come back anyway. However, the president really almost turned over. The more cards in the hand, the greater the possibility. Because of this, the boza with such a terrible draw effect will be regarded by the players as an artifact that brings back the dead. The life-cutting boza seems to have only been used by President Haima in the entire DM animation, so this card may be a local tyrant version without special channels and it may not be easy to get started. However, there are many people who have used the words of the boza Muto, Peacock Dance, Bekas, Malik, etc. In theory, it should be used to supplement the hand cards in this world, which is very common. At best it's just an R card. In principle, it should be like this. However, Yu has already opened more than 170 packs of cards at this time, and he must be able to open the packs well. I have not seen the shadow of the heavenly treasure. In principle, it seems that it shouldn't be. It's clear that there is a chance that the card box of this pack of cards has a treasure from heaven in the list of cards. Yu feels that his face is so dark that he can be perfectly blended into the indigenous people without makeup, but it doesn't seem strange to think of his lucky value of 20 points. That is, he has made a lot of money recently, people are relatively swollen, and more than 100 packs of cards are not too concerned. But at this moment, he has already begun to consider whether to give up opening the package, and go directly to find someone to spend money to collect 3 heavenly treasures. It is a loss to directly pay for a specific card. Because the specific card is named, the market price of even a card of average value will be higher. Generally speaking, duelers will spend money to directly buy only rare cards with a very small probability. It is generally considered that paying for an N card or R card is a blood loss. But Yu can't help it, who makes him 20 lucky. Besides, he is different now from when he just crossed here. If he has money in his pocket, he can naturally be a little arrogant. This is nothing. Waiting for another week after the game's public beta players arrive, he will be even more rich. Just thinking about that, the store manager Ito Nobuura came out. "Oh, are you drawing a card?" The image of the shopkeeper's uncle is really cool. He is wearing a checkered shirt, shorts, and sandals, holding a glass of watermelon juice in his left hand and an open book in his right hand. Yu suddenly admired him. Worthy of being the former card designer of Illusory International, he perfectly interprets the phrase living to be old and learning to be old. People of this age are still studying so hard. Take a closer look, the title on the cover of the book seems to be "A Quick Guide to Pick Up Girls?" Yu. It's hard to find female tickets these days, and a single man caught a lot of it. Is it possible for this old man to want to eat tender grass to grab resources? Is this special cat bearable? Of course, Yu is just feeling upset for the vast number of male compatriots. As for himself? Handsome people don't have this trouble. The old man leaned forward and glanced at the large card package bag next to Yu. "It doesn't seem to be opened as much as you want." "Well, it's not good luck." Yu shrugged helplessly, and then asked, "By the way, the manager, do you have the Baoza from Heaven card?" "There should be, I don't remember clearly." The old man asked strangely, "Do you want this card?" "Yes." Yu nodded. "If it is it convenient to give it to me? I just need it, and I can pay at the market price." The old man raised his eyebrows and was a little suspicious. "It's okay, but are you sure you want this? Baoza from Heaven, if I remember correctly, it's just an R card. Generally, no one buys a card with a rarity below SR." "Well, I know," Yu said confidently, "but I do need this card in my deck structure." The old man was very witty. He rolled his eyes and he smiled. "I do have this card. But my heaven drop Baoza is not the same as the one outside. It is the president of the international illusion industry and has the Duel monster produced by President Bekas with the title of father. So you should understand that the value of my collection card is extraordinary. If you insist on buying 3,000 sheets, how about it? The old man smirked. President Bekas's collection card? How can it be? That's all he broke. If you want to say the reason, it is actually a little funny. It has only been a few days since he came back as the grandfather, but he can see at a glance that his little granddaughter has thoughts about this kid. In fact, if this thing can be done, the old man would be very agreeable. After all, this kid is really handsome, and even this old man like him looks pleasing to the eye. But what is annoying is that this piece of wood seems indifferent to the thoughts of his granddaughter. 3,000 is just what he said casually, just making things difficult for you. As for the possibility that the other party will accept this price, he has not considered it at all. It is a blood loss for a mere R card to buy it for 1,000 yuan. If anyone spends 3,000 to buy an R card, it must be a rusty brain teaser. Good. You agreed. Letter old man. Real or fake? Isn't this child having a fever? He won't really believe in his own special collection edition nonsense, right? Of course, Yu didn't believe it, but in fact he didn't care about the $2,000. After all, I just used an N-card electric blade worm produced by the system to sell 80 million yuan, let alone 3,000 yuan, even if he bought 3 million yuan for the Heaven Fall Baoza, he didn't feel any loss. This month, Yu has also been taken care of by Chi Nha-chan in the store. Anyway, he always buys this card. It's better to buy it from them. Old man Xin frowned and thought for a while, and felt wrong. There must be a problem. So he brazenly changed his words, no, I just remembered it wrong. What I just said was another card. In the case of the Heaven Fall Baoza, my 3 cards here should be 5,000, no, 8,000. 8,000 yuan apiece. He looked at Yu triumphantly, his expression was like saying that you can never have it again, right? Yu was a little speechless, but nodded, okay, 8,000 is 8,000. Old man. $8,000? Real or fake? What is so strange about this card? Or, just sell him for 8,000 yuan? However, 3R cards sold for 24 www.readaloud.com. If you really want to do this, the old guy feels uneasy and can't do it. But now when I let go, I seem to slap myself in the face again. But it's okay, he won't need to struggle soon. His good granddaughter Chi Nha-chan appeared in time to resolve this dilemma for him. Here, the card you want. China directly handed 3 boozes from heaven to Yu. I just found them in his warehouse. Apparently Kiana had heard their conversation a long time ago, and silently ran to the warehouse to help Yu find a card. Mr. Xin was shocked, oh my good granddaughter, that is a special collection card. China gave him a white look, so you just threw your special collection card in such a dirty corner to eat ashes. Old man. Okay, thanks a lot. Yu accepted the 3 cards and smiled at her, the money will pass in a while. China looked at him smiling at him, and was startled, and a string of favorite degree +3 appeared on his head. Yu speculates that the reason why +1 and +3 only pop up on her head from time to time recently, the main reason may be because the favorability is too high and it is about to overflow, and it can't be added. Qian Nai shook his little head, no. These are actually worthless. They are just for eating in the warehouse. Grandpa must have already forgotten these cards. If you don't want them, it's useless to keep them. The old man thumped his chest with anger beside him. It's over, I haven't talked with my granddaughter yet, and my elbow has already started to turn away. Chapter 56, Tongxi and number 039, S. White Dragon. The pot of strong desire, the charity of the angel, and the treasure of heaven that I just bought from the store manager. Yu sat on the bed cross-legged, and looked at the 9 cards in front of him with relief. Smile. The future is great. 3 heavenly falling baoza in the end. Yu still didn't have a prostitute, because the truth is that he doesn't need to take advantage of this little bit now. But because Kiana was very persistent, Yu finally did not pay at the outrageous price offered by the store manager, but at the market price of the ordinary R card. 9 god-level filters were drawn into the deck, and Yu felt that even a pure entertainment acrobatics deck might be able to take off. The elves of the black magic girl appeared on his bed at some point. She was lying on the bed with her knees bent, her 2 white legs dangling in the air like a naughty child. Master, you seem to particularly like these cards that can speed up the drawing of cards. She pulled her blonde hair aside, and her little head leaned in curiously. Yu glanced sideways at her, his eyes stopped for a moment, especially on a certain part that was severely squeezed because of her protruding posture. Because it is an elf, it shouldn't affect development. Maybe. Black sorcerer girl. Oh, yeah. Yu coughed, pretending that nothing happened. Although these cards have not been taken seriously now, they are actually quite powerful. Is that right? The black magician girl tilted her head suspiciously, but did not question the owner. Following Yu as the spirit behind for so many days, she now admires this master from the bottom of her heart. In her opinion, she should be quite lucky and happened to run into a top duelist as the master, so what he said was naturally correct. Think about it, if I have a particularly powerful combination, I only need a few cards to complete the lore, Yu explained, then if I only put these cards in the deck, I can guarantee the start does the hand I want will have an absolute advantage at the start. But according to the rules of the game, the deck must have at least 40 cards, right? Said the black magic girl. With 40 cards, there is no way to guarantee that the starting 6 cards are exactly the 6 you want. That's right, so the fewer cards you can bring in the deck, the better. The 40 card press is the best choice, which can ensure that the cards you want have a greater probability of being drawn. He picked up a pot of on the bed. So if I put this card? The girl suddenly said, ah, that's it. If you draw it, you can draw the card immediately, which is equivalent to compressing the space. Yes. Yu smiled. For example, if the core of our deck is the legendary Dark Master Exordia, we only need to put all the 5 parts of the wizard in the hand card set. Chi can win directly, then if there are 35 cards left in our deck that are all checked cards, only 5 are parts of Exordia. The Dark Archmage, i.e. Exodia, when the player gathers Exodia's hands, feet and body 5 parts in his hand, he will directly declare victory in the game according to the rules. It's amazing. The magic girl's eyes shone, and she looked at Yu's big eyes full of admiration. Wow! Can actually think of such a powerful tactic. My master is not only beautiful, but also very skilled. Indeed, if you can play Lao AI with a banned card in a deck, it should be invincible. But that's true, I think too much. The Dark Archmage here belongs to the world's unique level of rare cards. The only set of cards used to be in the hands of Muto game, but at the moment it has been thrown into the sea by insects and moths. So these 5 cards are out of print in this world. There seems to be a lot of replicas on the guru's side, but they are all fake cards that can't be used for visual inspection. Of course, the awesomeness of these cards is much more than that. What you just explained is just the concept of compressed deck. In fact, if the banned cards are full, there are other classic lore routines that you can try. It's just that Yu still lacks too many cards, so he won't consider it for the time being. As for the difference between earning cards and pulling cards, it is too hard to explain. The dark sorcerer girl who is an elf does not necessarily understand, and Yu does not intend to mention it for the time being. Okay, it's getting late, I'm going to bed. Yu yawned as he said, and stretched out comfortably. Tomorrow I have to go to the Haima company to talk with the president. God knows if the president will pull him to play cards. Playing cards with President Haima is also a personal effort, and Yu decided to rest early today to recharge. Good. The black magician girl gave a sweet smile. Good night, master. Okay, good night. Turn off the lights, after a while. Well, the black magician girl. Master, I am here. I can't sleep much when you are here. Oh. Haima Group is one of the top consortiums in the entire world. Haima Group, which was first known to the people, is a world-class munitions manufacturer. They are the world's technological leaders and their weapons are ahead of the entire era. At that time, Haima's trademark was seen everywhere on the battlefields of various countries in the world. Haima Kosaburo was once at the helm of the behemoth Haima Group, and Haima Seti was his son. It is said that Kosaburo Haima, who was the world chess champion at the time, personally visited the orphanage during the charity event, and was challenged by a child in the orphanage. The condition is that if they win, both the child and his younger brother will become Kosaburo, the righteous son. Of course that child is Seahorse. He won that game of chess, he also won his current status, and rewritten the tragic fate of the brothers. After the death of Kosaburo Hippocampus immediately took over the entire Hippocampus group. Now only 16 years old, Haima has completely transformed the world's top arms manufacturing industry into an entertainment company by himself, especially vigorously developing the board game business he cares about most. This feeling is similar to Tony Stark's claim that we will switch to selling baby pacifiers from now on. It is said that Kosaburo Haima also built a high-tech demon island at the beginning, which gathered advanced weapons created by the world's top technology. It is the origin of Kosaburo's ambition to conquer the world by weapon manufacturing. It's just that the island is now flattened by the Seahorse people. It is said that the Seahorse people also plan to transform the island into a large entertainment center focused on playing cards. Simply put, it is a high-end chess room. If Kosaburo Juzumi knows, I must. Will you vomit blood with anger? At 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, at this moment, Yu has also arrived in the hall of Haima Company's headquarters, which has been completely changed. Today's Haima Company has long left no shadow of a weapon company. www.readaloud.com. It seems that all the marks of Kosaburo Haima have been artificially erased from this place. The most eye-catching electronic screen in the front of the hall shows the image of Seahorse himself domineering and leaking. Behind him is his loyal blue-eyed white dragon. In this way, everyone who enters and exits the hall has to look at the Seahorse in the picture. This kind of president who hangs his photo in the hall for fear of being invisible is probably the only one. In fact, Haima himself seems to be very popular among the people, especially among the girls. His nickname is Tongshi's White Dragon, and there are thousands of girls in the support group. Countless young girls have the dream of encountering a domineering president, and they dream of having a romantic encounter with the president one day. There is no way, after all, when he was at the helm of the Haima Group at the age of 16, he was on the cover of a magazine. But the tens of millions of girls in the support group are doomed to be disappointed. One reason is that the only thing that Haima president is full of mind is playing cards, and has no interest in girls or anything. In contrast, if Haima must be forced to choose a person to spend his life, he might choose Muto Game because he can play cards with him. As for the second reason, like the president of pajamas? Then you must first be able to withstand the anger of the white dragon. Yu walked through the hall and entered the direct elevator. He leaned against the metal wall behind the elevator and watched the numbers on the electronic screen gradually climb to the top floor. The next time the metal door was separated, the president's office appeared in front of it. Haima Seti leaned back behind the desk in a pretending posture, with a waiting for you for a long time expression on his face. Chapter 57, New Rules. You said about the existing Duel monster games, what do you think? Seahorse sat behind the desk, fingers crossed to his chin. Yu entered the door generously, dragged aside the chair that was obviously prepared for him in front of the desk and sat down. That's right. He said, a little personal opinion on this game. Is it about the flaws in the existing rules? I guess. Haima narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to say, about the available timing of magic cards, and about the attack limitation of fusion monsters? Var. Yu is a little surprised. Should I say that I really deserve to be the president of Haima, really like a god? If it was Becca's on the other side, Yu might have begun to wonder if he was using a mind scan on himself. Haima was quite satisfied when he saw his surprised expression, and couldn't help but snorted. A first-class duelist only needs one duel to understand the heart of the other party. What you want to say I have roughly understood through the duel. Yu vaguely felt that he seemed to have heard this before, and it seemed that a well-known Erzuza next door had also said similar things. Talking to a smart person saves time and effort. You don't even need to speak to the hippocampus to understand what he means. Tell me about your own thoughts, I want to hear you explain them in detail, and the reasons why you feel so. Seahorse leaned back into the seat, and the old was like an interviewer during an interview. Of course, Yu had been prepared a long time ago, so he hadn't written a speech in advance. He briefly talked about his views on the attack limits of fusion summoning and the time when the magic card was activated, and he cited various practical cases that he had prepared to demonstrate his views. He put the focus of this discussion on the usual use of magic cards, because this is also one of the places he feels most uncomfortable with the existing rules. According to the current rules, magic cards can be activated from the hand, immediately after covering the field, or during the opponent's turn, and even during the battle phase. The damage calculation step where the monsters of both parties have already engaged can be activated instantly. In this way, the role of the trap card is very tasteless. The covered round cannot be used, and it cannot be used directly from the hand. After the hand is drawn, it must be delayed for one round before it can be used. This makes the role of the trap card particularly useless. In fact, it has always been the case in the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh! DM. Most of the people who call and use are magic cards, and the frequency of trap cards is far less than that of magic cards. Yu clearly stated his point of view. He said that magic and traps should have their own characteristics, and they should be irreplaceable. The advantage of a magic card should be that it can be used from the hand immediately after being used, but relatively it cannot be used in the battle phase and the opponent's turn. Trap cards can be used at any point in the battle step and the opponent's turn, but as a limitation, the turn cannot be activated immediately, and it must be delayed for one turn to be effective. In fact, this is just the most basic. In Yu's view, the monster effect, magic card, and trap card effect, quick attack magic, and counter-attack trap effects activation speed are also messed up under the existing rule system. However, the chain processing of effects and timing issues are originally the most complicated part of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle rule system, and Yu doesn't expect the rules to be perfected to that point immediately. After all, most duelists are still thinking about the painful new rule of a superior summoning a sacrifice, and then forcing them to understand the timing of this high-tech concept is indeed a bit difficult. In this part, he didn't spend much effort to convince President Haima, because he soon discovered that the president seemed to have reflected on this part of the rules. However, in some parts, the president still refuses to give in completely. What you said about spell cards and trap cards needs to be distinguished and cannot be replaced with each other. This is indeed reasonable. Haima said, you said spell cards cannot be activated during the opponent's turn. This is indeed more reasonable. But you said it's ridiculous that you can't even use it during your own combat phase. Yu raised his eyebrows. Is it absurd? How do I feel that you are not moving at all when you open the Geika when the opponent's attack declaration is made, and the dead Suisheng will pit the opponent's attacking monster even more outrageous? Regarding the attack limitation of fusion summoning, Yu tried his best and finally failed to let President Haima let go. Seahorse's reason is simple. If I can attack in the turn of the fusion summoning, then if I fusion summon the invincible blue-eyed ultimate dragon within one turn of my backhand, and immediately launch an attack, wouldn't the duel be over in an instant? That is ridiculous. This kind of thing affects the balance too much, don't talk about it anymore. Yu couldn't help being speechless. God is special, the backhand is blue-eyed and the ultimate dragon, you are so cute that everyone uses 502 glue to glue all 3 pieces of white marriage together like you? And 3 blue eyes are merged with 1. What's so proud of replacing 4 cards with a whiteboard with an attack power of 4500? Not to mention others, you play like this when you fight Wang Yang. If you step on a sacred protective cover mirror power or magic tube, wouldn't it explode on the spot? However, this makes Yu couldn't help but look at Seahorse with admiration. At least he looks like a conscience president who is trying to balance the game. It was the first time that he saw someone impose restrictions on himself on the grounds that such rules would make me too strong. This is in stark contrast with his passing through a company where a former game director can only so cool all day long and whose game balance is hard to say. But Yu still didn't give up. He tried his best to explain to Jaime that it is a high-risk behavior to start with the blue-eyed ultimate dragon method that requires a lot of hands, and it should be high return. Or rather, it would be better to say that you lost 4 cards in exchange for an ultimate dragon. As a result, you can't attack this round and you can only wait for the opponent to solve it in the next round. That's a serious imbalance. As a result, Seahorse rolled his eyes and said, "Hey! Get rid of my blue-eyed ultimate dragon in 1 round? That's impossible." Yu. There is no need to continue discussing this point. Seahorse waved his hand. If the round of fusion summoning can be attacked immediately, doesn't it mean that I can attack with 3 blue-eyed white dragons first, and use the fusion handle during the combat phase? The Trisome emerges into the ultimate dragon and then continues to attack? Do you think it is reasonable to think about it? Is it reasonable? Of course unreasonable. So I deleted the rule of you can activate magic cards during the battle phase. Yu discovered that even a super genius and top duelist like Seahorse, after all, has long been accustomed to the framework of the existing dueling monster rules. It is not easy for him to listen to his opinions and make so many changes. However, some long-term inertial thinking has caused Jaime to not be on the same channel with Yu in many parts of the thinking, and it is useless to tell him. Finally, Yu specially put forward the concept of battle rewind. The concept of did arouse the interest of the hippocampus. During the battle step, if the number of monsters on both sides changes, can I reconfirm whether to attack? Seahorse rested his chin in thought for a while, his eyes flickering. Interesting, really interesting. He nodded, and said, this may be feasible, but if it is actually put into operation, more situations and tests need to be considered. Yu nodded to express understanding. For this important change to go online, testing is definitely necessary. However, judging from Jaime's interested reaction, he felt that there should be a play. However, Yu immediately thought, will the Seahorse be pitted by himself after the battle is rolled back into the concept? For example, the scene of an anime that he brained up before. Dark game, I use Osiris Sky Dragon to attack the XYZ Dragon Cannon on your field. Seahorse, ha 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 ha, at this moment, I activated the subspace material transport device to remove the monsters on my field from the game. The Sky Dragon has lost the target of its attack, and your attack is invalid. Dark game, hippocampus, haven't you read your own rules carefully? The moment you remove the monsters caused a battle rewind. I attacked directly with the Sky Dragon, and you lost the Seahorse. Hippocampus, nanny, I forgot. What a nasty game. Shouldn't it? A lot of your thoughts are very interesting. Seahorse leaned back in the chair and said, I can see that your understanding of dual monster cards is extraordinary, different from some untalented mortal duelists. Shoot in the castle, you can't get through this time, right? Although Seahorse said he is a stinky fart and looks defiant anytime and anywhere, he is actually relatively easy to communicate with only when facing people he recognizes. For example, he thinks his number 1 enemy Muto game. Although Haima always likes to ridicule every time he sees the game, and dismisses the friendship that the game emphasizes, but whenever the game encounters any trouble, the president is the most positive, and at the same time always likes to say something. Don't get me wrong. It's because of XXX that I didn't intend to help. Your suggestions gave me a lot of inspiration. The rules should be adjusted again before the game starts. Seahorse said, and after a pause, a sharp light came out of his blue eyes. I originally wanted to invite you to work in Haima Company to be responsible for the planning and adjustment of the Duel Monster department. But forget it. He hummed and smiled. I know you are like you. Such duelists will not be moved by money, nor will they be willing to be tied to the Seahorse group. You. What? Why not? President, you are tempting me with dirty money. How can you give up without trying? Are you still a true duelist like this? However, Haima turned his head and said again, the adjustments to the rules you just said require a lot of testing. Time is tight, and I can only postpone the Duel City match for a week at most. All tests and adjustments must be completed in the remaining time. So if you are interested, I hope you can be invited as a special consultant of the Dueling Monsters department to supervise this part of the revision work to ensure that there are no loopholes in the new rules. This job does not require you to stay in Haima Group all the time, nor does it require you to report to work every day. I only need your opinion, and you need a deep understanding of this game. I don't trust those so-called professional designers to make the game of Dueling Monsters what it should be. I need a real duelist to take care of this work. You probably understood it. In fact, Haima hopes that he can make a name in the department and make real-time adjustments to the follow-up rules of the Duel Monster. After all, there will be more and more new cards, the game environment will continue to change, and the rules will need to be adjusted accordingly. And if he can be named as a consultant, then he is equivalent to the communication between Nightcrawler World and the Seahorse Group, and the task assigned to him by President Tang Zimuku has been completed, killing two birds with one stone. While thinking about it, Yu listened to Haima and said again. If the salary is only a special consultant, it will naturally be relatively low. If you have no opinion, just count the first month's salary. President pushed a check that was obviously prepared a long time ago along the table. No problem. Yu glanced at the check hastily, and immediately agreed. Remuneration? He doesn't care about this kind of thing. The reason why he accepted this job is to live up to the expectations of President Mikuro, and for the future of the card game Dueling Monsters. But having said that, President Haima gave a lot. Chapter 58, Open Beta. Here comes. After a long wait, Link World Online finally ushered in the official public beta moment. The poker guys in the other world are already hungry and thirsty. A group of people must be waiting for hands in the login interface of the game and can't wait to rush in to play cards. Isn't there a saying like that? My right, sauce is already hungry and thirsty. The update is complete, the public beta is open, and the link data is being obtained. The acquisition is complete. Link World 1.0 is now open, please be prepared. There may be no signs for this world, and a large number of visitors from other worlds suddenly descended on this land. This time is different from the time of the closed beta. Although it is only the first batch, the number of players in the public beta is much larger than that of the closed beta. The probability of the players landing in the same position is naturally much higher. Of course, as the core stage of Yu-Gi-Oh! World, Toshino City is still the first map that players descend on. The total number of people in the internal test is only 3 digits, so most people log into the linked world for the first time. Players have a novel look at this time and are full of expectations for this brand new game. Is this really logged into the game? Fuck, it feels like real, so real. Brother Ming, I did not enter the wrong game, right? This is not a card game, why is it so realistic? The Consortium K is really not blowing up this time. This game can really blow up. It only took a minute to open the server, and the players have begun to reveal their sand sculpture nature. Some people are jumping, some are rolling in place, some are jumping from side to side, and a buddy is holding a root trunk to test whether he can climb the tree. Someone is urging friends who are playing with him to find a brick as large as possible, and do his best to greet his forehead. The reason is to test whether people can die in this game besides playing cards. In addition, another guy touched his whole body from head to toe. After testing and confirming that his clothes and pants seemed to be able to take off, he began to beat his chest and his feet. Fuck. If I knew this game was so open and real, I would be very meow. It's a girl. And then unexpectedly aroused the approval of many friends around. MD is not witty. Wouldn't you be able to be self-sufficient if you squeeze a pretty face in a female horn? If luck is good and the charm value is a little bit higher, maybe you can seduce the president to seduce Wang Yang for a little bit? Well, the last one is just a talk. After all, this is the famous world of Yogi King. It is well known that the only things that interest the president are Qinjian and Wang. The only thing that can interest Wang Yang is AIBO, table game. In fact, there is a limit on the number of public beta places. The 2-day closed beta is basically just to test whether the game is running well and whether there are major bugs. It is difficult for players to catch up with the progress by relying on the 2-day closed beta. But the public beta is different. Because the open beta time spans the plot of the entire Battle City chapter of Yu-Gi-Oh! DM. Although the entire Battle City game was explained according to the animation, it was actually only a few days, but within a few days it condensed a crucial one for Yu-Gi-Oh! DM large chapter. This is the story that only public beta players have the opportunity to participate in. Not to mention that there are gambling card rules that are difficult to see in the Duel City competition. If you are lucky, you may be able to make a lot of money in the competition these days. However, each account has only one opportunity to create a character. Once the character is created after pinching the face, it cannot be changed unless the account is deleted and re-registered. However, it is now obvious that if the account number is deleted, the public beta qualification will definitely be invalid. So the idea of a group of big masters playing female horns may have to be put on hold. After a long and tormented wait, Swalang quickly logged into the game as soon as the server opened. Because he is a closed beta player, the landing location is of course where he was offline the last time, that is, on the bridge where he triggered the darkness hidden mission before. But of course there is nothing left there now. Swalang stared at his task list with a bewildered expression, and fell into deep thought for a long time. What about the mission? Before he was convinced that there was a quest called Challenge from Mysterious Man in the quest list before he went offline. Although nothing is written in the task description below, the rewards and content are unclear, but the title is in the list anyway. I'm so spicy, how can you say that the big hidden mission is gone? Could it be, Yu Yuzhang did it alone? Maybe not. Why is there such a ridiculous thing that NPCs rob players for missions? Was pressing, suddenly someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Hey, what a coincidence, brother, we actually met again. Swalang had guessed the identity of the person the moment he heard this distinctive voice, turned around, and shouted in surprise, Brother G. Zaja couldn't escape pushing his black frame, showing a sincere smile. What a coincidence, I met again. Seeing the down-to-earth and reliable figure of Brother G, Swalang immediately felt relieved. The two reached an agreement during the closed beta and secretly established the Yuya fan group. So far, there are only 2 of them in the whole group, and they plan to maintain this for a long time to come. They would never think about such a thing as Yu forever. After all, it is an important plot NPC, and sooner or later, you must participate in the mainline. www.readaloud.com will be recognized by all players sooner or later. So all they have to do is to take the time to lick them before you go to the other players, lick as many favorability points as possible to exchange for powerful rare cards, and become the leader among the players. All the purpose is to become the top card player who dominates the linked world, and act in front of thousands of card players. Only the dog that can be the most lick in front of the NPC can pretend to be the most handsome among the players. But even if it's all licking, it has to be skillful. First, you have to find the right target. At this time, Swalang watched a bunch of unknown newcomers in the forum posting posts. Some people asked Haima how to get in and see the president, and others were asking where the address of the game home was so he could follow the map to lick it. Swalang sneered in his heart. "Ha, cute new, naive. What's the use of licking games? They don't accompany you to play cards or release tasks to you, and they can't sell cards to you yet. Even if they try to buy cards from the game's card store, players cannot use them. For the game, the chattering players around you may be just ordinary fans of the Duel King. If you lick it for a long time, your favorability may not increase but decrease because people think you are annoying. How nice is it to look like RUU? Not only gives you experience, sends you missions, but also buys ultra-rare cards, and even if you are in a good mood, you will go out to take you through missions and fly you. It's just that occasionally your mission is dropped during a mission, maybe he will steal your mission. But those are all small problems." Swalang reflected on it carefully and felt that it should be his own pot that dropped the connection without authorization during the mission, and it cannot be counted as Yu Zhang. "Yu Zhang, wait for me, I'm here." Chapter 59, The players over there look over. "Hey? Are you there?" At Dream Card Shop, Swalang and Zaja looked surprised. Yu went out. "Well, yes." China, who was standing behind the counter, nodded softly. "I went out early in the morning." The two looked at each other. After a while, Zaja could not escape and asked, "Then, did he say when he will be back?" "No, it might be a little late, I think." China said, "He has been running to Haima Company for the past 2 days. It seems that Haima said he has something important to him, and he came back very late." The eyes of the two players lit up, and they seemed to have received important information. Hippocampus has something important to talk to Yu? So they are very familiar? So it seems that it is an important plot NPC. This detail may be related to the main line. Then, shall we wait for him to come back? Swalang asked. Wait. JG gritted his teeth. Although the public beta is precious every day, instead of running around and greedy for the trivial novice mission experience, it is better to wait for their golden thighs to come back. Now the NPC of Yu is the direct ticket for the two of them to enter the ranks of high play. In any case, they must grab enough benefits in front of other players. But they might be disappointed at this point. Because while they were patiently staying in the store waiting for someone to return, their golden thighs had already ran to find other new lovers. Toshino City, in an open space in a park. This park in Tomino City is also a place frequented by duelists. Although this is not a dueling hall, there is no formal duel venue, but thanks to the new generation of duel plates of Haima Company, the era of requiring a specific venue to play cards has passed. As long as there is a duel board, anyone can have an exciting duel at any time and anywhere. At this moment, a large number of cute new players are gathering in the park. MD, how do you play this game? The initial deck has a bunch of low-attack mortal bones, and it takes a lot of effort to fight a passerby. Help! Has anyone received the quest of complete a superior summon in a duel with an NPC? I don't even have a monster with more than 4 stars to summon a yarn. The task I received asked to defeat an NPC once without any damage, and I vomited. I have not done this task after I have finished my stamina. It is impossible to use this kind of initial deck that is all whiteboard. Novice missions are stuck, you dare to believe. A group of novice players chatted for a while and exchanged their game experience on the first day of the open beta. Suddenly someone screamed like they discovered a new world. There are 2 NPCs fighting over there. The first reaction of all the players who heard this shout is rare and strange. What's so strange about NPC duels? Isn't it all you shoot and me shoot and summon the bones to fight each other? What's so strange? Although everyone only played a few games on the first day of the public beta, the players have basically figured out the level of duels in this era. The passerby NPCs that players have played against seem to only summon a mortal bone in one round, just like the simple man-machine of traditional Yu-Gi-Oh games. There are very few magic traps in the deck. To say that these duelers are better than players who only use the initial deck, it may be that some NPCs may have some mortal bones with higher attack power in their hands. At this time, all the players are full of ambition and confidently feel that waiting for them to get a rare card, even if they form a slightly more powerful entertainment deck, in this world, the local duelists may not be able to kill indiscriminately. Then I heard someone shout again, "Fuck! Look at that strange, does it look like a clay man?" Hey? Which clay man? The Nendoroid of Elemental Heroes. This doesn't even recognize you withdrawing from the group, I suspect you are a Cloud fan. Why is there an Nendoroid in DM? The players quickly discovered Hwadian. A bunch of players on the square got news from each other and hurriedly got together, and soon saw the two NPCs in a duel here. Standing on the left of is a non-mainstream uncle who is very angry at first glance. He wears a bright black jacket and has tattoos of an unknown monster on the exposed muscles of his arms. He belongs to the type that is not easy to mess with at first glance. Uncle SLP is 4,000 points intact, and there are 2 low-star mortal bones on the field. Opposite this uncle, is an impressive young NPC. Wow! That little brother is so handsome. Immediately, there were female players starting to stare at them, completely ignoring the resentful gaze of her boyfriend next to her. Wow, it's so handsome. This style looks like the protagonist. I feel I am in love. It's muddy, what are you guys making up for? The players started to commotion. But being handsome is not the primary factor that attracts players, the key issue is not here. Why does this NPC have elemental heroes? There shouldn't be this series now, right? Needless to say, the one defending an elemental hero claimant here is naturally Yu. My turn. The non-mainstream uncle draws a card and laughs loudly, ha ha ha. This round of card draw has declared your failure. Because this round you will meet the trump card in my deck, the super rare and powerful monster. Uncle raised the card he just drawn in his hand. I took the 2 monsters on my field as sacrifices, and the superiors summoned them. The non-mainstream uncle shouted, "Come out, my most powerful monster, the red ghost." There was a roar from the bottom of the earth, as if the black air from the underworld exploded vigorously. The crimson ghost drilled out of the ground, jumped high into the air, and then fell to the ground with a heavy weight. It is a ghost that seems to have come out of a legend. It has black horns, strong muscles, and a black mace. Red Ghost, attack power 2800. The effect of the Red Ghost is activated. The non-mainstream uncle shouted, "This card is successfully summoned by the superior. You can send any number of cards in your hand to the graveyard, and choose the corresponding number of cards on the field to return to the holder's hand card. I abandon the 2 cards in my hand, and bounce all the elemental hero claimant on your field and the Gafka in your backcourt back into your hand." The red ghost danced his mace, and a dark whirlwind was rolled up in the field. The gloomy air current turned the clayman and the Jika in Yu's backcourt into golden glow and blew them back into his hands, instantly clearing Yu's field. Some players were astonished. Fuck, light gun. Let's have a low light distribution gun, the effect is a bit similar. This effect is very powerful in the DM. This should be a rare card, right? Light gun is the Ice Enchanted Dragon Light Gun Dragon, a 6-star homologous monster. The effect is to discard any number of cards in the hand to the graveyard, and bounce the corresponding number of cards on the opponent's field back to the holder's hand. The Dragon of the Ice Enchantment Light Lance Dragon is also well known. For a long time in the past, it was one of the most popular homogeneous monsters of real card players. This way your field will be empty. The non-mainstream uncle laughed, "Red Ghost. Direct attack." Both the front court and the back court were empty, but Yu didn't panic at all. He looked up at the rapidly approaching giant shadow and the fast-smashing mace, and calmly drew a card from his hand. I abandon the chestnut ball from my hand and activate its monster effect. Yu said lightly, a battle damage becomes 0. All players. He just said, what to give up. Chapter 60. He just said, chestnut ball? Isn't that a king-like exclusive card? Anyone who knows Yu-Gi-Oh should not know the chestnut ball. For many years, chestnut ball has been one of the iconic monsters of Yu-Gi-Oh! It has gained a lot of popularity by virtue of its cute appearance. It is also an unwritten rule that every generation of Yu-Gi-Oh will produce a new chestnut ball as the mascot. From the first chestnut ball that followed the king to play the world, to the winged chestnut ball that runs through the whole play in GX, to the waist chestnut ball, rainbow chestnut ball, sacrifice chestnut ball, etc. Lee Zikyu's family is really full of loyalty, dedicated to helping the protagonist to block the knife for 20 years. It feels a bit like Pikachu, the signature wizard of the Pokémon next door. According to the usual practice, a new electric mouse will be released every generation. This chestnut ball was not made by Yu from the system card pool. The rarity of chestnut ball is marked as SR in the system card pool. This does not surprise Yu. After all, Litzikayu is one of the few hand pits in the Yu-Gi-Oh! DM era. The effect can be activated by discarding from the hand in the opponent's turn. It can be said that it is the originator of the large number of hand pits in the game ace cards of later generations. In fact, he originally thought that Chestnut Ball, a rare card in the DM, should also be exclusive to the game, but he didn't expect that after opening hundreds of packs a few days ago, he actually issued such a card. So the Chestnut Ball is not particularly rare, but it just so happens that in the DM animation, only the card is included in the game deck. As for the reason, Yu guessed that most duelists think that this monster with only 300 attack power and no offensive effect is a simple trash fish, so it doesn't look good at all. Then it can only be said that the duelists of this era are still too naive and innocent. They have not experienced the severe beatings of the society and don't know how powerful the hand pits are. As for now, of course, Yu deliberately picked a place where players concentrated and deliberately showed off his card pool in front of the players. Haha, have you seen it? I even have the first generation hand pit like Chestnut Ball, great, right? Want it? Will not give you madness? Seeing that the thick and black big stick of the red ghost was about to fall, the chestnut ball that was abandoned by Yu into the cemetery quickly turned into a three-dimensional image and appeared in front of him, sending out a bunch of cute and soft curry voice. Chigi's giant stick fell fiercely, but all his power was resisted by the chestnut ball, and he could not touch Yu's LP at all. Sister players can't hold back again, AWSL, this is too cute. I want chestnut too. I want to take one home and raise one. Which kind of fairy is this NPC? Why are the elemental heroes and chestnut in his hands? His name shouldn't be Mutojude. The non-mainstream uncle watched the red ghost return without success, slapped his mouth and hummed, "Then my round is over." He followed with a light smile, "But even if you use the smashed monster to get past this round, I still have an absolute advantage on the field. There is a powerful monster like the red ghost, no matter what you call out, I can instantly smash it." The melon eater next to, "It's over," that person just called Litzikayu miscellaneous. Wow, is it so fierce? Didn't you hear that in Yu-Gi-Oh, anyone who dared to call Chestnut Ball smashed, even the ashes was lifted. The strong man goes well. Yu smiled slightly, not caring, just continued the duel. "My turn, draw a card." He glanced at his hand, his eyes moved. "Finally come." Actually, the reason why he is fighting people here is because there are more sand sculpture players here, which attracts more attention. And in fact, the name of the non-mainstream uncle opposite is Kita. He is your counterpart in the world of Nightcrawler, and he was specifically called by Yu to be the right, sand, hand, bag. Because if you casually catch a passerby on the side of the road and fight, the ordinary passerby is too good, and may not achieve the sandbag effect he wants. Since it is going to be a show, it must be a wave that will impress the sand sculpture players the most. For example, launch it from your hand. The Pot of Desire. Yu said, according to the effect of this card, I can draw 2 more cards from the deck. Not surprisingly, the sand sculpture players exploded unexpectedly. Wow, wipe has appeared, God card. My friends really didn't lie to me, the per capita card is really banned in DM. 555 I also want Jonghu to be cool. But this shock is too early. Next is the magic card, Angel's Charity. Yu has a set of 2 qualities, you can draw 3 more cards from the deck, and then discard 2 of the cards in your hand. The players boiled even more. Nima is a banned card again. It's too much, so there are 2 combos. Yu heard their reaction from a distance, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly, very satisfied with the reaction. Is this effect? If you are not jealous on the side, how can my business flourish in the future? But it's not over yet. I covered 3 cards in my hand on the field. Yu covered 3 cards in front of him. Next, from the cards in my hand, activate the last remaining card. Booza from Heaven. Both players can draw cards from the deck until the hand is filled with 6 cards. All players. Is it too much? Has anyone counted how many cards this NPC has passed in a round? 2 strong desires, 3 angels, 6 from the sky. There are already 11 of this special meow. Referee, I reported that someone opened up. Fuck. When can I play cards like this? It's fun to play cards like this. Yu smiled. The preparations are complete, and the good show is only about to begin now. I start the field magic, the Door of Fusion. Yu's dual plate bounced out of the special slot of the field magic, and after placing the card on it, he quickly retracted it. The effect of the Door of Fusion, both players can achieve fusion summon by removing the fusion material monster from the game without using the fusion magic card. Lightning appeared in the sky of the site, and the black clouds condensed into a pitch-black vortex, resembling a rotating wormhole residing in the sky above the site. In principle, the Gate of Fusion is also a rare UR card in the system card pool. But after seeing the quality of the card that was checked just now after 3 consecutive games, the players now feel that there is nothing wrong with 1 UR in a small amount. Big deal. Players all have the same idea now. What is the origin of this handsome NPC? How do you feel that the stuff in his deck is different from other NPC styles? Open the cover card, the magic card, the Survival of the Warrior. This card can choose a warrior in the graveyard to join the hand card. I chose Elemental Hero Clayman. Next is another cover card, magic card, Urgent Call. Choose an elemental hero monster from the deck and add it to your hand. I chose Elemental Hero Wingman. At this moment, Yu had as many as 7 cards in his hand. He picked 2 cards out of them, and headed towards the dark vortex in mid-air. First, merge the Elemental Hero Flame Man in your hand with the Elemental Hero Clayman of the Earth attribute. Fusion summon Elemental Hero Earthman. The 2 heroes were projected out, and both flew into the dark vortex in mid-air. A beam of black light blasted on the floor, blowing debris on the floor. A giant hero in pitch-black armor rose from the ground, and the earth trembled with his appearance. Elemental Hero, Earthman, summon. With the effect of the Earthman, the attack power of a monster on the opponent's field is halved by the successful fusion summon, and it will be added to his attack power until the end of the turn. Yu said. Aki, attack power 2800, attack power 1400. Elemental Hero Earthman, attack power 2200, attack power 3600. The non-mainstream Uncle K on the opposite side gritted his teeth too much. The attack power of the Red Ghost. It's not over yet. Yu held up 2 more cards from his hands, this time it is the fusion of Elemental Hero Electric Man and the Flame Attributes Elemental Hero Blazing Man. Fusion summon Elemental Hero Rising Star Lord. Two heroes disappeared in the whirlpool again, and new fighters descended with the pillar of fire descending from the sky. The red gold armored warrior fell on the ground in flames, and the cloak fluttered behind him, and the hot air wave ruled the audience. Elemental Hero Rising Star Lord, summon. Then there is the Elemental Hero Wingman with the stroke attribute in the hand, the Elemental Hero Necromancer Fusion. The fusion summoning Elemental Hero Dragon Scroll Man. A storm descended from the wormhole of the fusion gate, and the hero of the storm descended from the black hole. The angry wind suppressed the enemy's entire field. www.readaloud.com. The already weakened red ghost was crushed to his knees in the wind, and it looked as if he even had the mace on his shoulders. Unstable. Elemental Hero Dragon Scroll Man, summon. The effect of the Dragon Scroll. You said, the attack power of all monsters on the opponent's field is halved. Aki, attack power 1400, attack power 700. The poor red ghost used to be a monster with an attack power of 2800. At this time, his attack power is so pitiful that he can only pretend to be forced in front of the chestnut ball. Elemental Hero Earthman, attack power 3600. Elemental Hero New Star Lord, attack power 2600. Elemental Hero Dragon Roll Man, attack power 2800. Aki, 700 offensive power. Keaton's face seemed to have seen a ghost at this time. Within one round, summon monsters with attack power of 3600, attack power of 2600, and attack power of 2800. No, I know you are awesome, but this is too exaggerated. Yu smiled slightly and pointed to his feet. Then I want to activate this card covered on the field. Quick attack. Fusion monsters can attack within this turn. Then fight directly. Earthman. Rising Star Lord. Dragon Man. Attack. The violent wind screamed, the earthquake trembled, the flames were engulfed in the swirling storm, and the waves swept away like mountains and seas. With a total output of 9,000 points, the red ghost, with only 700 attack power left, withstood the pain that his value shouldn't bear, and was instantly broken into pieces in the sea of fire and storm. The exaggerated and splendid image immediately swallowed Kita, and at the same time burned all his LP. Kaihuda, LP 4000 LP 0.